Martial Peak, Chapter 5263, Mi Jing Luan's Inference. This red-haired Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was the army commander of the Southern Army, Ouyang Lai. It was said that he was a hot-tempered person. 10 years ago, he killed a territory lord in the battle against the Black Ink clan. However, he was also badly injured and almost died during the fight. It seemed that he still hadn't recovered even though 10 years had passed. This was understandable, as the more powerful one became, the harder it was to recover when they were injured, so it could be imagined how long an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would take to recover from a near-death experience. One had to know that it always took the old ancestor at least decades to recuperate. On the other hand, since the day that the royal lord was first injured by the old ancestor, he had never fully recovered, and that was over 100 years ago. Besides these two army commanders, there were other Eighth Order Division commanders from the North-South Army in the meeting hall. Li Xing saluted all of them one by one. Presently, Ouyang Lai was seated on a chair. Before Li Xing could say anything, he asked, "What's going on over there? Has the East-West Army launched the final attack on the royal city?" Over the years, the East-West Army and North-South Army would contact each other from time to time. However, due to the great distance, it would take a person an average of 2 months to travel back and forth between the two armies, so their exchanges of information were not frequent. Only when one side had made a major decision would a messenger be sent to inform the other party about it. Li Xing's arrival suggested that he had something important to report. Perhaps it had something to do with the final battle against the royal city, which was why Ouyang Lai asked that question. Li Xing bent his back and replied, "Martial Uncle Ouyang, when I departed, the battle had yet to begin, but they were in the midst of final preparations. If I'm not mistaken, the East-West Army should be engaged in an intense battle with the Black Ink clan as we speak. It's even possible that the war has already ended." With a smile, Mi Jing Luan asked, "In your opinion, will the East-West Army achieve its objective this time?" Li Xing nodded, "Yes." Mi Jing Luan arched his brow, "Since you're so confident, it seems the situation over there is quite favorable. I suppose they've already won the fight." "Well, with senior brother Xiang in charge, there's no way the Black Ink clan are a match for him." Ouyang Lai pursed his lips, "Since the East-West Army has won, why did Xiang Shan tell you to come over?" Since the beginning, Ouyang Lai had always had some complaints against Xiang Shan. This couldn't be helped, as the East-West Army was responsible for invading the royal city, thus allowing them to earn a massive amount of military merits. On the other hand, the North-South Army had to stop the Black Ink clansmen from leaving Great Evolution Pass. It certainly wasn't as fun as attacking the royal city like the East-West Army had done. Li Xing replied, "Sir Xiang told me to come over to inform you that you have to be careful of what the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass might do soon." After giving it a thought, Mi Jing Luan nodded, "We indeed have to act prudently. If the Black Ink clan at the royal city are really defeated, those from Great Evolution Pass will surely become nervous when they learn about it. Now, they're only left with 2 options: they either defend Great Evolution Pass to the last man, or run for their lives." At this point, he had figured out Xiang Shan's intention, "So, I suppose senior brother Xiang wants us to just watch and do nothing if the Black Ink clan tries to flee from Great Evolution Pass." Li Xing was slightly surprised at the speed of Mi Jing Luan's inference, but soon nodded and replied, "That was indeed Sir Xiang's intention." Ouyang Lai asked, "Do you think the Black Ink clan will abandon the pass?" Mi Jing Luan replied with a smile, "Do you think they would rather sit and wait for death? If I'm not mistaken, after the war, the East-West Army will take a short rest at their base before setting off in a high-profile manner so that the Black Ink clan from the royal city notice it and promptly send word to Great Evolution Pass." Then, he turned to look at Li Xing and asked, "Is this brother Xiang's arrangement?" Admiration was written all over Li Xing's face as he replied, "That is indeed his arrangement. Before I departed, Sir Xiang told me to pass on his word that the army would rest for 10 days after the victory. After that, they will set off for the pass. He wants the North-South Army to pay close attention to what the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass do. If there is an anomaly, it suggests that the East-West Army has won the battle, while it's the opposite if the Black Ink clan do nothing. Before he came to this place, Li Xing thought that Mi Jingluan was overrated. Now, it seemed that this Northern Army commander was indeed talented in military strategy. At the very least, he was an intelligent person, otherwise, he wouldn't have figured out Xiang Shan's intentions so swiftly. Yang Lai frowned. Do we just let the Black Ink clan go if they flee from Great Evolution Pass? Mi Jingluan explained, we're unable to stop them even if we wanted to. There's a lack of manpower in the North-South Army now, so if the Black Ink clan are determined to escape from the pass, it won't matter if we don't stop them. However, if we do try to get in their way, it will certainly be a tough fight. When that happens, even more of our soldiers will lose their lives. Nobody wanted to experience the battle that took place 10 years ago again. During the battle, half of the North-South Army's soldiers were killed while a number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters willingly sacrificed their lives just to stop the Black Ink clan army from reaching the royal city. Even the army commander of the Southern Army, Yang Lai, had almost lost his life. An Eighth Order Division commander furrowed his brows. There are a lot of Black Ink clansmen in the pass right now, at least 20 to 30 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples as well as 250,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. If we just let them return to the royal city and join forces with the Black Ink clan army there, it will be a huge problem in the future. Mi Jingluan said with a smile, we have to be patient in order to achieve our goal. Think about it this way. If the Black Ink clansmen flee from Great Evolution Pass, it's no different from giving the place back to us for free. Isn't it wonderful that we're able to retake Great Evolution Pass without having to fight again? As for the future, once the crusade begins, why would we have to fear the forces at the royal city? The reason they had to retake Great Evolution Pass was to prepare for the crusade which would take place in the future. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were aware of it, and they also knew that the humans had a trump card to use against the Black Ink clan. In fact, they had already developed this weapon, but they were still not able to mass-produce it. Moreover, they couldn't reveal it at this point, so they never used it when trying to retake Great Evolution Pass. However, once the crusade began, this weapon would surely be of great use. By then, destroying the royal city would be a simple matter. When Li Xing looked at the confident Mi Jingluan, he felt as if the latter was another Xiang Shan. He thought that resourceful senior experts like them could always see things that others were not able to see. In this regard, Mi Jingluan and Xiang Shan were very similar. Let's just wait and see. If I'm not mistaken, the Black Ink clan will send over an envoy within 10 days. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were astounded upon hearing that, as they had no idea why Mi Jingluan had made such a judgment. Li Xing was equally puzzled. The blood feud between the two races had been ongoing for countless years, and every time they clashed, both sides were determined to annihilate each other. There had never been a reason to send envoys to another side before. However, since Mi Jingluan had said so, he must have a reason to come to this conclusion. After passing on Xiang Shan's words, Li Xing was supposedly free to return to the East-West Army at any time. Nevertheless, he decided to stay out of curiosity. He wanted to find out if Mi Jingluan, who was so highly regarded by Xiang Shan, had accurately predicted the future. It would be an eye-opener if the Black Ink clan really sent an envoy to this place. In the East-West Army's forward base, the reorganization was completed within 10 days. The more complete squads were reinforced by the ones who had lost more members. Presently, Yang Kai was standing on the deck of Dawning Light and looking out towards the void. The army was ready to set off. Just then, 3 people with different auras rushed over from a distance. They were respectively 7th Order, 6th Order, and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 3 of them came to a stop in the void, and the person at the front eyed Yang Kai for a moment before cupping his fist. Western Army, 2nd Division, Wind Battalion, 3rd Squad, Blood Crow. Wencheng Jing. Zhang Yang. Reporting for duty. Yang Kai nodded and ordered solemnly, "Get on board." The next instant, Blood Crow led the 6th Order Wencheng Jing and 5th Order Zhang Yang to land on the deck. The purifying black ink battleship slowly rose into the sky as a loud voice reverberated in all directions, "Set sail! Set sail!" Yang Kai waved his hand and ordered. The arrays on dawning light activated, and the fleet of warships charged towards the void. On one of the warships, Grandmaster Ma Fan looked in Great Evolution Pass direction and started weeping. He had been waiting outside the royal city for 150 years. Now that he could finally head to the place where his ancestors and seniors fought the enemy, he was overwhelmed by a sense of sorrow and agitation. The human army's movements horrified the Black Ink clan soldiers outside the royal city. One had to know that the two armies had clashed barely 10 days ago, and during that battle, the royal lord had been beaten half-dead and many of the Black Ink clan soldiers were either killed or injured. At the end of that battle, the human old ancestor even put on a display of killing 3 territory lords right in front of the royal lord, with the latter not daring to stop her. Were the humans preparing to raise a storm again after just 10 days? The territory lords were deluged with a sense of unease, and the lower Black Ink clansmen broke into a commotion. However, what surprised them was that the humans did not head towards the royal city. Instead, they seemed to be heading in a different direction. All of them could clearly feel the old ancestor's powerful aura coming from the fleet of warships. A myriad of expressions came over Che Kong as he looked in the direction the humans were heading. As he thought of a possibility and realized that something was off, he promptly looked for the royal lord. Presently, the royal lord's face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Moreover, he was in a terrible mood. This couldn't be helped. Even though the humans had retreated 10 days ago, the old ancestor had faintly locked onto him with her will from a distance, forcing him to remain vigilant this whole time. In such a situation, he wasn't in the mood to recuperate, nor did he dare to do so. However, on this day, he realized that the old ancestor's aura was moving further away from him. As he released his divine sense, he soon understood the situation. Che Kong arrived at his place at this point. Before he could speak, the royal lord ordered, "Inform the army at Great Evolution Pass to leave and return to the royal city." Upon hearing that, Che Kong was astonished. "Are we abandoning Great Evolution Pass?" The royal lord shook his head. "Since the old ancestor is personally heading to Great Evolution Pass, there's no way they can hold it." Che Kong had already speculated that the human army was marching towards Great Evolution Pass. Now, it indeed seemed to be the case. He thus bowed his head. "I'll send them a message now. However, there are some human soldiers outside Great Evolution Pass. I'm worried that they might not have a chance to come back." The royal lord shook his head again. "The humans will not intercept them again. Just inform them about it." Although Che Kong had no idea why the royal lord had made such a judgment, he could only oblige. Just when he was about to leave the place, the royal lord suddenly said, "Tell those from Great Evolution Pass to make a detour. They must not run into the old ancestor on their way back." "Yes," Che Kong replied and left. After he was gone, the royal lord closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely vexed. Despite having a huge advantage in terms of the number of soldiers and holding the geographical advantage, they were eventually defeated by the humans, who now had the last laugh. On the other hand, a royal lord like him could only hide in the royal city, not daring to show his face. The root cause of the problem was that he had underestimated his opponent, thinking that the old ancestor, just like him, was still injured every time they clashed in the past. It never crossed his mind that the cunning old ancestor had fully recovered each time. This was the kind of humiliation he could never wash away for the rest of his life. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5264, reaction from Great Evolution Pass Black Ink Clan. The East-West Army departed from the base and headed to Great Evolution Pass. If everything went well, they would arrive at their destination in 1 month. After 10 days of reorganization, it could only be said that the soldiers were able to move and fight again, but they hadn't fully recovered. The injured soldiers were still recuperating in the warships of their squads. Meanwhile, the array masters and artifact refiners were moving between the warships to repair the artifacts and arrays. They were swamped with work. Wen Qingjing and Zhang Yang, who were new to Dawn, soon familiarized themselves with the other members. Feng Ying had assigned some work and duties to them. On the other hand, Blood Crow, who didn't seem to get along well with the others, was standing on the deck on his own. It wasn't certain what was on his mind. Yang Kai didn't intend to interfere. It was impossible to expect that Blood Crow could get along with the others. His background, experiences, and temperament meant that he was unable to do that. However, Blood Crow was already different from his past self. Yang Kai could detect that. In the past, Blood Crow was forced to come to the Black Ink battlefield to fight against the Black Ink clan. But now, he didn't battle against the Black Ink clan just because he had to. It also had something to do with his Dao heart. Even though his life was saved by the members of his previous squad, he might not necessarily be grateful to them. Instead, he might think that those who were killed in his stead were foolish. Regardless, it was an indisputable fact that his life was saved. He didn't have to be grateful, but he did have to repay their favor. This was his Dao. In the cabin, after examining Ning Qiji's body, Yang Kai said, "Just get some rest for the time being. Even if there's a battle, don't make a move." In the previous battle, Qi Tai Chu was killed while Ning Qiji was terribly injured and his small universe was damaged. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had come to his rescue in time, his small universe would have been shattered. If that happened, Qi Tai Chu wouldn't have been the only one who died that day. Although Ning Qiji had survived, his small universe had cracked. Fortunately, Yang Kai had profound Yin spirit fruits on him. When he was in Blue Sky Pass back then, he had intentionally planted some profound Yin fruit trees and a massive amount of herbs that could be used to refine purifying black ink pills in his small universe. They were planted in his medicine garden where Mu Zhu and Mu Lu, the two wood spirits, would tend to them. Those herbs would easily grow to maturity under their care. Furthermore, the flow of time in his small universe was much faster than that in the outside world. More than 1,000 years had passed since then, so the profound Yin fruit trees in his small universe had borne fruits. Yang Kai had handed 90% of them over to army to be used by the other soldiers while he kept 10% just in case of emergencies. Profound Yin spirit fruits were the only spirit fruits the humans had found that could repair broken or incomplete small universes. That was the reason Ning Qiji's life was saved. Although the profound Yin spirit fruit had an amazing effect, it would take a long time before his small universe was fully repaired. Before that, he was unable to use his world force, or his injury would exacerbate. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Ning Qiji nodded, but he didn't feel any sense of relief. Qi Tai Chu had lost his life. In Dawn, Qi Tai Chu, Ning Qiji, and Shen Ao were former Black Ink disciples that Yang Kai had brought back from the Black Ink clan's side. They were friends who had shared countless life and death moments together on the battlefield. Now, Qi Tai Chu was no longer there to drink wine and talk about the martial Dao with the other two. Yang Kai gently patted his shoulder and turned around to leave. The moment he left the cabin, he saw the gloomy-looking Blood Crow standing on the deck on his own. Without intending to talk to him, Yang Kai returned to his room to get some rest. As soon as he opened the door, he batted his eyes in stunned silence. A moment later, he gently stepped back and closed the door. Before he could close the door though, a voice called out, "Come in and have a talk with me." A helpless Yang Kai tooted and opened the door again. Upon entering the room, he saluted the person who was seated on his bed, Old Ancestor. No one knew when Old Ancestor Xiao had arrived aboard Dawning Light. However, given her ninth order cultivation, no one could detect her presence if she wanted to conceal it. Old Ancestor Xiao shot him a glance and teased him by saying, "What's wrong? Are you worried that there will be rumors about us? Is that why you left the door open?" Yang Kai promptly shook his head. "That's definitely not the case." Old Ancestor Xiao snorted. A concerned Yang Kai asked, "How are your injuries? Do you need a place to recuperate?" Upon hearing that, Old Ancestor Xiao waved her hand. "I don't need to recuperate for now. We'll talk about it when we settle down. Moreover, I wasn't badly hurt in the previous battle." A curious Yang Kai asked, "Why are you here, then?" Obviously, the Old Ancestor wouldn't have come all the way here just to have a chat with him. Without beating around the bush, Old Ancestor Xiao extended her hand. "Give me a few sets of space beacons." The two of them had lived together in Yang Kai's small universe for hundreds of years now and frequently chatted with each other. On occasion, Yang Kai would mention the methods he had developed in the Tao of Space, hoping the Old Ancestor might be able to give him some insights or inspiration. That was why she was aware of the existence of his space beacons. Yang Kai didn't ask why she needed the space beacons and just fished out a few sets and passed them to her. After taking the space beacons, the Old Ancestor directly disappeared. Yang Kai batted his eyes once and realized that she was already nowhere to be seen in the room. Soon though, he heard the Old Ancestor's voice, "Tell your squad to relax. There won't be a battle when we arrive at Great Evolution Pass." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that the reason they set off to Great Evolution Pass was to launch the last battle against the Black Ink clan to retake it. However, the Old Ancestor's words seemed to suggest that they could get Great Evolution Pass back without a fight. Would the Black Ink clan unconditionally surrender Great Evolution Pass to them? Yang Kai frowned, but as he pondered on the issue, he soon realized the crux of the matter and figured out why she had said as much. Even though it was no different from letting the Black Ink clansmen from both sides join forces, it was still of greater benefit to the human soldiers at the moment. Yang Kai had no idea about the North-South Army situation, but the East-West Army had just gone through an intense battle. If they fought again after such a short time, there would surely be massive losses. If they could retake Great Evolution Pass without a fight, they could prevent a lot of unnecessary sacrifices. As for the reason that the Old Ancestor wanted some space beacons from Yang Kai, after giving it a thought, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the Royal Lord for a moment. Perhaps in the years to come, the Royal Lord would not be able to recuperate with peace of mind. In the North-South Army's base, Li Xing was given a room. By activating the spirit arrays, he could cultivate at ease without worrying about any interruption, unless the room itself was attacked. However, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate. The reason he didn't immediately return to the East-West Army's side after completing his task was that he wanted to find out if Mi Jingluan's speculation was right. At the same time, he wanted to know the outcome of the war on the East-West Army's side. He had learned a lot of secrets from Xiaofan, so he knew that it wouldn't be hard for the East-West Army to win the battle. However, it remained uncertain whether the Old Ancestor would be able to kill the Royal Lord. Before the outcome was clear, no one could be certain that there wouldn't be a sudden turn of events. It wasn't hard to find out whether the East-West Army had won the battle. They just had to observe the reaction of the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass. Therefore, Li Xing had been staring in Great Evolution Pass direction in an attempt to find out what was going on over there. Nevertheless, the Great Pass was too far away for a mere 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to get a clear look. Regardless of what the Black Ink clan were doing over there, he was unable to tell. One day, he suddenly saw a ray of light rushing over from Great Evolution Pass direction. Li Xing's eyes brightened as he knew that it should be one of the people from the North-South Army responsible for monitoring Great Evolution Pass. Since the person was coming back in a hurry, he must have some news to report to the higher-ups. As expected, after the person returned, he directly landed on the purifying black ink battleship. Li Xing had the urge to find out more, but he was worried that it would be awkward for him to do so. After all, he wasn't from the North-South Army, so he didn't have the right to head to the purifying black ink battleship as he pleased. After waiting for some time, he saw the person emerging from the purifying black ink battleship, so he promptly went over to stop him and cupped his fist. "Please wait, senior brother." That person was also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and as he lifted his head and recognized him, he asked with a smile, "Brotherly from the East-West Army?" Li Xing nodded, then quickly asked, "Senior brother, is there any news about the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass?" The 7th Order Master hesitated for a bit, but reckoning that it wasn't really a secret, he replied, "Indeed, brotherly. Just now, we detected some unusual movement from Great Evolution Pass. There seemed to be a commotion, however, due to the Great Pass barrier, we were unable to find out what was going on regardless of how hard we tried. If it's just like the information you've brought to us, the East-West Army should have won the battle. The Black Ink clansmen there must be feeling uneasy now after learning the news from the royal city." Li Xing became excited. "That has to be the case." The 7th Order Master said with a smile, "I share the same sentiment, so I came back in a hurry to report it to the 2 army commanders. Brotherly, I have to return to continue monitoring Great Evolution Pass, so I'll take my leave now." Saying so, he cupped his fist and left the place. Li Xing, who had been anxious recently, finally relaxed. Since the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass started making a move, it suggested that those from the royal city were defeated. In that case, the East-West Army must have successfully carried out its plan. In other words, they had won. Therefore, he no longer had to return to the East-West Army. According to the plan, if the East-West Army won the war, they would soon come over and join up with the North-South Army. As such, Li Xing just had to wait here and could also find out if Mi Jingluan's speculation was right. After bidding Li Xing farewell, the 7th Order Master headed straight in Great Evolution Pass direction. A few hours later, he landed on an asteroid where there were 2 other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. One of them was seen with demon chi swirling around his figure. It was obvious that he was from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven. On the other hand, it was difficult to figure out the other person's background. However, he was clad in a green robe, and his aura felt natural and pure. Presently, one of these 7th Order Masters was seen with a golden left pupil. Apparently, he had activated the Demon Eye of Annihilation. It wasn't certain what kind of an amazing secret technique the green-robed 7th Order Master was using, but his eyes had turned amber, and a flash of light was seen flowing behind his gaze. They were seated in 2 different places as they stared in Great Evolution Pass direction in an attempt to find out what was going on over there. There were countless talents in the cave heavens and paradises, so it wasn't hard to get 2 people who had cultivated secret techniques to monitor Great Evolution Pass. The 3 of them were in the same group. 2 people were responsible for keeping an eye on Great Evolution Pass while the remaining 1 served as a runner to report any findings to the higher-ups. There was a clear division of tasks. A moment later, the disciple from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven grunted all of a sudden. At the same time, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, whose eyes had turned amber, batted his eyes. It was apparent that they had discovered something. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5265, Waving the White Flag. The disciple from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven suddenly said, "There are some Black Ink clansmen coming over from Great Evolution Pass." "How many are there?" The 7th Order Master, who had just returned to this place, asked anxiously. It would be bad news to the humans whenever the Black Ink clansmen left Great Evolution Pass. Every time they did that, there would be a fight with the North-South Army, though the enemy would always be defeated. Therefore, the 7th Order Master became nervous upon learning that some Black Ink clansmen had left Great Evolution Pass. The 7th Order Master from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven replied, "There are only a few dozen of them." The green-robed Seventh Order Master arched his brow. It seems that Senior Mi's speculation was right. They appear to be the Black Ink clan's envoys. Since they were asked to monitor Great Evolution Pass, Mi Jingluan had told them the reason they had to do so. Just like Li Xing, they were previously puzzled. The blood feud between the two races on the Black Ink battlefield was practically irresolvable. They would always engage in a life-and-death fight every time they clashed, so no envoys had ever been sent to the other side before. They thought that such a thing was unlikely to happen, however, since Mi Jingluan had said so, they wouldn't dare to doubt it. Now, several dozen Black Ink clansmen were indeed coming over from Great Evolution Pass, and it was apparent that they were not looking for trouble. The only reasonable explanation was that they were the expected envoys. Do we act according to the plan? The Seventh Order Master from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven raised his brow. The green-robed Seventh Order Master nodded, However, we're not sure how many feudal lords there are. If there are too many of them, we might suffer a setback instead. The Seventh Order Master from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven grinned, Don't worry. Senior Mi said that even if we make a move, they won't have the nerve to fight back. There's nothing to worry about even if there are territory lords among them. After all, to them, we still have no idea about the outcome of the war at the royal city. The other two nodded, then activated their secret techniques to cover their figures up and hide their auras. At the same time, they sent a message back to the forward base. Soon, several human warships secretly set out to ambush the enemies. After departing from Great Evolution Pass, the several dozen Black Ink clansmen rushed forward, and it only took them about half a day before they arrived somewhere near the asteroid field. At this point, the humans could easily figure out how strong these Black Ink clansmen were. There were only a few feudal lords, while the rest were all high-rank Black Ink clansmen. No territory lords were present. It seemed that the territory lords were truly afraid of death. They were obviously worried that the humans would attack them if they came over all of a sudden, therefore, they sent some feudal lords first to test the waters. Since there wasn't even a single territory lord, the humans who were hiding nearby became at ease. Just as the Black Ink clansmen were about to pass by the asteroids, the arrays on the warships activated. At the same time, secret techniques and the powers of artifacts rained down on these Black Ink clansmen. Violent energy fluctuations suddenly exploded. Engulfed in a great sense of danger, these Black Ink clansmen, who were already apprehensive to begin with, were terrified. Flustered, they hurriedly dispersed. However, under the intense barrage, these Black Ink clansmen were not spared from misfortune. In an instant, half of them perished. Before they even managed to steady themselves, the human warships had revealed themselves. Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leapt out and cast their secret techniques at the enemies. The feudal lord in the lead dodged the attacks with difficulty while exclaiming, Wait! We're not here to fight. Territory Lord Hongdi has ordered us to come here for peace talks with you all. His loud voice reverberated across the void. Naturally, the human soldiers didn't bother to respond to him and dismissed his words as nonsense. It seemed that just like what Mi Jingluan had expected, these Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to counterattack even if they were attacked. As such, the humans became even more ruthless with their assault. These poor feudal lords had survived several clashes with the North-South army, so it could be said that they were elites among the Black Ink clan. Nevertheless, at this moment, they could only dodge in embarrassment. Things would only get worse if they kept avoiding the attacks though, and by the time these feudal lords realized that the situation could not be salvaged and wanted to counterattack, it was already too late. Only a cup of tea's time had passed since the human soldiers started attacking, but these several dozen Black Ink clansmen were almost wiped out. Before his death, the Black Ink clansman at the front exclaimed, We're really here to discuss peace. The humans had never responded to him since the beginning, so he was extremely vexed right until his death. Although they knew that these Black Ink clansmen were indeed here for a peace talk, none of the humans had any pity for them. That was because they knew that these Black Ink clansmen must have killed humans before. On the walls of Great Evolution Pass, the territory lords were standing alongside one another as they looked into the distance. When they saw that the several dozen Black Ink clansmen were all killed, their expressions turned gloomy. Even though they were fairly certain that these Black Ink clansmen would end up in a horrible state, none of them had expected that the humans would be so ruthless. With that said, the outcome wasn't surprising. There was a blood feud between the two races that stretched back countless years. When one side suddenly wanted to talk peace, the other side certainly wouldn't easily believe them. It was expected that they would simply attack. It was for this reason that the territory lords didn't show up in the first attempt. They only sent some feudal lords and high-rank Black Ink clansmen as a test. The situation was apparently more troublesome than they imagined. Hong Di said grimly, "In such a situation, does any one of you have a solution? At a minimum, we have to establish contact with the humans before we even think about a peace talk. If they couldn't open a dialogue with the humans, it would be pointless to send more Black Ink clansmen over." The territory lords fell silent. The incident earlier showed that the humans would immediately attack when they saw Black Ink clansmen leave the Great Pass. There was no room for communication, so how were they supposed to discuss anything? When they learned that their brethren at the royal city were defeated and the royal lord was horrendously injured, they were quite flustered. Over the past 100 or so years, the human soldiers would attack the royal city every 20 years. The Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass were aware of this. After all, it was easy to transmit information through the Black Ink nests. Over the years, even though those from the royal city would always suffer some losses in each engagement, the losses were not critical. The royal lord and the old ancestor were equally matched, with neither being capable of killing the other. Therefore, they were puzzled as to why the situation had suddenly become so abysmal at the royal city. After some inquiries, they learned that the human old ancestor had been concealing the fact that she could recover far faster than anticipated. Over the years, she repeatedly exacerbated the royal lord's injuries, never giving him time to fully heal, while she would make a complete recovery. Finally, after 100 years of plotting, she dropped the pretense and forced the royal lord to flee back to the royal city in embarrassment. Although the human soldiers had returned to their forward base, things were not looking good on the royal city's side, and those from Great Evolution Pass were worried that the royal city would really be destroyed by the humans. Then, they received a piece of news that horrified them. Barely 10 days after the great battle ended, the human army left the forward base they had garrisoned in for over 100 years and headed in Great Evolution Pass direction. That was some shocking news. There was already a human army at Great Evolution Pass doorstep, one that had stopped them from leaving this place on multiple occasions. If the human soldiers from the royal city joined up with them, the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass would be doomed. Furthermore, the old ancestor was with the approaching human army. It could be said that the moment the human armies joined forces, death would become certain for the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass. The territory lords were all incredibly flustered. Fortunately, there was an order from the royal city that told them to evacuate Great Evolution Pass. Although Hong Di was unwilling to abandon his territory, he could only do so in order to save his life. However, they still had to come up with a way to leave Great Evolution Pass. Over the years, the humans would be instantly alerted the moment the Black Ink clan made a move. Therefore, if they rashly left Great Evolution Pass, the humans might misunderstand their intentions, and then a battle would be inevitable. After pondering on the issue, the territory lords concluded that their best option was to negotiate a temporary ceasefire with the humans first. That was why the several dozen Black Ink clansmen were sent out. To them, they had the advantage of knowing things that the humans didn't. They were aware of what had happened at the royal city while the humans might not necessarily know it, hence, they could make use of this advantage to achieve their objective. If the humans found out that those from the royal city were defeated, and that a fleet of human warships was coming over to join them, they might not be willing to discuss peace at all. From the humans' perspective, it would be a wise move to stop the Black Ink clansmen from leaving Great Evolution Pass and wait for the arrival of their reinforcements before joining forces and wiping them out. Therefore, a peace talk had to be held and concluded before the human soldiers from the two sides established contact. Otherwise, the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass would be doomed. Hong Di swept a glance over these silent territory lords and cursed at them in his mind, thinking that they were all useless when their help was needed. Hence, he could only turn to his 8th Order Black Ink disciple, Zhou Qi. Since you're a human, do you have a suggestion to deal with this situation? Black Ink's strength was seen swirling around the 8th Order Black Ink disciple named Zhou Qi. His neck was full of abscesses where black pus was seen oozing out. Not only did this person look hideous, his body also stank. It was as though he was a rotten corpse. His smell couldn't be isolated using any secret techniques, so all the Black Ink clansmen and the other 8th Order Black Ink disciples stayed far away from him. Upon hearing Hongdi's question, Zhou Qi bent his back and replied, "Sir, when I was younger, I happened to wander around a universe world where I saw two human armies clashing with one another. When the losing side wanted to surrender, they would send a group of people to the other side waving a white flag. When the people on the other side saw the white flag, they knew not to launch an attack. Why don't we try that? Raising a white flag?" Hong Di was surprised as he had never heard of it before. Another territory lord asked his own 8th Order Black Ink disciple, "Is that true?" After pondering on it for a moment, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple replied, "I've heard of it before, however, every universe world has its own unique customs, so it might not be a universally accepted sign. I'm not sure if it'll be effective on the human soldiers over there." Hong Di nodded, "We'll give it a try to find out if it's effective. Get me a white flag." Following his order, the Black Ink clansmen started getting prepared. A while later, a white flag was made. The white flag was truly gigantic, as though they were worried that the humans wouldn't be able to see it. A moment later, another group of Black Ink clansmen departed from Great Evolution Pass. The feudal lord at the front raised the white flag and headed towards the North-South Army's forward base while feeling incredibly apprehensive. On the monitoring asteroid, the two 7th Order masters who cultivated secret techniques immediately spotted this new group. The 7th Order master from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven couldn't help but break into laughter. "They're coming over with a white flag. Are we going to attack? So what if they're coming over with a white flag? Just kill them all." A certain squad leader rolled up his sleeves as he was ready to kill. "I don't think that's a good idea," the 7th Order master, who was responsible for passing on information, shook his head. "The higher-ups have made it clear that we have to eventually negotiate with the Black Ink clan. It's reasonable for us to say that we did not know their intentions when we killed their first group of envoys, but now that they've made such an obvious gesture, waving a giant white flag, we might ruin the army commander's plans if we still make a move." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5266, A Suitable Place. A cornered animal would strike back at all costs if it was pushed into a hopeless situation, no matter how timid it may be. Earlier, the humans had killed a group of Black Ink clansmen, which was fine if all they wanted was to destroy the enemy. However, if they repeatedly killed the Black Ink clan's envoys and eliminated any hope of negotiation, that would be disastrous for them as well. Therefore, upon hearing what the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master said, the others nodded in agreement. "I'll make contact with them." Saying so, the 7th Order Master emerged from his hiding place, stood there in the void, and looked condescendingly at the group of Black Ink clansmen. From afar, the feudal lord at the front spotted this 7th Order Master. He was initially anxious, but upon seeing the person's actions, he relaxed slightly. He had seen what had happened to the previous group of his clansmen, therefore, after taking on the task, he was worried that he would also perish just like them. However, since a human was willing to show up and not immediately attack, it meant that they had figured out their intentions. Now, it seemed that raising a white flag was indeed useful. Half a day later, with the feudal lords leading the way, these Black Ink clansmen arrived somewhere near the asteroid. Only one Seventh Order master had shown up on the human side while the others remained hidden nearby. Despite being alone, this human gave off a domineering air. These Black Ink clansmen stopped at a spot that was 100,000 kilometers away from the Seventh Order human. The feudal lord, who was holding the white flag, gave a hint to the Seventh Order Black Ink disciple beside him. The latter took a step forward and cupped his fist. "May I know your name, senior brother?" The Seventh Order master glanced at this Black Ink disciple and let out a sigh. He saluted him back and replied, "Clear mind cave heaven, Mu Tian Zong." He wouldn't have been so polite if it was a Black Ink clansman who asked him this question. However, the one who spoke was a Black Ink disciple. His appearance suggested that he could no longer be saved, but he used to be a human, after all. He was not willingly corrupted by Black Ink strength. Every time the humans came across such Black Ink disciples on the battlefield, they wouldn't hesitate to kill them. That was because death was the only release for these Black Ink disciples. Nevertheless, in such a situation, it wasn't appropriate for this Seventh Order master to give them the cold shoulder. This Black Ink disciple used to be a part of the human race, and he had fought against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield before. The leading feudal lord was apparently a clever one as he let this Black Ink disciple speak while he remained silent. There was no doubt that it was a wise decision. The Seventh Order Black Ink disciple nodded. "Great Evolution Pass, Lien Su." Without beating around the bush, Mu Tianzong asked, "Why has the Black Ink clan come all the way here, waving a white flag?" Lien Su replied, "Senior brother, the Black Ink clan of Great Evolution Pass would like to hold peace talks with the humans. The reason we have a white flag with us is to show our sincerity." "A peace talk?" Mu Tianzong arched his brow, as though he was surprised. "The blood feud between the two races is irresolvable. Do you think we'll believe that you want to suddenly discuss peace?" Lien Su replied, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What matters is whether the army commanders and the division commanders will believe it." He basically implied that this Seventh Order master had no right to decide how the matter should be handled. Mu Tianzong stared back at him and snorted. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had made the right decision by letting a Black Ink disciple deal with this matter instead of doing it themselves. After all, Black Ink disciples had a far better understanding of the human race. The Black Ink disciple Lien Su went on to say, "Over the past 100 years, the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass have repeatedly clashed with the army you belong to, and both parties have suffered immense losses. Now, the Black Ink clansmen are stuck in Great Evolution Pass while the humans don't dare to attack rashly. Further confrontation will only drain our strength and waste our time. Now, the Black Ink clan are willing to return Great Evolution Pass to the humans. It's just that we don't know whether the humans are willing to accept it." Hearing that, Mu Tianzong secretly sneered. The truth was that the Black Ink clan at the royal city had been defeated, and those garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass had no choice but to abandon this place. However, this Black Ink disciple spoke in a way as though the Black Ink clan were doing the humans a favor by giving Great Evolution Pass back to them. Did they think that the North-South Army had no idea what had happened at the royal city? Just like what Mi Jingluan had expected, the Black Ink clan thought that the humans did not know what transpired at the royal city, so they wanted to take advantage of it. Despite knowing what was going on, the Seventh Order master pretended that he knew nothing as he appeared surprised. "The Black Ink clan are going to just give Great Evolution Pass back to us?" Lien Su nodded. "Great Evolution Pass originally belonged to the human race. Now, we're just returning it to you. What are the Black Ink clan's conditions?" Mu Tianzong appeared tempted. "There's no way they will give it back to us for free. It's not like they're kind-hearted people." Lien Su replied with a smile, "There are indeed some conditions, however, it's pointless for us to discuss this. The leaders of the two races will have to meet to make a decision. Mu Tianzong furrowed his brow slightly before nodding. You have a point. In that case, give me a moment. I'll relay a message to the higher-ups. Saying so, he fished out a communication bead and activated his divine sense to get in touch with those at the forward base. These apprehensive Black Ink clansmen waited in silence, especially the feudal lord who was holding the white flag. He had a feeling that some people were watching him from the shadows, which made him feel uneasy. A moment later, Mu Tianzong lifted his head and said, "We've received an order. Since the Black Ink clan wants to hold peace talks, tell the territory lord who can make decisions to come over. The army commanders and division commanders will speak with him." It seemed that Lien Su had already expected this, so he shook his head with a smile. "That's not appropriate. If Sir Territory Lord comes all the way here, and the army commanders and division commanders intend to kill him, he might not be able to keep himself safe." Mu Tianzong scoffed, "You used to be a human, so you should know that we don't go back on our word." Lien Su refuted, "I also know that deception is an essential tool to achieve one's goal on the battlefield." Mu Tianzong asked impatiently, "What do you think we should do, then?" "Give me a moment, senior brother." Saying so, Lien Su turned to look at the feudal lord with the white flag and used his divine sense to communicate with him. Mu Tianzong had no idea what they were talking about, but the feudal lord kept nodding his head, as though Lien Su was actually the leader here. The feudal lord was probably flustered as numerous murderous intents had locked onto him, so he wasn't in the mood to mull over anything. Therefore, he just let Lien Su make the decision. A moment later, Lien Su said, "I think that the leaders of the two races should meet at a neutral location to prevent either side from having ill intentions. What do you think, senior brother? Where do you think a suitable place would be?" Mu Tianzong asked. Lien Su replied, 1,000,000 kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass. The distance was still within range of the arrays set up at Great Evolution Pass. The reason Lien Su had made this offer was to give the humans room for negotiation, but surprisingly, Mu Tianzong directly agreed to it. "Good, 1,000,000 kilometers out from Great Evolution Pass it is." His prompt reply startled Lien Su as he asked in shock, "Don't you have to get the approval of your higher-ups, senior brother?" A confident Mu Tianzong replied, "The army commanders have given me authority to make the decision." He really had gotten this permission when he contacted those at the forward base just now. Mi Jingluan had already expected this kind of outcome, so he told Mu Tianzong to just agree to any place that the other party proposed because he was certain that regardless of where the peace talk was held, the Black Ink clan wouldn't dare to initiate hostilities. What's more, by granting a concession here, they could be more aggressive during the actual negotiations. Lien Su wasn't sure if he should believe what he was hearing. However, things had come to such a point where he could only believe this seventh-order master. No one could have expected that the location of the peace talk would be so easily decided, especially the feudal lord at the front. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass with the white flag in his hands, he still felt like he was dreaming. When he reported the outcome to Hongdi and the other territory lords, they were all surprised. They had never expected that the humans would be willing to hold peace talks just 1,000,000 kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass. How confident must the humans be to agree to it? Or did they have other arrangements? Back at the forward base, Mi Jingluan stepped out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. The 8th Order Division commanders behind him were boisterous, some of them wanting to tag along while some of them wanted to sail the fleet out to put pressure on the Black Ink clan. After all, the location of the peace talks was too close to Great Evolution Pass. If the Black Ink clan played any kind of trick, the humans would suffer greatly. Mi Jingluan just let them keep making noise. It wasn't until they gradually fell silent that he said, "I don't need anyone to come with me, nor do we have to sail the fleet out to that place. This me alone will be enough." Seeing that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were about to raise a fuss again, Mi Jingluan stopped them by saying, "Don't worry. The Black Ink clan won't dare to make a move this time. Yang Lai refuted, regardless of whether they will make a move or not, I'm going with you. With a helpless smile, Mi Jing Luan replied, you haven't recovered yet, so what good will you coming with me do? Yang Lai said, I'm fine. Even if there is a fight, I won't be a burden to you. Mi Jing Luan shook his head, just stay here and recuperate. You're hot-tempered, so it might not be a good thing if you tag along. Yang Lai pursed his lips and replied in a muffled voice, I'll just keep my mouth shut when we get there. Do you really want to come with me? Mi Jing Luan gazed at him. Yang Lai snorted, you and I are equal in rank, you can't stop me from coming. Mi Jing Luan rubbed his forehead, fine. You can come with me, brother Yang. The Eighth Order masters broke into a commotion. It was already inappropriate that Mi Jing Luan wanted to go there on his own, but now that the two army commanders were leaving at the same time, the North-South army would be leaderless if the Black Ink clan decided to kill them both. Seeing that they just wouldn't keep their mouths shut, Mi Jing Luan eventually gave an order as the army commander and made them shut up. A moment later, two figures shot into the sky and headed in Great Evolution Pass direction. Somewhere in the forward base, a dazed Li Xing watched them leave with a great sense of admiration in his heart. The Black Ink clan really wanted to hold peace talks with the humans. How strange was that? He couldn't believe his ears when he first heard about it. The reasons he decided to stay were that, first of all, he didn't have to return to the East-West Army's side, and secondly, he wanted to find out if Mi Jing Luan's speculation was right. Now, it seemed that this army commander indeed had incredible foresight. He had stayed by Xiang Shan's side for a very long time, so he was fully aware that the latter was extremely talented when it came to military strategy. Now, there seemed to be someone who was a match for Xiang Shan. With such people in charge of the human army, why would they have to worry about not winning the war against the Black Ink clan? In the void, Mi Jing Luan and Yang Lai headed in Great Evolution Pass direction alongside each other. Initially, just like what Yang Lai had promised earlier, he remained silent. However, he soon pushed his promise to the back of his mind as he said, Old me, there's something I don't understand. I wonder if you've figured it out. Mi Jing Luan asked with a smile, what's troubling you, brother Yang? Yang Lai waved his hand, stop teasing me. I'm good at fighting, but it's not my forte to think about stuff. So, I need you to explain it to me. Alright, go ahead. Yang Lai went on to say, judging from the Black Ink clan's reaction, those from the royal city must have faced a tremendous defeat, otherwise, they wouldn't suddenly want to hold peace talks with us. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5267, Peace Talks. That's right. Senior Brother Xiang's plan was that they'd set off from the royal city to Great Evolution Pass in a high-profile manner. This news must have been passed on from the Black Ink clansmen in the royal city to those in Great Evolution Pass through the Black Ink nests. If they want to survive, they have to leave Great Evolution Pass within half a month, otherwise, it will be too late. Although it would take the East-West Army a month to arrive at this place from the royal city, the Black Ink clan had to leave Great Evolution Pass half a month in advance if they wanted to be safe, otherwise, they might come across the East-West Army and the old ancestor on the way to their destination, which would be a death sentence. Then, do you think that the royal lord is dead? Yang Lai turned to look at Mi Jing Luan. That was what he couldn't figure out. Although he had a speculation, he couldn't be certain. The royal lord is still alive, Mi Jing Luan directly stated. Why do you think so? Since the Black Ink clan want to have peace talks with us, it means that they want to circumvent the North-South Army and head to the royal city. If the royal lord had died, the royal city would have been destroyed. In that case, what's the point of them returning to the royal city? They could just leave from the back of Great Evolution Pass and make a detour to the left to reach the Wind and Cloud Theater. Or, they could go to the Azure Void Theater on the right to join up with the Black Ink clan there. Since they want to return to the royal city, it means that the royal lord is still alive. Upon hearing that, Yang Lai nodded, just as I thought. As the old saying goes, great minds think alike. He was just a rough man with nothing but brute force, but he still shamelessly claimed to have a great mind like that of Mi Jingluan, as though he was an intelligent person. Mi Jingluan went on to say with a smile, "There's one more reason I am certain of my conclusion." "Oh? What is it?" Mi Jingluan pointed at Great Evolution Pass. If the royal lord was killed, the royal lord Black Ink Nest would have been destroyed, taking that mid-rank Black Ink Nest in Great Evolution Pass with it. Since the Black Ink Nest in the pass is still alive, it suggests that the Black Ink Nest in the royal city is alright. So, the royal lord must still be alive. Yang Lai repeatedly nodded, yes, yes. That's exactly what I was thinking. In Great Evolution Pass, just as the territory lords were deliberating on whether the humans were plotting something, a feudal lord came over in a hurry and reported, "There are some humans approaching Great Evolution Pass. Their auras suggest that they are 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters." Hongdi and the other territory lords were shocked. Hongdi asked, "How many are there?" The feudal lord replied, "There are only 2 of them." "Are there any human soldiers behind them?" "The human soldiers remain at their base. There are no signs of additional activity." Hongdi couldn't believe what he had just heard. He promptly leapt onto the wall and looked out intently. There were indeed 2 rays of light rushing towards Great Evolution Pass. They were indeed 8th Order Masters, for Hongdi could clearly sense the 8th Order auras exuding from them. Are there really only the 2 of them? Although they had been enemies for many years, Hongdi couldn't help but think that these 2 8th Order Masters were quite bold. If he was in their shoes, he wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. When the group of Black Ink clansmen returned and reported to them what had happened, they felt that the humans must have some kind of scheme they wanted to pull off by agreeing to meet at a place just 1,000,000 kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass for the peace talks. Now, it seemed that there wasn't any kind of plot at all. The 2 8th Order Masters were coming over on their own, which made the Black Ink clan appear somewhat weak and petty. Seeing that, the territory lords fell into a dilemma. If the humans really wanted to pull a trick, they could have responded in kind, however, that was not the case. What were they supposed to do in this situation? All the territory lords looked at Hongdi, hoping that he would make a decision. After giving it a thought, Hongdi said grimly, "The humans are indeed brave, but it's not like we are all cowards. Does any one of you want to greet our guests with me?" If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to leave Great Evolution Pass. Nevertheless, he was the owner of this territory and the leader of the Black Ink clan here. If he didn't step forward to deal with this issue, who else would? He swept a glance over these territory lords, but they all remained silent. Clearly, none of them wanted to go with him. He secretly sighed, knowing that the territory lords here had been traumatized by the 8th Order humans during the previous battle. In that fight, the 8th Order Masters willingly sacrificed their lives just to bring down the territory lords with them. At that time, he didn't take part in the battle because he had to remain in charge of Great Evolution Pass. However, after the dust settled, Hongdi heard all about how tragic that battle was. If he were these territory lords, he would have felt terrified of these insane 8th Order Masters too. Since no one was willing to go with him, he could only choose someone himself. He glanced at a territory lord whose figure was quite human-like and said, "You'll come with me, Nu-E." The territory lord was shocked as she had never expected that Hongdi would choose her. However, everyone was looking at her now, and what they were about to do would determine whether the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass could survive, so she could not back down. Therefore, she summoned her courage and nodded, "Yes. Let's go." Hongdi waved his hand, flew over the wall, and dashed into the distance. Nu-E followed him closely. When he reached a spot that was 1,000,000 kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass, Hongdi stopped in his tracks and waited patiently. Nu-E took a step forward and stood beside him. The two Eighth-order masters were moving at a speed that was neither slow nor fast, so it would take them about an hour before they arrived. However, their majestic auras could clearly be felt, and one could faintly see the figures hidden within the rays of light. Discovering something shocking, Nu-yi shuddered and exclaimed, "He's not dead." "What?" Hongdi glanced at her in puzzlement. She pointed at one of the rays of light. "The one with a more violent aura is a red-haired human. Xiaofan was killed by him. He should have died in that battle, but it seems he's still alive." When Xiaofan was killed, she was nearby, so she saw him being beheaded by the red-haired Eighth-order Open Heaven Realm Master with his sword. However, the Eighth-order Master's aura soon withered, so she thought that he had perished along with Xiaofan. It wasn't until this moment that she realized the Eighth-order Open Heaven Realm Master from back then was still alive. The familiar aura made her recall the ruthless red-haired man who seemed to not care at all for his own life, and she couldn't help but shudder. Upon hearing that, Hongdi paid more attention to the human with the fiery aura. He could detect that even though the aura was imposing, it was somewhat unstable. It was obvious that the person was still injured. It seemed that even though this human had survived the battle 10 years ago, he was horribly injured, otherwise, he would have recovered by now. The humans. After fighting with the humans for so many years, Hongdi still couldn't figure out what advantages that this race had. They couldn't cultivate as fast as the Black Ink clan could, they were not as strong as the Black Ink clan. They also couldn't endlessly nurture new soldiers like the Black Ink clan as long as there were Black Ink nests and resources. Nevertheless, even after all these years, the two races were still deadlocked on the Black Ink battlefield. The Black Ink clan had never gained the upper hand over the humans. If he had to summarize it, Hongdi would say that the biggest strength the humans had was their resilience. Races that were not resilient enough were unable to resist the Black Ink clan. 1 hour later, the two rays of light arrived at a spot that was just 100 kilometers away from Hongdi and Nu-yi before stopping. It could be said to be a dangerous distance. As to a territory lord or Eighth-order master, such a distance was no different from being face to face with one another. One could touch the other party just by lifting his hand. This made Hongdi and Nu-yi tense up. The lights dissipated and revealed two figures. One of them was clad in scholarly clothes and had a feather fan in his hand. The other was a burly red-haired man. Unlike how anxious Hongdi and Nu-yi were, these two humans appeared calm and collected, and upon detecting their anxiety, the red-haired Eighth-order master openly sneered. This made Hongdi secretly furious. They had great evolution pass behind them, and should there be any anomaly, the powers of the arrays and artifacts would rain on these two humans. Why should he be afraid of them? On the other hand, these two humans didn't have support here. Should there be a conflict, they would surely suffer miserably. At the thought of this, Hongdi relaxed and cupped his fist, just like how the humans would usually greet each other, Hongdi. Nu-yi also gave her name. With a smile, Mi Jing Luan saluted them back. Great Evolution Northern Army, Mi Jing Luan. Great Evolution Southern Army, O Yang Lai. Hongdi became startled for a moment. Although the two races had been in a confrontation for many years, it wasn't until this moment that he discovered the humans had named their army after Great Evolution. It showed they were determined to retake Great Evolution Pass. Although I've never heard of your names before, I know that you two are outstanding strategists after dealing with you for so many years. We've suffered a lot of setbacks because of you. Mi Jing Luan replied with a smile, since we humans are weak, we can only deal with you using strategies. We're enemies on the battlefield, and both parties never hold back our powers when making a move. O Yang Lai secretly sent a voice transmission to Mi Jing Luan. The Black Ink clan knows how to flatter others as well. It wasn't certain whether he was intentional, as it was a transmission could be heard within a certain range, so Hongdi and Nu-yi could clearly hear him as well. At that instant, they felt embarrassed. Hongdi suppressed his anger and went on to say, although we've suffered immense losses, the same can be said for the humans. Over the years, neither of the two races has gained the upper hand. Now, we have great evolution pass while you are lacking soldiers. I don't think you have the power to conquer the Great Pass. Mi Jingluan kept a smile on his face as he replied, we're still deliberating on whether we should attack the Great Pass. As for whether we'll succeed, we'll find out after we fight. Hong Di frowned, aren't you worried that all of your soldiers will be wiped out if another battle breaks out? Swaying the feather fan, Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, all humans, from the 5th order to the 7th order, do not fear death. It is the same for those of us in the 8th order. I'm sure that all of you became aware of our determination after the previous battle. Hong Di said grimly, although I did not personally experience that battle, I did hear about it after. The human race is indeed determined. Mi Jingluan kept the feather fan and said, let's end the small talk here. You sent envoys to our side to ask for peace talks, so how do you want to discuss it? Are you here to talk about which side has the more fearless and heroic soldiers with this me? Hong Di refuted, that's certainly not what I want to talk about. Let us settle things here and now. We control Great Evolution Pass, while you humans do not have enough manpower to conquer it. Fighting will only drain our strength and waste our time. Great Evolution Pass originally belonged to the humans, and is irrelevant to the Black Ink Clan's foundation. After a discussion with the other territory lords, we've decided to return Great Evolution Pass to the humans. I'm not sure if you're willing to accept it. Mi Jingluan replied, we've come all the way here to retrieve Great Evolution Pass. Since you're willing to give it back to us, why would we not accept it? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5268, The Humans' Conditions. Good, Hong Di nodded faintly, we can return Great Evolution Pass to the humans, but it comes with conditions. Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, nothing is free in this world, we're fully aware of that. It's understandable that you have some conditions. As for whether we'll agree to it, that's another thing. Hong Di continued, the soldiers of the two races are fortunate you are such a principled person. Yang Lai pursed his lips, as though he was saying this Black Ink clansman was buttering them up again. Hong Di ignored him and got straight to the point, since the Black Ink clan occupied Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago, we've spent a lot of time and effort fortifying it. Other than the various setups, the Black Ink nest there alone is extremely valuable. If we leave, there's no way we can keep the Black Ink nest, so we expect those losses to be borne by the humans. Therefore, we can give Great Evolution Pass back to you, but you must give us sufficient resources as compensation. Mi Jingluan kept a smile on his face, that's understandable. Is there anything else? Hong Di was startled, as he had never expected this human to be so approachable. He thought that the humans would haggle over everything with him. Besides that, when they talked about where the peace talks should be held, the Black Ink clan demanded that they take place just 1 million kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass, yet the humans had directly agreed to it. It seemed that this 8th Order master was a straightforward person. Additionally, we were repeatedly intercepted by the humans when we tried to leave the Great Pass in the past. We had no choice but to engage in life-or-death battles with you and eventually were forced to return to the pass. In order to prevent this from happening again, we request your army to withdraw a 10-day distance either to the left or right of Great Evolution Pass. Only then can we leave without any worries. What do you think? A reasonable request, Mi Jingluan nodded. Will you send some people to monitor us? Hong Di nodded, yes, I will. If they weren't monitored, there was no guarantee that the humans would stay 10 days distance from Great Evolution Pass. If the humans blocked their way again, a battle would be inevitable. Do you have other conditions? Mi Jingluan asked with the same inscrutable smile on his lips. Hong Di had no idea what other conditions he should come up with. Getting resources from the humans was more like a way to show that the sacrifices of the Black Ink clansmen who were killed in the battle were not in vain. Other than that, the humans had to stay far away to ensure that the Black Ink clan wouldn't be ambushed. These two conditions were enough. It was pointless to bring up other conditions. It wasn't like they could tell the humans to apologize for the death of the Black Ink clan soldiers. The humans would never agree to such a ridiculous demand. As such, Hongdi shook his head and said, "If the humans agree to these two conditions, we will return Great Evolution Pass to you." Mi Jingluan put on a smile, "You're a frank person as well. In that case, we should be straightforward with each other. Since you've mentioned the conditions you have, I'll now talk about the conditions we humans have." Hongdi frowned. "The humans have some conditions?" Mi Jingluan said, "Since this is a negotiation, why can't the humans propose some conditions?" Hongdi was rendered speechless, but reckoning that he should hear him out, he nodded. "In that case, please go ahead." After a nod, Mi Jingluan waved his feather fan and said grimly, "The first condition is that the Black Ink clan can leave Great Evolution Pass, but all the resources, including all fortifications and arrangements the Black Ink clan has installed, must stay behind." Upon hearing that, Hongdi was infuriated. "You want us to leave all resources and equipment behind in Great Evolution Pass?" He thought he had misheard him. Then, he turned to look at Nu Yi, who appeared puzzled with a frown. "Yes, everything." Mi Jingluan nodded. Regardless of whether the other party would agree to it, he pointed his feather fan at Great Evolution Pass and went on to say, "The second condition is that the Black Ink nest in Great Evolution Pass has to stay. The Black Ink clan cannot destroy it, nor can you bring it away." "Impossible!" Hongdi roared. The Black Ink nest belonged to him, and he had personally hatched it. If it fell into the humans' hands, the transmission of information between the Black Ink clan would be exposed to the humans. Moreover, humans had many strange and unusual methods, so he wasn't certain if they could use this Black Ink nest to harm him somehow. Therefore, he directly rejected the idea without even giving it a thought. Even if he couldn't bring the Black Ink nest away, he had to destroy it rather than allow the humans to control it. Mi Jingluan ignored his outburst directly, and as the smile on his face faded, he looked Hongdi in the eye and declared solemnly, "The third condition is that all Black Ink disciples must stay." This time, Hongdi didn't explode, because when his fury crossed a critical point and he instead became calm. He stared at Mi Jingluan with narrowed eyes and replied impassively, "It seems that you're not really interested in holding peace talks with us." With a serious expression, Mi Jingluan said, "We're sincere, otherwise, we wouldn't have come at all." Hongdi slowly shook his head, "But I don't see any sincerity from you. Letting the Black Ink clan safely leave Great Evolution Pass is the biggest sincerity we can show." Hongdi furrowed his brows. "What do you mean by that?" Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Must I make it clear to you?" "All right, I'll do just that. Over the years, it was the North-South Army that has been fighting against you all. On the other hand, the East-West Army is responsible for destroying the royal city. 10 days ago, in the battle outside the royal city, the Black Ink clan suffered a massive defeat. Many of your comrades were killed, and the royal lord has suffered grievous injuries. Now, the East-West Army is on its way here from the royal city and will rendezvous with us within a month. When that time comes, we'll have sufficient manpower and the old ancestor with us. So, how are you going to stop us even if you hole up inside Great Evolution Pass?" Hongdi was flabbergasted. Why, you know what had happened at the royal city? He had never expected that the humans were aware of what had happened at the royal city. The reason he even came up with his two conditions was that he thought that the humans were inferior to the Black Ink clan when it came to the transmission of information. In truth, the Black Ink clan would be considered lucky if they could safely leave Great Evolution Pass and return to the royal city. By bringing up two conditions, Hongdi simply wanted to make the Black Ink clan appear overbearing while it wouldn't matter even if the humans didn't agree to them in the end. Therefore, he was surprised to learn that the humans had found out the outcome of the war. How did they find out about it? It would take a person at least a month to arrive at this place from the royal city. The war at the royal city only ended 10 days ago, so it was unlikely that the humans in this place would learn about the outcome so soon. The only possibility is that the humans had already expected the outcome of the war and sent someone to this place to inform the North-South Army about it in advance. Are you surprised, Sir Hongdi? Mi Jingluan smiled faintly. Hongdi was a territory lord, after all, so after a momentary surprise, he came to his senses and snapped, "Why did you even agree to my conditions, then? Are you messing with me?" Mi Jingluan shook his head. "I did not agree to your conditions. I only said that you could bring up your conditions, and we would discuss it." Hongdi fell silent. Without giving the other party time to ponder on it, Mi Jingluan went on to say, "The East-West Army will arrive at this place in a month. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that the old ancestor might act on her own. In that case, she will reach this place from the royal city within a few days. When that happens, none of you will be able to leave." Hongdi shivered at that moment, for the notion of the old ancestor coming to this place on her own never crossed his mind, so he quickly objected, "There's no way your old ancestor is not injured after the fight with the royal lord. In that case, she has to be recuperating now. What is the point of you bluffing?" Mi Jingluan shook his head. "She's not in a rush to recuperate, as retaking Great Evolution Pass is more important. The old ancestor is unlike your royal lord who fears death. Every time a battle broke out, she always led the charge. So, if all of you want to safely leave Great Evolution Pass, you'd better do it quickly. Leaving within 3 days would be ideal, otherwise, you won't be able to when the old ancestor arrives." Despite knowing that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was trying to threaten him, Hongdi was still flustered, for if the old ancestor really came to this place on her own, the Black Ink clan would be doomed. Over the years, from the information they had gathered through the Black Ink nests, the old ancestor was a woman who could hardly be said to be a reasonable and mild-tempered person. After giving it a thought for a brief moment, Hongdi said, "We'll agree to your first condition." The resources didn't matter to them. As long as they could return to the royal city, they could mine more, therefore, he directly agreed to it. "Very good. However, I'm afraid I can't agree to the second and third conditions." Mi Jingluan shot him a dispassionate glance. "If you don't agree to it, we'll have no choice but to fight." Hongdi grit his teeth. "If we fight, you two will definitely lose your lives." Mi Jingluan replied impassively, "That's fine. We won't feel lonely with you two to keep us company on the way to the Yellow Springs." At this moment, Hongdi was regretful of the decision he had made before. He shouldn't have tried to act brave by only bringing Nu Yi with him. Instead, he should have had all the territory lords come over. With more people on their side, they could join forces and defeat these two humans. Now, it was an embarrassing situation. If a fight broke out here, these two 8th Order Masters would undoubtedly die, but he and Nu Yi would probably lose their lives as well. The 8th Order humans seemed to have grown a penchant for mutually assured destruction with territory lords. Seeing that they had reached a deadlock, Nu Yi, who had remained silent all along, suddenly proposed, "Please calm yourselves. Since this is a negotiation, we should keep cool heads. What's the point of confronting each other now? In my opinion, both of us should make a concession." Mi Jingluan turned to look at her. "What kind of concession will you make?" Nu Yi replied apologetically, "Please give me a moment, sir." Saying so, she communicated with Hongdi using divine sense right in front of Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai. A myriad of expressions came over Hongdi, and a while later, he nodded with a gloomy expression. It was apparent that he was still unwilling, but had no other choice. It was then that Nu Yi turned to look at Mi Jingluan and forced a smile. "Sir Mi, I've discussed the matter with Sir Hongdi, and we've decided that we'll agree to your second condition." "A wise decision," Mi Jingluan responded with a smile. "We have shown our sincerity by agreeing to your third condition, so can you withdraw your third condition to show that you're willing to make a concession as well? That way, we can reach a peaceful settlement without resorting to needless violence. Mi Jingluan glanced at her with a smile. You've agreed to one of our conditions, so we would appear unreasonable if we did not concede in return. There's no reason for me to reject your proposal. Upon hearing that, Nu Yi was elated. However, before she could speak, Mi Jingluan went on to say, "Good, since you have shown enough sincerity, we won't be imperious. This me will withdraw our side's second condition. You can do anything you want to the black ink nest. I don't care whether you'll bring it away or destroy it. However, all the black ink disciples have to stay. We will handle them." Nu Yi widened her eyes in disbelief as she was lost for words. She had never expected that Mi Jingluan would turn the tables on them in such a way by withdrawing the second condition but forcing them to accept the third one. Beside her, Hong Di sported a dark expression. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5269, I've always wanted to have a look inside. Leaving the black ink nest here didn't really matter, they just had to inform the royal lord about it and let the latter use his high-rank black ink nest to cut off the connection with the mid-rank black ink nest in Great Evolution Pass, thus ensuring that the exchange of information between the black ink clan wouldn't be exposed to the humans. As for whether the humans would make use of this black ink nest and cast a secret technique to target Hong Di, that could be dealt with in the future. Furthermore, it was unlikely to happen. However, they couldn't leave all the black ink disciples here. Although there were still a lot of black ink clan soldiers in Great Evolution Pass, there were not many powerful ones. In the previous war, a large number of territory lords and 8th Order black ink disciples had lost their lives. If they wanted to leave Great Evolution Pass and return to the royal city, the power of the black ink disciples would be indispensable. If they left the black ink disciples to the humans, no one could guarantee that the humans wouldn't develop any ill intentions. In that case, how were the black ink clansmen supposed to ward them off? This was no different from digging their own grave. The black ink clan wasn't foolish, so they wouldn't agree to such a demand. It could be said that the black ink disciples were their bottom line, and they wouldn't give them to the humans. Seeing that Hong Di and Nu Yi fell silent, as though the discussion was about to fall apart, Mi Jingluan put on a smile. Do you need to deliberate on it for a moment? Nu Yi forced a smile. Please give us a moment, Sir Mi. They then communicated with each other using their divine senses again. It was obvious that Hong Di was furious while Nu Yi appeared concerned. The discussion didn't yield any meaningful results. An impatient Ouyang Lai darted his gaze back and forth between Hong Di and Nu Yu, as though he was thinking about which parts of their bodies he should cut first. The silent pressure caused these territory lords to feel flustered. This red-haired man was the one who killed Zhichong. Given such a short distance between them, they didn't have the confidence to repel him if he suddenly flared up. On the other hand, Mi Jingluan, who was the one who did all of the talking, appeared calm and collected, as though he wouldn't feel bored even if he had to wait for 100 years. Certainly, the two territory lords wouldn't let him wait for 100 years, for they were in a hurry while the humans were not. After all, no one could guarantee that the old ancestor wouldn't come here on her own. If she wanted to, the old ancestor would only take her a few days to arrive at this place from the royal city, hence, the Black Ink clan had to quickly come up with a solution and leave. A moment later, they finally made a decision. Again, it was Nu Yi who spoke. I'm sorry for making you wait. Mi Jingluan asked with a smile, have you made a decision? Nu Yi nodded. Just like what I've said, we'll agree to the second condition to show that we're willing to make a concession. As for the third condition, we can only agree to half of it. What do you mean? Mi Jingluan arched his brow. Now, we're only left with 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. There are quite a number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples, but there are only a dozen or so 8th Order Black Ink disciples, Nu Yi explained. We can give all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples to the humans, but 8th Order Black Ink disciples must remain with us. After a pause, she put on a bitter smile, including the second condition, we've made a massive concession. If you still refuse to agree to it, then this discussion will end here. Mi Jingluan fell silent. He was fully aware of why the Black Ink clan was unwilling to hand over the 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Now, there were not a lot of powerful masters in the Black Ink clan, so they had to rely on the protection of those 8th Order Black Ink disciples on their way to the royal city. If they gave the 8th Order Black Ink disciples to the humans, they would lose a sense of security. How were they supposed to fend off the humans if the latter decided to renege on the agreement and attack them? In fact, even though Mi Jingluan had come up with such a condition, he had never expected the Black Ink clan to agree to it. It was really just his way of testing the waters, as he knew there was no way the Black Ink clan would agree to it. If he kept on pushing the Black Ink clan, things would only get worse. Therefore, after a moment of deliberation, he nodded, "This me can see your sincerity. In that case, it's decided." Seeing that he had agreed to it, Hongdi and Nu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Of these two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even though this red-haired man, who had remained silent all along, appeared condescending and ferocious, the pressure he gave off was not as great as that of this seemingly mild-tempered man. He could easily manipulate them into giving in to his demands with his words alone. It wasn't just about cultivation, it seemed he was well versed in the art of persuasion. After the discussion ended, Mi Jingluan asked, "When will the Black Ink clan leave?" Nu Yi remained silent and turned to look at the man beside her. Hongdi replied, "We need some time to organize our troops. We'll leave Great Evolution Pass in 2 to 3 days. They wouldn't dare to stay for long." Mi Jingluan nodded, "In that case, this me will order our soldiers to withdraw. When the time comes, we'll make sure not to get in the way of your return to the royal city. Do you need to send some people to monitor us?" "I'll make the arrangements, so you don't have to worry about it, Sir Mi," Hongdi said impassively. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, then he continued, "Great Evolution Pass used to belong to the humans, and you lost it 30,000 years ago. Since both of you are here, why don't you come have a look inside the Great Pass?" There was no doubt that he was ill-intentioned when he came up with such a suggestion at this point. That was mainly because he was unresigned at the fact that he had been suppressed by Mi Jingluan's words since the start of the negotiation. He did not intend to harm Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai, after all, an agreement had already been reached. As long as both parties restrained themselves, the Black Ink clan would safely leave this place and the humans would retrieve Great Evolution Pass without having to fight. It was a win-win situation, while another conflict would do both sides no good. The suggestion was meant to help him vent his anger. If the two humans did not have the guts to enter Great Evolution Pass, it would show that they were timid. Even if they had the audacity to visit Great Evolution Pass, they would appear nervous and embarrass themselves. Surprisingly, Mi Jingluan appeared elated upon hearing the suggestion, an excellent suggestion. "I've always wanted to have a look inside." Hongdi was dumbfounded. He readily agreed to it. As a territory lord, since he had already spoken, he could only invite them to visit Great Evolution Pass. Composing himself, he guffawed and replied, "You're indeed a straightforward person, Sir Mi." Mi Jingluan said, "We'll have a look at the setups in Great Evolution Pass and count the number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples. When you leave, I hope that everything inside Great Evolution Pass will remain intact, and all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples will remain." Of course, Hongdi felt bitter in his heart, but he was unable to do anything about it. On the wall of Great Evolution Pass, the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples were shocked to see that after a long discussion, Hongdi, Nu Yi, and the two 8th Order Masters were now returning to Great Evolution Pass together while having a seemingly pleasant chat. What's going on? The territory lords were astounded. A peace talk between the two races was unprecedented, so they had practically made history today, but how did that lead to these four now having a casual conversation? If not for the fact that Eighth Order Masters wouldn't be corrupted by black ink strength so soon, the Territory Lords would have thought that the two humans had been turned into black ink disciples. It only took them a short moment to move across the million kilometers distance. Hongdi specifically brought Mi Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai to the place where the Territory Lords and Eighth Order black ink disciples gathered together. He then introduced them to the Territory Lords. They are the army commanders of the human race army, Sir Mi and Sir Ouyang. I'm sure you're aware of how powerful they are after years of clashes with the humans. The Territory Lords remained silent as they stared at Mi Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai and mounted pressure on them. Mi Jing Luan just replied with a smile, "It is my honor to see so many powerful members of the Black Ink clan." Ouyang Lai was not so polite as he swept a glance over the vital parts of these Territory Lords, which left the latter somewhat vexed. Oblivious to their fury, Ouyang Lai continued staring at them. The two of them were on their own in a place where all the powerful Black Ink clansmen had gathered together. One of them was calm and collected while the other was bold and fearless. Hongdi reckoned that he was no match for these two when it came to composure. No Territory Lord could act the way these two humans did if they were in their shoes. Hongdi felt disappointed as he had failed in his attempt to frighten the two humans. He then said to the Territory Lords, "These sirs have come all the way here to take a stroll around Great Evolution Pass. Just attend to your own matters. I'll keep them company." It was only then that the Territory Lords left. After they were gone, Hongdi asked, "Where do you want to look, Sir Mi?" "Although we, the Black Ink clan, have only been in charge of this place for 30,000 years. We're more familiar with Great Evolution Pass now than the humans." Mi Jing Luan replied with a smile, "Many thanks for taking good care of this place, Sir Hongdi. Let's just look around." Hongdi extended his hand, "In that case, this way please." On the wall, Hongdi and Mi Jing Luan shuffled forward alongside one another. Ouyang Lai and Nu Yi followed closely behind them. Nu Yi wouldn't dare to get close to Ouyang Lai, so she deliberately walked behind him, which unintentionally made it look as though she was his maidservant. A moment later, Hongdi regretted the fact that he had invited these two to visit Great Evolution Pass on a whim. That was mainly because Mi Jing Luan started criticizing the arrays and artifacts on the walls. As an experienced Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a former army commander of a Great Pass, Mi Jing Luan was familiar with the standard arrangements of a Great Pass. The setups in a human Great Pass could be said to be interlocked with one another in a meticulous manner, thus ensuring that they would work efficiently when the humans fought against the enemies. Although the Black Ink clan had been managing Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, their setups were a mess. They looked well constructed, but only 50% of their power could probably be unleashed. If a human Great Pass was set up in such a way, it would have been conquered by the Black Ink clan a long time ago. It wasn't like there was anything Hongdi could do about it. The Black Ink clan lacked special talents like array masters and artifact refiners, so they couldn't arrange exquisite and powerful arrays and artifacts like those in a human Great Pass. Even though they had imitated the previous setups in Great Evolution Pass, it was not as good as what the humans could do. They were unable to make this pass as sturdy as the humans could. Hongdi then led Mi Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai to leap off the wall and walk around the inner sanctum. Mi Jing Luan directly activated his divine sense and scanned the surroundings in an attempt to examine the setups in the inner sanctum and count the number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples. Hongdi didn't mind this. Since it had been agreed upon, he'd rather Mi Jing Luan act openly than secretly. Soon, they arrived at the center of the inner sanctum where there was a square that served as a military drill ground in Great Evolution Pass. Every Great Pass had its own military drill ground that was quite vast. On special occasions, it could accommodate several tens of thousands of Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Territory Lord Black Ink Nest was located in this square, and in front of the gigantic Black Ink Nest was a huge jade monument. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5270, Where's the Old Ancestor? Due to the ambient black ink strength, the air inside Great Evolution Pass was tainted with darkness. In this dark world, this bit of white light stood out and captured one's attention. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai stopped in their tracks as they gazed at the huge jade monument. It was the Monument of Heroes. There was a Monument of Heroes in the military drill ground of every human Great Pass. There were no words on the monument, but if one infused their divine sense into it, they could see countless names which had been engraved within. Those were the names of the soldiers who had fallen in the war against the Black Ink clan in the theater of their respective Great Pass. The two army commanders immediately turned solemn. To the side, Hong Di stared at the Monument of Heroes and said, "After we occupied Great Evolution Pass, we made many new arrangements and changes. However, I decided to keep this monument and have been controlling the Black Ink nest's power so that it won't be affected by Black Ink strength. Although our two races are arch-enemies that have fought for countless years, we still admire the fearlessness and bravery of the humans. This monument serves as the reminder to us that the humans are strong and unyielding. Unfortunately, after 30,000 years of peace, we seem to have lost the instinct and courage to fight against the humans." He let out a sigh, which showed how helpless he felt after losing the war. In front of the monument, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai bent their backs with solemn expressions. There were innumerable names recorded in the Jade Monument, names of the seniors who were killed during the long war against the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. A moment later, they straightened their backs and turned to Hong Di before saluting him. Even Ouyang Lai, who clearly held malicious intentions towards Hong Di, did not hesitate. Hong Di was astounded and asked, "What are you doing?" With a serious expression, Mi Jingluan replied, "We have to thank you for keeping this Monument of Heroes." A surprised Hong Di said, "I just wanted to motivate the Black Ink clan. I didn't keep it for you humans." Mi Jingluan replied, "That's good enough. Those soldiers had lost their lives and most did not leave anything behind when they fell. Perhaps there was no one alive who could remember their faces any longer, so it would be miserable if their names were forgotten forever. With the Monument of Heroes intact, at least their names remained. At the very least, 30,000 years after they passed away, there were these two humans who became aware of their existence and contributions in the Great Evolution Theater." After Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai were done going through the names in the Monument of Heroes, they lost the interest to keep strolling around, therefore, they bid Hong Di farewell. Certainly, Hong Di wouldn't make them stay as he saw them off. In front of Great Evolution Pass, Mi Jingluan said, "Sir Hong Di, please organize your soldiers with peace of mind. When this Mi returns, I'll order the human soldiers to move further away and to the left of Great Evolution Pass so that you'll be able to head to the royal city without interference. I'll also ensure that there won't be any traps on the way to your destination." He was totally sincere when he spoke. Hong Di believed that Mi Jingluan's attitude must have something to do with the Monument of Heroes. After watching these two Eighth Order masters leave, Hong Di returned to Great Evolution Pass and started organizing the soldiers for the evacuation. The Black Ink clan scouts scanned the surroundings and confirmed that the humans had indeed moved further away from the forward base and to its left. There were no more obstacles in the way to the royal city. The scouts did not immediately return and instead followed the humans from a distance. Although Mi Jingluan assured Hong Di that they wouldn't do anything shady, the Black Ink clan wouldn't readily believe them. With the scouts following behind the humans, they could instantly discover if the humans were up to something and quickly relay the news back to Great Evolution Pass. However, the humans did not do anything unusual as they withdrew from Great Evolution Pass. After 2 days of reorganization, the surviving Black Ink clansmen left Great Evolution Pass in a hurry. They first rapidly moved in the royal city's direction for 2 days, then turned right to make a wide detour. They wouldn't dare to keep moving in a straight line, for they knew the East-West army was approaching from the royal city. If they didn't make a detour, they would run into the East-West army where the human old ancestor was. The Black Ink clan army was unable to oppose such a force at this time, so they had to circumvent the human soldiers. Only by doing so could they ensure their safety. According to the agreement with the Black Ink clan, the North-South army moved to a place that was 10 days' travel from Great Evolution Pass. Then, without stopping to rest, they headed straight back to Great Evolution Pass. 10 days later, they arrived. A myriad of emotions came over these soldiers as they looked at this great pass their seniors had lost 30,000 years ago. At that time, Great Evolution Pass was conquered by the Black Ink clan, and from the old ancestor to the common soldiers, all were killed except for those who were corrupted by Black Ink strength. This was a wound the humans could never forget. Usually, no one would bring this up, therefore, those who were new to the Black Ink battlefield like Yang Kai did not know that there was a human Great Pass that had been conquered before. He actually learned about it from a territory lord. On this day, the humans finally retook Great Evolution Pass. The North-South army had paid a huge price for this victory, but it was all worth it in the end. No one could guarantee that the Black Ink clan hadn't left behind any traps, therefore, the humans didn't immediately surge into the Great Pass. Instead, they sent scouts in to investigate. Soon, they learned that there was nothing unusual in the inner sanctum. Not only was everything intact, but all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples had remained in the military drill ground. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had kept their promise. In fact, they wouldn't dare to go back on their word. The North-South and East-West armies, one behind and one in front of them, posed a deadly threat. The Black Ink clan could only hope that the humans wouldn't go back on their word, so how could they dare to pull any tricks? The human soldiers then entered Great Evolution Pass. The first thing they had to do was deal with the Black Ink nest. This thing was constantly breathing out Black Ink strength that permeated the entire Great Evolution Pass, which made the place look quite eerie. Unless they removed the Black Ink nest, Great Evolution Pass would never be restored to its original glory, and the human soldiers could never live here safely. Certainly, they wouldn't destroy the Black Ink nest, otherwise, Mi Jingluan wouldn't have told the Black Ink clan to leave it intact. Although the Black Ink nest belonged to the Black Ink clan, it was a great tool for transmitting information. If the humans could make use of it, it would be immensely useful for the future crusade. Therefore, this mid-rank Black Ink nest was a treasure to the humans. Fortunately, Great Evolution Pass was actually an enormous mobile palace artifact, so although the Black Ink nest had been around for several tens of thousands of years, it couldn't really take root in Great Evolution Pass. If it was like other Black Ink nests that infiltrated and merged with the universe world it was planted on, they would have no choice but to destroy it. Mi Jingluan and the others expended a lot of energy removing the Black Ink nest from Great Evolution Pass and settling it down on the universe fragment where the forward base was previously located. As for what they would do with it, they had to meet up with the East-West army and discuss it with the old ancestor. For now, a few squads were left to monitor the Black Ink nest. There were quite a number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples who were left behind by the territory lords, adding up to about 100 in total. There were initially many more 7th Order Black Ink disciples, but every time they clashed with the humans over the years, many of them would lose their lives. 100 years later, these people were the only ones left. None of them had left Great Evolution Pass with the Black Ink clan. Previously, Mi Jingluan strolled around Great Evolution Pass with Hong Di leading the way. Just like what he had said, he counted the total number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples. Now, all of them were accounted for in this place. It seemed that Hong Di was worried these 7th Order Black Ink disciples would cause trouble for the humans, so he sealed their cultivations before he left. Otherwise, they wouldn't have obediently stayed in the military drill ground. They would have run away before the humans entered the Great Pass. It was equally difficult to handle these 7th Order Black Ink disciples. Mi Jingluan told some people to watch over them while the old ancestor would have to make a decision about their fate when she arrived. In short, the human soldiers were swamped with work. Even though the Black Ink Nest had been taken away by the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the entire Great Evolution Pass was still filled with Black Ink strength. The soldiers first had to do their best to remove the Black Ink strength from the inner sanctum. Fortunately, they were experienced when it came to such matters. In the past, whenever they were done battling against the Black Ink clan and had to clean up the battlefield, disposing of Black Ink strength and Black Ink clouds was a normal part of their work. Black Ink clouds provided the best environment for the Black Ink clan to fight in, but they were only a hazardous obstacle to the humans. If they never removed them, every Great Pass would be surrounded by thick Black Ink clouds by now. For this reason, the humans had specifically developed an artifact that looked like a fishing net that had no use other than to collect Black Ink strength like schools of fish. The Black Ink strength would then be discarded somewhere in the depths of the void. After 10 days of hard work, the North-South Army managed to get rid of almost all of the Black Ink strength in Great Evolution Pass. Right then, a scout came over and reported that the East-West Army would be arriving at Great Evolution Pass within a day. It had been about a month since the East-West Army departed from the Royal City, so it was to be expected that they would arrive around now. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai led the other 8th Order Division commanders to personally greet the East-West Army. Ouyang Lai felt a little disgruntled about all of this. It was as though the East-West Army had spent many years fighting against the enemy while the North-South Army had been standing idly by in their homes. In fact, it had been tough for the North-South Army over the years. However, considering the fact that the old ancestor was also coming, Ouyang Lai had no choice but to tag along. From afar, they could see the East-West Army's warships sailing over, but after a brief count of these warships, Mi Jingluan and the others let out a sigh. The number of warships suggested that the East-West Army had suffered immense losses over the years. When the warships were close enough, they all turned to the purifying Black Ink battleship and made their salutations, "Greetings, old ancestor." However, no one responded to them. Several figures leaped off the purifying Black Ink battleship. They were Xiaofan, Lu Zhiping, and the other leaders of the East-West Army. They saluted each other. Many of them had never met one another before, even though they were aware of who the other party was. Since they finally met up this time, they promptly engaged in a small talk. After they were done with the small talk, Mi Jingluan asked curiously, "Where is the old ancestor?" An embarrassed Xiaofan scratched his cheek and replied, "I have no idea." Mi Jingluan was astounded. "You don't know? How could that be? The old ancestor was supposed to be with the East-West Army. How is it possible that they have no idea where she is? Please give me a moment, brother Mi. I've told someone to come over. Perhaps he knows where the old ancestor is," Xiaofan said. On the side, Lu Zhiping put on a helpless smile. "In fact, we don't even know when the old ancestor disappeared. We thought that she had tagged along with the army, but it wasn't until just now that we realized she wasn't with us. This was truly embarrassing." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5271, The Old Ancestor's Whereabouts. No one in the East-West Army was aware that the old ancestor wasn't with them until just now. However, she was a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, after all. Although she was injured, Xiaofan and the others would never be able to track her if she wanted to do something furtively. Now, there was only one person who might be aware of the old ancestor's whereabouts. Soon, a Seventh Order Master was summoned to this place. Mi Jingluan took a look and realized that the person was someone he knew. It was Yang Kai, who had previously come to the North-South Army to pass on information about the change in war strategy. Mi Jingluan still vividly remembered this Seventh Order Junior. In the first great battle against the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, it was Yang Kai who led 2 special operation squads from the North-South Army to crush the enemy army on the battlefield. The members of those 2 squads had lost all combat capability after a few hours of fighting, but Yang Kai continued charging across the battlefield on his own, using just his divine manifestation to break up the Black Ink clan's formation. It could be said that this Seventh Order Master had made a huge contribution in that battle and created a chance for the North-South Army to achieve a breakthrough. At this moment, Yang Kai was puzzled. He was cultivating on Dawning Light when he was suddenly summoned by the army commanders, so he could only come over in a hurry. However, he had no idea why he was summoned to this place. Seeing that all the leaders of the army were around, he quickly saluted them one by one and asked, "What orders do you have for me?" Xiaofan looked at him. "Do you know where the old ancestor is?" "Old ancestor Xiao." Yang Kai was surprised that they had summoned him to this place to ask about the old ancestor's whereabouts. How was he supposed to know? He had been cultivating aboard Dawning Light since they set sail. Xiao. These Eighth Order Masters were shocked, for it was the first time they heard of this name. The names of the old ancestors were basically a mystery. Even the Eighth Order Masters might not be aware of them. After all, the old ancestors had lived for a very long time, so long that many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not even born yet when the old ancestors first stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. Only those extremely old Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might know the names of some of the old ancestors, but they wouldn't easily bring such information up, much less tell anyone about it casually. Therefore, rarely anyone knew the name of any old ancestor. It was expected that they were surprised when they heard Yang Kai mention the old ancestor's name, for it didn't sound very imposing. Yang Kai coughed and explained, 100 years ago, the old ancestor suddenly declared that from that day on, her name would be Xiao. It's a sad story, so let's not discuss it further. Anyways, isn't the old ancestor with the army? Xiaofan refuted, "Why would we ask you about it if she was with the army?" "I have no idea either." Yang Kai appeared innocent. Xiaofan frowned. "The old ancestor has repeatedly recuperated inside your small universe over the years, so you're the closest to her. Do you really have no clue where she might have gone?" The North-South Army had fought to keep the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass bottled up all this time. On the other hand, the East-West Army had suffered immense losses to devastate the enemy in the Royal City. Now that the two armies finally came together, the old ancestor was nowhere to be found. They would be the laughing stock if such news was spread. Just as Yang Kai was about to shake his head again, he suddenly recalled something and muttered, "I think I know where the old ancestor is." Lu Zhiping asked anxiously, "Where is she?" Yang Kai replied, "If I'm not mistaken, the old ancestor must have returned to the Royal City." "She's gone back to the Royal City?" Lu Zhiping was startled. Yang Kai explained, "This is what happened. When we left the forward base and set sail for Great Evolution Pass a while back, the old ancestor came to me to get a few sets of space beacons. Like these." As he spoke, he fished out a set of space beacons. 2 space beacons make up a set. They're something I learned how to create many years ago and can be considered a kind of space artifact. These 2 space beacons are linked using space principles, so you just have to put one of them in a certain place, then channel your strength into the other to activate the link and instantly move to the first one from across a distance. It's similar to using a space array. Initially, they were only usable by those who could use space principles, but over the years I've managed to improve them to work with world force. The primary advantage is that these are much more discreet and portable compared to a space array. As he spoke, Xiaofan and the others were examining the space beacons. Lu Zhiping frowned. "Why did the old ancestor ask you for these space beacons? Why are you sure that she's gone to the Royal City?" Yang Kai explained, "Over the years, the old ancestor has been fighting the Royal Lord every 20 years or so to ensure he can't recuperate in peace. In the final battle, she intended to finish him once and for all, but she failed in her attempt for various reasons, though she did manage to severely injure him. Now that she has gained such an immense advantage, she certainly wouldn't want to just let him recuperate. However, There's a great distance between Great Evolution Pass and the Royal City, so even if she is powerful, it would take her several days to reach the Royal City, not to mention all the enemy territory she would have to cross. With the help of my space beacons, she can reach her destination far more quickly. The Eighth Order Masters understood what he meant. Now that the Royal Lord was wounded, denying him the chance to heal himself would give a huge advantage to the humans. In order to sustain that advantage though, the old ancestor had to harass him from time to time. She certainly couldn't kill the Royal Lord, but just by revealing her aura near the Royal City, she would easily frighten the latter. To achieve that, these space beacons would be the perfect tool. Lu Zhiping fell into her thoughts for a moment, then said, "You mean, since the beginning, the old ancestor never intended to let the Royal Lord recover?" "I believe so." It was clear where the old ancestor was now. She must have made use of the space beacons to head to the Royal City to taunt the Royal Lord. At the thought of this, Lu Zhiping couldn't help offering a silent prayer for the latter. Black Ink clansmen recuperated by falling asleep in black ink nests, and once they were interrupted, they wouldn't be able to recover efficiently. It was imaginable that the Royal Lord wouldn't be in the mood to recuperate if the old ancestor came to harass him whenever he fell asleep. The reason the old ancestor was doing this was obvious: she was preparing for the future crusade. However, Xiaofan focused his attention on something else. After examining the space beacons for a bit, he asked, "Can these things help the army to ambush the enemy?" Since they could make use of space beacons to move around swiftly, there would be times when these things might bring unexpected results. For example, when they were fighting against the Black Ink clan, they could send a single squad out as bait. However, when hostilities broke out, 100 people could appear out of nowhere and catch the Black Ink clan off guard. Perhaps, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to say whether the idea was feasible or not. Xiaofan stopped asking, and then put away the set of space beacons. Clearly, he didn't intend to return them to Yang Kai. Since they had figured out the old ancestor's whereabouts, they stopped feeling bothered. The army continued moving towards Great Evolution Pass. It had been roughly 150 years since the two armies respectively departed from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass, and they finally came together at Great Evolution Pass. When they set out, there were a total of 60,000 soldiers and some 128th Order Masters in the two armies. Presently, as the two armies gathered together, there were only around 30,000 soldiers and 78th Order Masters left. The rest had died in battle. In the void, a group of Black Ink clansmen were rushing towards the Royal City. They were the ones that had departed from Great Evolution Pass. With Hongdi leading the way, there were several 100,000 soldiers, and more than 20 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. They could be considered a substantial force. Presently, Hongdi was deluged with mixed feelings. First, he had lost his home territory. After all, that was a place he had managed for 30,000 years. Not only had he returned it to the humans, he had also lost his Black Ink nest. Even though he could get a new territory and Black Ink nest in the future, he was probably the only one who had been defeated, and then forced to surrender his territory in the history of the Black Ink clan, which was why he felt humiliated. Second, he had been gripped by a sense of apprehension while heading towards the Royal City. He wasn't worried that Mi Jingluan would deceive him. Although he only interacted with Mi Jingluan once, he knew that the latter wasn't a fool. It would do the humans no good to make things difficult for the Black Ink clan at this juncture, therefore, Hongdi was not worried that the North-South army would attack them. What he was truly worried about was that he might come across the East-West army and the human old ancestor on the way to their destination. As such, he led his army on a wide detour 2 days after they departed from Great Evolution Pass. They wouldn't dare to move in a straight line for fear of running into the human army on its way from the Royal City. However, Hongdi was still feeling anxious. Following his order, the Black Ink clan soldiers hastened their pace so that they could return to the Royal City as quickly as possible. If not for Hongdi rushing them, they would not have arrived at this place just 1 month after departing from Great Evolution Pass, considering the fact that they had made a detour. From afar, they could see the magnificent royal city, and Hongdi felt his eyes welling up with tears. Although the royal city now appeared dilapidated, it still gave him a sense of security. He could even feel the royal lord's aura exuding from the royal city. "We're home. We no longer have to feel on edge all the time." Many of the territory lords shared the same sentiment. Only when they saw the royal city could they set their minds at ease. However, that sense of security was suddenly and abruptly shattered. An extremely powerful aura that sent a shockwave across the territory lords appeared literally out of nowhere in the void. Although many of them hadn't faced one before, they could instantly deduce that this aura belonged to a human old ancestor. The smile on Hongdi's face froze as he turned to look at the source of the aura. An alluring figure had appeared just over 1 million kilometers away. It was none other than old ancestor Xiao. Just as Yang Kai had suspected, by leaving behind some space beacons along the way, old ancestor Xiao managed to return to the vicinity of the royal city almost instantaneously. She didn't intend to kill the royal lord, or even get into a fight with him, she just wanted to make sure that he wouldn't be able to recuperate in peace. By showing herself like this, she wanted to tell the royal lord that she would visit him from time to time, and that he best be prepared to welcome her at a moment's notice. Initially, she intended to head straight to the royal city to make a bit of a scene, but the instant she appeared, she detected a large group of people just 1 million kilometers away. As she turned her head, she made eye contact with Hongdi. This came as a pleasant surprise to her. She instantly realized that they were the Black Ink clansmen who had come from Great Evolution Pass, therefore, she joyfully charged towards them. It would be hard for her to make a move if all the Black Ink clansmen hid in the royal city, as with the help of the Black Ink nest, the royal lord could still fend her off. However, these Black Ink clansmen were still quite some distance away from the royal city, so they had nowhere to run, and no one to depend on, as the royal lord certainly wouldn't leave the royal city to rescue them. The Black Ink clan army descended into chaos in the next instant. The territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples joined forces to defend against the old ancestor, but even though they could keep themselves safe with some difficulty, they were unable to stop her from slaughtering the lower soldiers. Therefore, after the old ancestor ran into the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass in the void, she managed to slaughter 100,000 of them, including a territory lord and 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples. The rest fled to the royal city in a hurry. When the royal lord realized what had happened, he was so furious that he coughed up blood. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5272, The Old Ancestor's Salute. The old ancestor returned half a day after the East-West Army and North-South Army rendezvoused, her aura simply appearing in one of the purifying Black Ink battleships. Apparently, she had made use of the universe array aboard to directly return from the royal city. None of them asked whether she had achieved anything, for it was apparent to them that she was in a good mood. Given the situation in Great Evolution Pass though, the old ancestor's good mood didn't last for long, especially when Xiaofan led her to the military drill ground where she had to face over 107th Order Black Ink disciples. Since the Black Ink clan had left, these Black Ink disciples had been seated with their legs crossed. They did not speak or feel angry, for they knew that they had been abandoned and there was nothing to be done about it. We asked Yang Kai to give it a try by bringing a 7th Order Black Ink disciple to somewhere else. Even though he had managed to dispel the Black Ink strength from the Black Ink disciple's body using purifying light, the ultimate outcome wasn't pleasant. The moment the Black Ink strength dissipated, the Black Ink disciple's small universe ruptured and he perished as a result. Xiaofan said in a small voice beside the old ancestor, "These people cannot be saved. How should we deal with them, old ancestor?" The old ancestor glanced at these Black Ink disciples and nodded gently, "I will handle this." Saying so, she stepped forward. In front of everyone, old ancestor Xiao stopped in her tracks and swept a glance over these black ink disciples. Then, she cupped her fist and bowed to them. The reason she saluted them was to acknowledge the contributions they had made before they became black ink disciples. Although they were now black ink disciples, and perhaps they had even killed some human soldiers in the fight against the North-South Army, it wasn't their true intention. Their minds had been twisted by the black ink strength. When they were still soldiers of Great Evolution Pass, they had done everything they could to defend it and ensure the safety of those in the 3,000 worlds. Therefore, even though they were black ink disciples now, they deserved the old ancestors' final respects. The next instant, an amazing force swept across the entire military drill ground. Affected by the force, these black ink disciples, who were originally expressionless, started feeling some emotion stir in their hearts. The eyes of many black ink disciples cleared up as they wore faint smiles. Some of the black ink disciples let out a sigh and closed their eyes. There were also some black ink disciples whose eyes filled up with tears. At that instant, they seemed to have found their human hearts they had lost 30,000 years ago. The old ancestor remained in a bowing posture for a long time, and when she straightened her back, all the black ink disciples on the military drill ground had lost their lives. However, they appeared to be at peace. In the last moments of their lives, they knew they were dying as humans. That was the best blessing they could ask for. Bury them, the old ancestor ordered and turned around to leave. Xiaofan respectfully saw her off. They were in the midst of rebuilding Great Evolution Pass, so the soldiers were swamped with work. The Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, and they had many alterations and arrangements. It could be said that other than the framework, everything in Great Evolution Pass had been changed. For example, the residences were no longer suitable for humans. The Black Ink clan came in many different sizes and shapes, but most of them were still much bigger than humans. Therefore, the residences originally belonging to the humans were not suitable for them. After they occupied Great Evolution Pass, they started constructing huge and weirdly shaped buildings. Since the humans had retaken Great Evolution Pass, these buildings certainly wouldn't be kept. There were also those spirit arrays and artifacts that were installed on the walls of the Great Pass. They would refurbish what they could, and replace what they couldn't. There was a lot of work to do. Nevertheless, these weren't urgent matters. The foundation of the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater had been severely damaged, so they wouldn't come over to harass Great Evolution Pass in the near future. The humans had ample time to make repairs. That was the reason Xiaofan targeted the royal city first instead of heading straight to Great Evolution Pass when devising the overall strategy. Now, his plan had proven to be effective. The Black Ink clan were in a half-dead state, so the humans could focus on rebuilding Great Evolution Pass and not worry about being disturbed. Many of the things in Great Evolution Pass had been destroyed or modified, with the only original building still standing being the main conference hall. The main conference hall was already enormous to begin with, so the Black Ink clan didn't bother changing it after occupying Great Evolution Pass. At this moment, Grandmaster Ma Fan wept while kneeling in front of the throne made from bones in the Grand Hall. The throne was made from the bones of the human masters the Black Ink clan killed when they conquered Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago. Every bone in the throne belonged to an open heaven realm master who was in the 7th order at the very least. The throne was huge, which went to show just how many high-rank open heaven realm masters had lost their lives in the war 30,000 years ago. At that time, Grandmaster Ma Fan had just joined the sect, and Great Evolution Paradise was still considered powerful. He had guidance from his senior brothers and care from his honored master, so it had been smooth sailing in his cultivation journey. One day though, a catastrophe befell his sect. All the powerful masters had to leave, down to the 4th order and 5th order open heaven realm masters. In the end, only the weakest disciples and juniors were left in Great Evolution Paradise. All the open heaven realm masters had gone off to battle. At that time, Grandmaster Ma Fan knew that his sect was in dire straits, but he had no idea what had happened. However, after the senior brothers, senior sisters, and elders all left the sect, they never returned. It wasn't until a long time later that Grandmaster Ma Fan learned the truth through various means. Great Evolution Pass had been conquered, so all the masters from Great Evolution Paradise had to rush over to provide help. In the end, they were all killed. 30,000 years had passed, and Great Evolution Paradise gradually became insignificant and was replaced by a rising sect. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan had always yearned to come to the battlefield where his seniors had fought and retake Great Evolution Pass one day. That day had finally come. None of the other soldiers in Great Evolution Pass now could understand how he truly felt at this moment. It was because of the war 30,000 years ago that the humans realized the downside of having one sect guard each great pass. Before that, every cave heaven or paradise had been responsible for protecting its own great pass. After they lost Great Evolution Pass, the humans employed a different strategy to deal with the Black Ink clan. Masters from all the cave heavens and paradises would be gathered together in each great pass. By doing so, they could complement each other's abilities and better position themselves to deal with the enemy. Since then, none of the great passes had been lost again. Just like everyone else, Yang Kai was swamped with work and was currently tinkering with something in a certain grand hall. While he was working, Lu Zhiping stepped inside. Seeing her, Yang Kai saluted, "Senior Lu." Lu Zhiping nodded gently and asked, "How is it going here?" Yang Kai replied, "It's better than what I'd expected." The Black Ink clan seemed to have had the intention of making use of the space array here to ambush the other human Great Passes, so, after conquering Great Evolution Pass, they didn't damage it. Instead, they actually tried to repair it. However, due to their lack of expertise, they did a sloppy job. There was a similar grand hall in every Great Pass, and it was also the most important place in a Great Pass. This was because there was a hyperspace array in this grand hall that could be used to connect to other great passes. It was with the help of these space arrays that the great passes could communicate with each other, otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for the great passes to exchange information, for it would take an ordinary soldier years to travel from one great pass to the adjacent one in the expansive Black Ink battlefield. The space array in Great Evolution Pass was damaged, but it was apparent that it was the humans who did it, not the Black Ink clan. In other words, 30,000 years ago, the moment the soldiers in this place realized that Great Evolution Pass was lost, they promptly destroyed the space array so that the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to use it to cause trouble. However, the person who made a move only damaged the space array instead of destroying it. Apparently, he had envisioned that the humans would retake Great Evolution Pass one day in the future, and they would have to repair the space array. If he directly destroyed it, the humans might not be able to rebuild it in the future. After occupying Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan tried to repair the space array, but it wasn't like just anyone could repair this thing. Their 30,000 years of effort didn't yield any meaningful results and instead turned this place into a mess. In the entire Great Evolution Army, Yang Kai was the only one who was an expert in the Tao of space. Since he was able to arrange space arrays, there was no reason that he couldn't repair this one. Therefore, after the army entered the Great Pass, Yang Kai received the order and hurriedly came to this place. He even suspected that, besides helping her with her recuperation, old ancestor Xiao had also requested he join the Great Evolution Army to repair or even rebuild the hyperspace array. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Lu Zhiping breathed a sigh of relief. If the space array was completely destroyed, it would be quite troublesome to them. If they couldn't transmit information and establish contact with the other great passes, they wouldn't be able to collaborate with the others when the crusade began in the future. Since it could be repaired, there wouldn't be a problem. However, I'll need some helpers and materials, Yang Kai said. Lu Zhiping nodded. Repairing the space array is among our top priorities right now. Whatever you need, just requisition it. Yang Kai nodded, as it wasn't necessary for him to be overly formal with her at this point. He fished out an empty jade slip and infused his divine sense into it. A moment later, he passed it to her and said, "I've listed all the materials I need. They should be in the army's reserve. As for the helpers, just get me some array masters." Lu Zhiping took the jade slip and looked into it before nodding. "I'll send you the people and materials within half a day." Sure enough, just half a day later, several array masters came over in a hurry. The materials Yang Kai needed were also sent to this place. These array masters were all respectable figures, and although their cultivations varied, all of them had lived very long lives and had great accomplishments to their names. They were not a match for Yang Kai when it came to combat, but even 100 Yang Kais wouldn't be comparable to them when it came to arranging spirit arrays. Nevertheless, these array masters had little to no knowledge about space arrays. This couldn't be helped, as this was a matter of innate talent. A master of the Tao of space had a huge natural advantage when it came to arranging space arrays, so although these array masters had studied the space arrays of different great passes, they had only scratched the surface. Therefore, the moment they heard that Yang Kai needed some people to help repair the space array, these array masters became fervent and quickly applied for the job. They almost got into a fight because of it. Eventually, these several array masters at the scene snatched the job by suppressing the others with their status and reputation. The junior array masters were disgruntled, but there was nothing they could do about it. Although they were revered array masters, they didn't put on airs when it came to acquiring new knowledge. Yang Kai directly instructed them on what to do and assigned jobs to them. This hyperspace array was complicated as it could connect to great passes that were billions of kilometers away. As such, Yang Kai would personally repair the key components, while the less significant parts were left to these array masters. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5273, Success or Not. The creation of the great passes dated back to ancient times, and over countless years, generations after generations had built upon the foundations that were there until they were able to reach the scale they had today. Even though there had been many expansions, the core of each great pass would not change too much, firstly because of how important these locations were that even the slightest change may disrupt everything, and secondly because they were powerless to even change anything due to the loss of understanding. For example, the Grand Hall where the space array was located. This Grand Hall contained a very ancient aura, a legacy of the ancient great experts' work that contained mysteries that were beyond the reach of this generation's cultivators. The same was true of the universe temples in the great territories of the 3,000 worlds. All of these were legacies of ancient great experts. So, when several universe temples fell into disrepair, the cave heavens and paradises were unable to fix them and they were simply allowed to fall into decay until Yang Kai appeared. With the help of the universe array inside of the universe temples, he gained further enlightenment in the Tao of space while simultaneously comprehending how to repair and even construct new universe arrays. The universe arrays in the universe temples and the hyperspace arrays in the great passes were products of the same era and thus had many similarities. Yang Kai was able to arrange a universe array, so naturally, it was no trouble for him to repair the space array here. It only took time and effort. After working for half a year, Yang Kai finally completed the repairs. Inside the Grand Hall, several highly respected array masters were gathered together, and when they saw Yang Kai standing at the center of the array, a bald grandmaster yelled out, "Yang boy, will it succeed this time?" This array master had high achievements and had reached the 7th order open heaven realm. Reasonably, he should not be affected by the ails of mortals, but somehow, his head had gone bald. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up, definitely. Another array master, who was as fat as a ball, snickered at his words. "That's what you said last time, and that's also what you said the time before that when you almost destroyed this thing. Young boy, if you're not confident, then please don't attempt it." During the past half a year, there had been bumps in the road to repairing the array. Many times, after the repairs were completed and energy was circulated through it, problems would appear in unexpected places. Sometimes the problems would be small, but sometimes they would be big. The small problems were no matter and would not cause any real trouble, but if big problems appeared, it could very well lead to the collapse of the entire array. That was the case of the time before the last, where a black hole appeared out of thin air in the Grand Hall that almost swallowed everything and everyone into it. Fortunately, Yang Kai moved quickly and was able to suppress the black hole, otherwise, these grandmasters might still be wandering the void crack to this day if they were unlucky. So now, every time Yang Kai activated the array, the grandmasters would all stand far away lest anything were to go wrong. This time will definitely work out, Yang Kai said with certainty. Several problems appeared the last few times, but they had all been fixed after the cause was identified, and Yang Kai had verified that there were no more issues this time. If it still did not succeed, then he would have cultivated the Tao of space all these years in vain. The recesses in each corner of the array were filled with crystals containing the powers of the 7 elements. Each crystal was extremely precious and contained the condensed essence of many cultivation materials. The puppet army that Xiaofan deployed previously also made use of these energy crystals. However, each one of those puppets needed at most a fingernail-sized piece of crystal in order to power it for a long time. For this one transmission test, there were more than 100 crystal placed in the array. It was because of this immense consumption that the space arrays in each of the great passes were not used casually. Divine sense surging, Yang Kai made one last check to ensure that he had missed nothing before circulating his world force and connecting with the grand array beneath his feet. The array hummed and a pattern was illuminated. The crystals placed in the recesses were also rapidly drained. Under the nervous watch of the array masters, the void began to distort at the center of the array. The bald grandmaster raised his brow and cheered, "It's working." Something like this had not happened in the previous few attempts, but the distortion of space now meant that the space array was functioning, a sign that it was going to succeed. The void twisted more and more, and as the energy drained away from the crystals, a space gate at the center of the array seemed to be vaguely taking shape. However, it always seemed to fall short, never really taking shape from start to end. It seemed that the energy crystals were about to be depleted, and if it were to happen before the space gate fully formed, then this attempt would fail as well. The array masters could not help but hold their breath. However, even after waiting for a long time, the space gate continued to writhe unstably. Seeing that the energy crystals placed in the grand array were about to be completely depleted, Yang Kai suddenly stepped forward and reached out, grasping the constantly churning space gate that refused to take shape, and with some massaging, space principles rippled like dough being kneaded. The well-respected grandmasters were all dumbfounded by this scene. What amazed them even more was the fact that Yang Kai's seemingly reckless actions actually had an unexpected effect. The space gate was actually stabilizing. Immediately after, Yang Kai stepped through it, and at the same time, the energy of the array was fully consumed. The space gate turned into a fluorescent glow before disappearing. Gone with it was also Yang Kai's figure. The grandmasters were stunned. The energy around the Grand Hall, which had been in disarray due to the activation of the array, had regained its peace. The grandmasters all looked at each other, wondering, so, was that a success or not? The fat grandmaster was even more concerned about another matter. Nothing will happen to young boy, right? Should we report this to the army commanders? Discussions bounced back and forth as the grandmasters were at a loss as to what to do, but very soon, they decided to go and report the matter. That was because they had no way of dealing with the current situation, so the only thing they could do was let the higher-ups take charge. Soon after, Xiaofan, Lu Zhiping, and the others rushed over, and after getting the rundown about what happened, they were also at a loss. Finally, they could only continue up the chain of command and report the matter to the old ancestor while waiting for any news from Yang Kai. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, he should be able to find his way back even if this attempt was a failure, not to mention that he was the one who took the initiative to step through the space gate. He might have his own ideas. At the same time, Yang Kai was struggling to navigate through the void. He was a little confused as to why his previous attempt had gone awry. The repairs had already very much been perfected after going through a few mistakes, and the space gate should have opened successfully after the array was activated. But in actual fact, something seemed to be interfering with it from inside the void, preventing a stable connection from being established. Even though the space gate did take shape with his help, if he did not find the root of the problem, then the soldiers would still not be able to use the space array to travel safely from one great pass to another in the future. If Yang Kai wanted to figure out what was wrong though, he could only investigate it personally. He was not worried about not being able to get back as he had left a trail of space principles along the way, so if he ran into a dead end, he could just return the way he came. Ever since entering this stretch of void, Yang Kai discovered that there really was a problem. An invisible force seemed to be preventing him from advancing, even with his mastery over the Tao of space. Since it could hinder him, what more need be said about others? If they were to come here, then they would likely struggle to even take a step forward. Yang Kai kept going, but could not find the cause, which made him even more confused. However, this teleportation could not be considered a complete failure, because he could sense a link to the target of Great Evolution Pass's space array ahead. During this attempt, his destination was Wind and Cloud Pass, which was one of the closest Great Evolution Pass. If everything went well, then he would have been transported directly to Wind and Cloud Pass space array. That was because the space gate would only form if the target ahead could be detected. However, the path was full of obstructions, a sign of another failure, which was extremely contradictory. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall where Wind and Cloud Pass space array was located, several army commanders and 8th Order Division commanders were gathered around, led by the Eastern Army's army commander, Yuan Xinggu, staring intently at the center of the array. There was a distorted space gate that had been writhing around for more than an hour now. Every time a great pass transported materials or soldiers here, a space gate would always open at the center of the array, but it always opened and closed quickly. The situation today was unprecedented. So, the soldiers standing guard here immediately reported the problem when they discovered it, and the top brass of Wind and Cloud Pass came to investigate without daring to dally. Under the watch of the many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the space gate remained the whole time, but it never took a proper shape. After waiting for a long time but seeing no other movements, Yuan Xinggu turned his head around and asked, "Is it possible to see which great pass is trying to connect to us?" One of the 8th Order Division commanders who stepped forward shook his head, "There's too much distortion, so we are unable to ascertain it." Yuan Xinggu frowned slightly. What will happen if the space gate never takes shape? The 8th Order Master said, the worst-case scenario is that the teleportation fails, and whoever was being sent will fall into the void crack and stay there for the rest of their life. Is there anything we can do here to help? The Northern Army's Army Commander Tian Lu asked. Even though I have no idea why such a thing would happen, it's clear that something has gone wrong during the teleportation on the other side. If there is anything we can do to help, then we should try to lend a hand. The 8th Order Master shook his head. It's difficult. Teleportation involves the Tao of space, and there are no cultivators who cultivate this Tao in Wind and Cloud Pass. To intervene rashly would only make the situation worse, I'm afraid. After a pause, he added, in this situation, we can only hope that whoever is coming will be lucky. Then, we shall just wait, Yuan Xinggu concluded. Tian Lu came over and asked in a whisper, should we report this to the old ancestor? Yuan Xinggu was silent for a moment before shaking his head, no need. Even though the old ancestor's cultivation is strong, he may not be a solution for this matter. It would be a shame for them to bring the old ancestor here if he were unable to provide a solution. As they spoke, the warping space gate seemed to distort even more. Surprised, everyone quickly looked over. In the next moment, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the void, spreading left and right as if to tear through a barrier. Following that, someone came out of the space gate and shouted, "I'm finally out." After saying that, he looked up to see many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters staring at him. Thus, Yang Kai quickly saluted, "Greetings, sirs." Martial Peak, Chapter 5274, Old Ancestor and Old Ox. 30,000 years ago, when Great Evolution Pass was taken, some of the human soldiers damaged the space array in order to prevent the Black Ink clan from using it to cause trouble. When the Black Ink clan occupied Great Evolution Pass, they did not destroy the space array, but instead tried to repair it, so, there was no problem with the basic framework of Great Evolution Pass space array. With Yang Kai personally attending to it, half a year went by, and the repairs were basically complete. When he activated the array and set the destination to Wind and Cloud Pass, the space array could be said to be operating normally, and a void corridor was opened between Great Evolution Pass straight to Wind and Cloud Pass. Only, this corridor was not quite the same as usual. Yang Kai's way here had been fraught with obstacles, and if not for his mastery of the Tao of Space, it was entirely possible that he would not have made it. It was a struggle. As soon as he popped out of the void and saw the many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters staring at him, Yang Kai's thoughts spun for a moment before he realized what was going on. This was the destination he had inputted into Great Evolution Pass space array, so there must have been signs that someone or something was trying to teleport over, which drew the attention of the higher-ups. That was the reason why so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered here. A few of them were familiar to Yang Kai, so he must have seen them from afar the last time he came to Wind and Cloud Pass. Yuan Xinggu nodded lightly. "Which pass are you from? What has gone wrong with this space array, and why did it take so long for you to appear?" Cupping his fist, Yang Kai quickly said, "Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai." As soon as he said that, a commotion broke out as all the faces of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters changed. Tian Lu exclaimed, "Great Evolution Pass? You came from Great Evolution Pass? What is the situation at Great Evolution Pass? If you came from Great Evolution Pass, does that mean that it has been retaken?" One after another, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked their questions. It was easy to see just how concerned they were. After the establishment of the Great Evolution East-West Army at Wind and Cloud Pass, and the North-South Army at Azure Void Pass 150 years ago, the two forces had sailed towards Great Evolution Theater from opposite directions, pincering the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass with the intention of recovering it. For over 100 years, nobody had any idea what the situation in the Great Evolution Theater was, or how its recovery was progressing. Every Great Pass was waiting for news from the Great Evolution Army with bated breath. Even though they knew that the Great Evolution Army was mighty and equipped with the finest arms, almost twice as strong as the force guarding any of the Great Passes, they had to venture deep into the Black Ink clan's territory for a war with no shelter or fallback position. No one could say whether they would ultimately gain victory or suffer defeat. Since the war began, 150 years had passed. Now, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly appeared from the space array and claimed to have come from Great Evolution Pass. How could the 8th Order Masters of Wind and Cloud Pass not feel thrilled to hear the news? "Did you truly come from Great Evolution Pass?" Yuan Xinggu asked him. This matter was far too important for them to take lightly. Yang Kai answered, "Sir can verify it easily." An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the sidelines suddenly spoke up, "Yang Kai, this name. Could you be the Yang Kai who can use purifying light?" "It is this Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Everyone immediately understood. There were countless 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield, but if there was anyone whose name could be remembered by the 8th Order Masters of almost all of the Great Passes, then Yang Kai was likely the only one. The emergence of purifying light gave the humans a way to fight against black ink strength for the first time in history, and as the sole possessor of purifying light, Yang Kai's name naturally became widely known. Only, not many people had actually met him in person. Add on the fact that he had mentioned the 3 words Great Evolution Pass earlier, and everyone's focus had fallen on that instead while none of them paid attention to his name. If it was the Yang Kai who could use purifying light, then he had to be from the Great Evolution Army, no doubt about it. Yuan Xinggu knew that the old ancestor had personally requested that Yang Kai join the campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass. It seemed like his presence was of some help to the old ancestor's recovery. Though he had no idea what help a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be in the recovery of a venerable 9th Order Master, since it was the old ancestor who named him, she naturally had her reasons. Has Great Evolution Pass been retaken? Yuan Xinggu asked. Yang Kai replied, half a year ago, the Great Evolution East-West Army and North-South Army rendezvoused at Great Evolution Pass and successfully recovered the Great Pass. Wonderful! One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters exclaimed. They had waited 150 years to hear this news, so none of them could help but be overjoyed. How are Great Evolution Army's casualties? Tian Lu asked. Yang Kai answered in a pained voice, the total number of soldiers stationed at Great Evolution Pass currently number around 33,000, with around 78th Order Masters. Hearing this figure, everyone fell silent. They knew the initial composition of the Great Evolution Army, so this number indicated that after fighting for 150 years, almost half had perished, which was enough to show just how brutal the war had been. It had to be known that such losses were almost the entire garrison strength of a normal Great Pass. However, all of them knew that this was the price that had to be paid. For the army to lead a campaign to Great Evolution Theater without a Great Pass to rely on, and with the Black Ink clan occupying favorable conditions and an advantageous position, how could they possibly have retaken Great Evolution Pass successfully in 150 years without paying a steep price? Now, all they could hope was for the dead to rest in peace. Yuan Xinggu nodded lightly, since you came from Great Evolution Pass, it means that the space array there has been repaired. This is an important matter. I must send someone to verify it. Yang Kai nodded, of course. Only, there seems to be a problem with this space array. What problem? Yuan Xinggu asked. Yang Kai gave him a basic summary of what he encountered in the Void Corridor, however, this junior has yet to find what the problem is exactly. Yuan Xinggu was silent for a moment before continuing, we will know once we give it a try. They had also seen the anomaly with the space gate earlier and knew that Yang Kai's words were true. At once, they instructed their subordinates to make preparations for a transit to Great Evolution Pass. The soldiers guarding the Grand Hall were all familiar with the process, so they set up the necessary materials quickly and soon, everything was ready. At Yuan Xingji's signal, the array was quickly activated. The patterns lit up and the grand array hummed. Following the rapid draining of energy from the crystals, a space gate quickly opened. Huh! Yang Kai looked flabbergasted. He had clearly encountered a problem when he was teleporting from Great Evolution Pass to Wind and Cloud Pass, so going from Wind and Cloud Pass to Great Evolution Pass should result in the same issues. However, from what he could see now, there were no obstructions during this activation of the Grand Array, and the space gate was now opened normally. The cultivator in charge of the array went forward to check before moving over to report, the array is working fine. It has successfully connected with Great Evolution Pass. Let me see. As he spoke, Yang Kai had already stepped onto the array and activated his space principles, investigating the situation with his divine sense. A few moments later, something that baffled him even more appeared. During his investigation, he realized that there were indeed no problems this time, which only added to his doubts and suspicions. If there were truly no issues, then what happened earlier? I will personally make a trip to Great Evolution Pass, Tian Lu announced. As Wind and Cloud Pass's Northern Army's army commander, he was qualified enough both in status and strength for this task, and it was a perfect opportunity to have him investigate the situation personally. Yuan Xingge nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Tian. Without further ado, Tian Lu turned around and stepped through the space gate, quickly disappearing from sight. Yuan Xingge did not wait in place, but rather turned to Yang Kai. You, come with me. He had received a transmission through his divine sense just now, naturally from the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass who noticed what was going on here and had questions for this Yang Kai who had come from Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai complied. Following Yuan Xingge, it did not take long for them to arrive at an extremely remote corner of Wind and Cloud Pass which could almost be considered an inconspicuous nook, a place that was easy to miss even for the soldiers in Wind and Cloud Pass who lived here year-round if they did not pay attention. There were not many buildings here, but it seemed more like some fields and gardens had been planted. It was a land of green mountains and clear waters with several lazy oxen grazing at the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving here, Yang Kai noticed that this was not truly a part of Wind and Cloud Pass, but rather the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Everything one could see before them was the scenery inside that small universe. This small universe gave one a sense of ease, but it was strange that Yang Kai would be able to step into this small universe inside Wind and Cloud Pass without any sense of abruptness. Everything seemed perfectly natural, as if this small universe had already become a part of Wind and Cloud Pass. Yuan Xingge stood in front of the old oxen grazing on the grass and bowed to one of them. Old ancestor, I brought him. Yang Kai's eyes practically fell out of their sockets. Why is the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass an ox? Is this his avatar? He had never met the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass before. Though, when he had stopped by Wind and Cloud Pass 150 years ago, and Yang Kai had felt the power of the old ancestor and the royal lord during their confrontation, that was only from a distance. Surprisingly, the old ox that was grazing on the grass could even speak human words. So this is the boy? I have some impression of him. That little girl from Yinyang Pass told me about him last time. The little girl from Yinyang Pass that he was talking about should be old ancestor Xiao. They were both similarly old ancestors, but there was still a huge difference between them in seniority. The old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass was clearly much older than old ancestor Xiao. Yang Kai did not dare to dally and quickly bowed to the old ox. Great Evolution Army's Yang Kai greets old ancestor. A wrinkled face suddenly peeked out from behind the ox, glancing at him with an obscure smile on his lips. He passed the tender blades of grass in his hand to the old ox, feeding it leisurely. Yang Kai immediately felt embarrassed. He thought that the old ancestor was the old ox, but it never occurred to him that he was actually just hidden behind the cow. The reoccupation of Great Evolution Pass is a joyous event. Inform the rest of the Great Passes, this is a matter worth celebrating for all of us, the old ancestor said. However, this old master is more interested in the matters of the fight between the Great Evolution Army and the Black Ink clan. This old ancestor has called you over for no other reason than to find out about what the Great Evolution Army has encountered over the years, so please speak casually. Yes. Yang Kai answered respectfully. Even though the old ancestor said that he could speak casually, Yang Kai did not dare to take him up on his word. At once, he told him of the Great Evolution East-West Army's encounter with the Black Ink clan army shortly after their departure from Wind and Cloud Pass, and about how Xiaofan had deliberately let a territory lord escape to lure the tiger from the mountain, as well as about the puppet army numbering in the tens of thousands without sparing any resources while they were on the march, which were then released as they approached Great Evolution Pass to draw the Black Ink clan's attention. While their army went straight into the Black Ink clan's territory to attack. The whole army at that time seemed like a long dragon, eliminating everything in its wake. After that, the East-West Army set up camp outside of the Royal City, and with the help of weaponized universe worlds, attacked the Royal City multiple times. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the royal lord fought in each battle, mutually wounding one another before the former recovered inside Yang Kai's small universe. While old ancestor Xiao Xiao would always make a complete recovery after 20 years, she would feign being injured so that the royal lord would lower his guard. Over the past 100 years, she was able to accumulate a significant advantage, and in their last battle, she was almost able to kill the royal lord. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5275, I suggest you make some soup. Then, Yang Kai spoke of the bloody battles that the North-South Army fought with the Black Ink Clan Army in order to stop them from leaving Great Evolution Pass and returning to the Royal City to provide reinforcements. He also spoke of the East-West Army's withdrawal from the Royal City, the panic of the Black Ink Clansmen at Great Evolution Pass, and the negotiations with the North-South Army which led to the Great Evolution Army taking back Great Evolution Pass without further bloodshed. Bit by bit, Yang Kai tried to detail everything to the best of his abilities and retell the encounters of the Great Evolution Army over the years. After he finished, he also felt a bit reminiscent about the campaign that lasted over 100 years. East-West Armies Xiang Shan and North-South Armies Mi Jing Luan used their strategic talents to the fullest, and if not for the two of them overseeing their respective fronts, even if they had twice the amount of troops, it would still be a far-fetched dream to recover Great Evolution Pass within just 150 years. Yuan Xinggu was silent, so nobody could tell what was on his mind. After hearing everything, the old ancestor nodded, "You have all worked hard." Yang Kai did not dare to take credit for the feat and cupped his fist. This junior was just one soldier at the front. It was thanks to the dedication and ingenuity of all the seniors that today's successes were achieved. The old ancestor smiled at him, clearly pleased with his humility. However, the old ancestor knew that perhaps even the boy in front of him had no idea what a difference his arrival made to the entire Black Ink battlefield. Not to mention the purifying light which was able to dispel and cleanse Black Ink strength, the purifying Black Ink pills which were being mass-produced in each great pass was also found by Yang Kai when he was exploring a sealed world. There were also those purifying Black Ink battleships that were with each army. Which one of these innovations did not have this boy's mark on them? Now, it was also easier for humans to mine for resources thanks to the existence of the improved void yin-yang mirrors. Without all of these, how could the human race even have hoped to retake Great Evolution Pass? Furthermore, how could they plan for a future crusade? It could be said that though the cultivation of this boy in front of him was not very high, he was the key point that brought change to the landscape of the entire Black Ink battlefield. Even a venerable Ninth Order master could not underestimate someone like this because, oftentimes, such existences were able to make great differences with just a small bit of power in places that they themselves do not even realize, which was enough to influence the fortune of an entire race. The old ancestor did not ask any more questions. He had only called Yang Kai over here to find out about the situation of the Great Evolution Army's campaign, and now that he knew, he would not bother with saying anything more. The old ancestor continued feeding tender grass to the black cattle by hand, appearing just like an old farmer in the mountains, not the least bit imposing. Yuan Xinggu withdrew with Yang Kai. Before leaving, the old ancestor gifted Yang Kai several dozen kilograms of beef as a reward for his taking the time to travel here. The beef was very fresh and the blood had still not dried, as if it had just been butchered. After exiting the old ancestor's small universe, Yang Kai carried several dozens of kilograms of bloody beef with him and asked Yuan Xinggu with an expectant look on his face, "Sir, this beef, is there anything special about it?" He could not bring himself to ask such a question in front of the old ancestor himself. Now that he was out though, he didn't have to be so cautious. Yang Kai just could not settle down if he did not find out. Yuan Xinggu pondered for a moment before saying, "The texture is good?" Yang Kai's face went dark. "Sir, you know I don't mean that." He rubbed his brow for a moment before deciding to speak frankly with him. "Old ancestor's beef, will there be any special effects after eating it?" Yuan Xinggu advised. you've seen the black cattle that the old ancestor was feeding. Did you notice it having any sort of divine bloodline in it? Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and shook his head. They were just ordinary black cattle. Yuan Xinggu looked askance at him. Then what were you expecting? Yang Kai was suddenly struck speechless, but he was also unrelenting. Is this beef from the cattle raised by the old ancestor? Yuan Xinggu gave him a vague answer. I suggest you take it back and cook it into soup. The cattle that old ancestor rears are somewhat gamey and are not very tasty. He spoke, appearing experienced. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he looked at the several dozen kilograms of bloody beef in his hands, he sighed and silently put them away. In the end, it was still a gift from an old ancestor, so he would make some soup with it once he returned and hand it out to the members of Dawn Squad so that they could enjoy the taste. Everyone had been working quite hard, after all, these past 150 years. After returning to the Grand Hall where the space array sat, some 8th Order masters were still waiting there, in no hurry to leave. Yuan Xinggu asked, has Brother Tianlu not returned yet? An 8th Order master shook his head, we haven't received any news yet. Yuan Xinggu nodded before turning to Yang Kai, what about you? Will you wait here? Yang Kai cupped his fist, this junior came here to test the effects of the space array. Now that the task is complete, it is time for me to return to Great Evolution Pass. Yuan Xinggu did not stop him, in that case, go on. The soldiers guarding this area were asked to prepare the supplies for teleportation and soon, Yang Kai was standing at the center of the array. Once the grand array was activated and the space gate opened, he disappeared without a trace. He was expecting a repeat of what he encountered earlier, but this journey was completely smooth. Soon, Yang Kai reappeared on the space array at Great Evolution Pass, where a group of array masters scrambled over to ask about the situation earlier. Yang Kai gave them a simple rundown of what he experienced, but he himself could not quite figure out where the problem lay. Did someone from Wind and Cloud Pass come earlier? The bald Grandmaster answered, a man who called himself Wind and Cloud Pass Northern Army's Army Commander, Tian Lu. He is currently speaking with Army Commander Xiaofan and the others. The fat Grandmaster then asked, Young boy, has our space array been fixed or not? Yang Kai frowned, I think we can consider it fixed. Then what happened earlier? Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Perhaps there was a blockage in the void since the corridor between these two places had not been open for so long. Then, after I went into it myself, the blockage was cleared. The Grandmaster were all speechless at his uncertain explanation. However, other than this, there did not seem to be any other explanation. After all, it was only Yang Kai's first transit where a problem arose. After that, everything was smooth, whether it be for Tian Lu coming over from Wind and Cloud Pass or Yang Kai's return trip. From this alone, it seemed like the space array had been repaired. Since the repairs had been completed, the higher-ups had to be informed. Yang Kai personally went to Lu Zhiping to report on the matter, and she naturally praised him. At once, arrangements were made for news of the successful recovery of Great Evolution Pass to be passed around to each of the Great Passes. It was only natural that the entire race be informed of such good news. After all, everyone was paying great attention to this matter, and the sooner the news got to them, the better. Soon, a jade slip bearing old ancestor Xiao Zhao's aura was sent through the space array to each Great Pass, with the good news recorded into each of them. A lot of resources were spent each time the hyperspace array was used. Depending on a cultivator's realm, the consumption of the materials also varied. On the whole, the higher one's cultivation, the higher the consumption would be. However, if they were only sending things such as jade slips, then the consumption could be minimized. So, with the current stock of resources at Great Evolution Pass, it was enough to support simple matters such as sending out jade slips. However, they had to send a jade slip to each of the Great Passes, so it would still take a considerable amount of time to complete. After many days had passed, Great Evolution Pass had opened and closed the space array over 100 times so that they could send out the more than 100 jade slips that they had. During this time, Yang Kai stayed by the array, monitoring its condition. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. No abnormalities appeared in any of the activations, so all of the jade slips were also sent out successfully. With that, it seemed as if Great Evolution Pass's space array truly had been repaired. Elsewhere, news of their success was met with great joy in all of the great passes as 30,000 years of humiliation were finally wiped away. It was clear to the higher-ups that Great Evolution Pass had been retaken, which meant that the human race's crusade was not far off, so they were all secretly preparing for it. In fact, as early as when the human race decided to take back Great Evolution Pass, they had already been preparing for the crusade. The evil-purging divine spear created by Grandmaster Ma Fan was the greatest weapon for this crusade, and in order to hide it, Great Evolution Army did not dare to use it during the entire war to retake Great Evolution Pass, fearing that news would get out, putting the Black Ink clan on guard. If they had made use of the evil-purging divine spears, it would have been much easier to recover Great Evolution Pass and they would have suffered fewer losses, but this would be detrimental to the entire human race in the long run. One day, Yang Kai was leading Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around, searching for a suitable location. Dawn was still an incredibly powerful team. Even though they lost Chi Tai Chu in the previous war, they had recruited Blood Crow, so Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters still numbered 8 in total. Yang Kai's intention bringing these 7th Order Masters out this time was not to stir up trouble with the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater were now hiding in their royal city, licking their wounds, so how could they dare to come all the way to Great Evolution Pass? These 7th Order Masters were all brought here to help act as protectors. 150 years had passed since Yang Kai departed from Blue Sky Pass, and with the flow of time in his small universe being 4 times faster than the outside, it meant that nearly 700 years had passed in Void Continent. During these 700 years, many new disciples had cultivated to the peak inside the Void Dao Temple, and there were now 10 youths who had the qualifications to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. The nurturing of the World Tree clone was constantly impacting Yang Kai's small universe, which allowed Void Dao Temple's disciples to grow so quickly. Previously, during the war against the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, Yang Kai was in no position to allow these disciples to break through, but now that things had settled down, there was no need for him to worry as much as before. 10 cultivators needed to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, so Yang Kai alone could not stand guard for all of them. As such, he dragged all of the 7th Order Masters of Dawn out here so that they could help out. With the current vision and abilities of Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, standing guard for these little ones was no problem at all. It did not take long for him to settle on a spot in the void. After looking left and right and confirming that there were no issues, Yang Kai waved his hand, and as the void distorted before 10 Emperor Realm cultivators appeared out of thin air in front of him. There were both males and females among them, occupying half of the numbers each, all of them sharing one characteristic, and that was that they all looked young and vigorous. There were only 2 possibilities for a cultivator looking so young, and that was either that they had cultivated beauty techniques, or that they had grown up very quickly. As long as one was able to grow quickly in strength and make progress in their cultivation, then time would not leave as many traces on their appearance. The emperors before them were clearly part of the latter. Due to the nurturing power of the World Tree clone, as well as their own innate talent for cultivation, these youths ascended rapidly on their martial Dao. Martial Peak, Chapter 5276, Steady Stream of New Recruits. 10 Peak Emperor Realm cultivators were all gathered in the Void Dao Temple. They had long received Yang Kai's divine sense transmission that asked them to get everything prepared. Some of them had been waiting for this day for many years. In the Void Dao Temple of today, it was no longer a secret that one could advance to the Open Heaven Realm after the Emperor Realm. It was also no longer a secret that this entire void world was the small universe of the Tao Lord. There were even statues of Yang Kai erected in the Tao Temple for the disciples to worship day and night. Yang Kai even revealed matters concerning the black ink battlefield to the disciples in the Tao Temple, all so they could make a choice. Once they step into the open heaven realm, they will have to join the black ink battlefield and fight against the black ink clan. If they were unwilling to fight the black ink clan, then they could choose to remain in his small universe and the Emperor realm. These 10 had chosen to advance to the open heaven realm, which meant that they had made the mental preparation to do battle with the black ink clan. In fact, basically every Emperor realm master who could take that step made the same choice. Once a cultivator stepped onto the martial Tao, then they would keep climbing higher to reach even more dazzling sights. Fear of danger was never a reason to stop. Once they left Yang Kai's small universe and emerged into the outside world, anyone would more or less feel unaccustomed. This had nothing to do with their strength or foundation, but rather the general change in environment. However, they had cultivated to the Emperor realm after all, so it did not take long for them to settle down. In the next instant, everyone revealed looks of pleasant surprise and saluted respectfully. Disciples greet the Tao Lord. The disciples paid respects to Yang Kai's lifelike statue inside of the Void Tao Temple at the beginning of each day and night, so they were naturally incomparably familiar with this face. Moreover, they had expected to meet the Tao Lord himself when they came out, and sure enough, that was exactly what happened. This was their Tao Lord, and the entire void world was the small universe of this Tao Lord. They were born inside of that void world where they cultivated and grew, so in some sense, it was the Tao Lord who gave them everything. Previously, they merely worshipped him in a spiritual sense, but now that they had seen him in the flesh, the feeling was even more direct. It could be said that though the Tao Lord was not the same as their biological parents who gave birth to them, his existence was not far off from that. All the living beings in the void world could be said to be the Tao Lord's descendants. Even though Feng Ying and the others were surprised, they had already heard about this and just looked at the 10 Emperor Realm cultivators who appeared with curiosity. Only Blood Crow's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets in surprise. Since joining Dawn, Blood Crow had always seemed out of place and did not interact with the others at all. If Yang Kai had not dragged him out today, he probably would not have agreed to be here. Even though he had been around the Black Ink battlefield for some time, he still knew next to nothing about Yang Kai, so it was unsurprising that he would be shocked at the sight of these Emperor Realm cultivators. You have living beings in your small universe? Blood Crow asked in surprise. There was simply no other way to explain the origin of these Emperor Realm cultivators. Yang Kai glanced at him. Is that so strange? Blood Crow was incredulous. Aren't you worried about disturbances in your small universe during a fight, leading to their deaths? However, he seemed to understand something after saying that. You must have one of the 4 universe pillars. That was the only way to ensure the stability of one's small universe, and also the only way for an open heaven realm cultivator in the 7th order to nurture sentient lives within their small universe. Yang Kai did not explain anything. He indeed possessed one of the 4 universe pillars in the past, but its function was largely replaced by the World Tree clone. Meanwhile, that World Spring had been given to Ding Yao. Not only did the World Tree clone have the effects of the 4 universe pillars, but it also had many effects that the 4 universe pillars did not have. It was not that he did not trust Blood Crow, there was just no point in explaining. What have you brought these Emperor Realm cultivators out for? Blood Crow asked with a frown. Even though there are no Black Ink clansmen here, the Black Ink battlefield is no place for them. Even a low-rank open heaven realm master would be courting death if they were to appear in such dangerous lands. The minimum requirement for the cave heavens and paradises to send people here was the 6th order open heaven realm. Right now, all of the 5th order open heaven realm cultivators in each great pass were those who had fallen there from the 6th or 7th order. Feng Ying smiled. Senior brother Blood Crow, why don't you take a look at these little ones' conditions? Blood Crow frowned and gazed at them before muttering in surprise, "They are all about to ascend?" "It's more than merely ascending," Feng shook her head with the same smile still on her face. Blood Crow also caught sight of something at this point and he could not help but feel shaken. They've all condensed 6th order elements in their Tao seals. He had a 7th order open heaven realm cultivation after all, and he was an 8th order divine monarch in his past life, so if he looked carefully, he would notice some hints. The 10 Emperor realm cultivators in front of him all had the aura of 6th order element powers inside their bodies, obviously left from the completion of their Tao seal. Exactly so. Feng smiled. Blood Crow was surprised and turned to look at Yang Kai to ask, "How did you cultivate them?" An ordinary 6th order master may not mean much to him, but that was different for those with the qualifications to advance straight to the 6th order. People like this were considered to elite disciples of any cave heaven or paradise as they were expected to reach the 8th order in the future. In his previous life, that was his limit as well. 1 or 2 was not impossible, but for 10 to appear at once. A unique method of nurturing them was clearly being used. Yang Kai did not want to explain too much, but since Blood Crow was asking, he could only reply, "Has Brother Blood Crow heard of the Star Boundaries World Tree clone?" Blood Crow tried to recall for a moment before saying, "I've heard of it. It is said that the World Tree clone contains miraculous powers that can nurture the living beings of that world." After escaping from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he went straight to the Shattered Heaven and stayed there for some time before finally being scooped up and jailed by Bright King Cave Heaven. During his days in the Shattered Heaven, he had indeed heard rumors about the World Tree in the Star Boundary, but he did not know too much about it since he did not pay much attention to it. Yang Kai nodded, "That is exactly right, and there is one in my small universe right now." Blood Crow could not help but gape in awe, speechless for a long time. What kind of luck does this brat have? To be able to bring even a World Tree clone into his small universe, did the high-ranking members of the human race really allow him to do such a thing? As the two of them were talking, one of the girls among the 10 Emperor Realm cultivators looked at one of the people in front of her with a look of pleasant surprise. There was a total of 9 of Dawn's members who came out during this trip, 8 7th Order Masters and 1 6th Order Master. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was none other than Miao Fei Ping. Apart from Yang Kai's 3 disciples, Miao Fei Ping was known as the first Open Heaven Realm Master to emerge from his small universe. The names of all of the Tao Temple disciples who dared to step into the Open Heaven Realm were recorded in the Tao Temple for those who came later to honor them. Miao Fei Ping's great name was at the top of the list. Miao Fei Ping was brought here for no other reason than because he was the pioneer to advance into the Open Heaven Realm from Void World, and his presence should boost the confidence of those who came after him. It was also Miao Fei Ping's request he be brought along. The female Emperor Realm Cultivator was currently staring straight at Miao Fei Ping. Naturally, Miao Fei Ping noticed her gaze when she was staring so openly. Even though his name was recorded down in the Tao Temple, there was no statue of him, unlike Yang Kai. Even if the disciples of the Tao Temple did know about his existence, they still would not be able to recognize him immediately. After all, more than 1,000 years had passed in Void World since he left. Four eyes suddenly met, and the female Emperor Realm Cultivator seemed to notice that her stare was too blunt, so she smiled apologetically. Miao Fei Ping nodded his head in greeting. It was then that Yang Kai spoke, "You are all disciples of the Tao Temple and your aptitude is the best in the Void World. I believe that you more or less have some understanding of the situation in the outside world after living in the Tao Temple all these years. Now that you've taken this step, naturally no one will stop you from advancing. However, let me say this first. The Black Ink battlefield is a place fraught with dangers, and once you complete this step, there will be no going back. Let me ask all of you one last time, are you willing to advance to the Open Heaven Realm and offer your strength to the human race, holding no complaints even if you are to die on the battlefield?" "We are willing," 10 people shouted in unison. In fact, nobody would say they were unwilling at this point. Yang Kai was clear about this as well, so he simply nodded, since you came from my small universe, then you all have a connection with me. In the future, if I find anyone who fears death, disobeys orders, and drags their fellow allies down on the battlefield, do not blame me for taking care of you personally. The 10 of them answered respectfully in unison once more. Only then did Yang Kai flick his wrist, sending out 10 streams of light. These are heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, they will help you in your advancement, so take and refine them. Obeying his order, they all swallowed the spirit pills before sitting down cross-legged and circulating their strength. It did not take long for them to refine a single spirit pill, and soon, all 10 of them opened their eyes again. Yang Kai nodded at Miao Fei Ping, signaling for him to step forward and introduce himself. My name is Miao Fei Ping. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this Miao. The eyes of the 10 Emperor Realm cultivators lit up upon hearing this. How could they not be familiar with that name? As the first person to emerge from Void Dao Temple and advance to the Open Heaven Realm, Miao Fei Ping's name could be said to be second only to the Dao Lord, Yang Kai, in the Dao Temple. They may have felt a little nervous when facing Yang Kai, but they felt more affection towards this pioneer who shared their roots. Greetings, Senior Brother Mao. The female emperor had a sweet mouth and quickly gave him an elegant bow. Everyone also followed suit. Miao Fei Ping cheerfully extended his hand to have them rise. Advancing to the Open Heaven Realm is not a difficult task, especially since you come from the Dao Temple and have stable foundations. You only need to remain focused when you are advancing. Steady yourselves, and nothing will happen to you. Moreover, squad leader, the Dao Lord has given you each a heavenly yuan stabilizing pill, which can increase the success rate of your advancement to almost a certainty. It is the best advancement spirit pill that you can find in existence. Everyone's confidence was boosted by his words. Miao Fei Ping also talked about the problems he faced during his own advancement so that they all had a clear idea of what to expect. The seniors here will stand guard for you. I will await your successful advancement. After saying that, he returned to Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai signaled with a nod, each of you go with one of them. Feng Ying and the other 7th Order Masters had been waiting for half a day, so when they heard his words, they naturally did not hesitate to wrap their own world force around one Emperor Realm cultivator each and bringing them away into the distance. Soon, there were only 3 people left in front of Yang Kai. He could not watch after the advancement of 10 people at once, but 3 should be no problem. As they were about to go their separate ways, Miao Fei Ping volunteered, "Squad leader, I'll take care of one of them." Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked, "Are you sure?" Miao Fei Ping smiled, "Right now, I'm an established 6th Order cultivator. It should be no problem for me to stand guard for someone." Yang Kai nodded, "Then, you can be in charge of one." "Yes." Miao Fei Ping responded and glanced at the 3 people left. He thought about choosing one of the male cultivators, but after meeting the gaze of that female cultivator from before, he changed his mind for some reason and smiled, "Junior sister, come with me." Martial Peak, Chapter 5277, Disciple Xiao Kai. 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 1 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Indeed, nothing should happen with them standing guard for a group of Emperor Realm cultivators while they advance to the Open Heaven Realm, especially since these disciples who came from the Dao Temple all had solid foundations and stable Dao seals. Combining the help of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills that Yang Kai gave them, their advancements could be said to be smooth and steady with only 1 or 2 occasional minor hiccups, but nothing dangerous happened. The heart of the female Emperor Realm cultivator whom Miao Fei Ping was in charge of became slightly hurried when she was advancing, but thanks to his timely help, she was able to calm herself and finish her breakthrough without incident. The powers of the 7 elements merged in their bodies, splitting heaven and earth apart and creating a small universe. Continuous auras of the birth of universes could be felt in the void. In a matter of days, 9 open heaven realm masters had come to this spot, and celebratorily, 19 left. The newly advanced juniors were all overwhelmed with joy. To go from the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm was a massive leap in strength. If it were merely advancing to the low-rank open heaven realm, then the jump would not have been too obvious, but all 10 of them had advanced directly to the 6th order. After returning, as long as they focused on stabilizing their realms, then once they familiarized themselves with their power, it could be said that their strength would increase around 100 or even 1,000 times compared to what they had before. In this respect, the heavenly way could be considered unfair. Those with outstanding aptitude and talent were able to leave their peers far behind in the process of advancing to the open heaven realm. The fools with no aptitude were left to fumble around at the bottom of the open heaven realm, if breaking through to that realm was even possible. But when had the heavens ever been completely fair? The 10 newly advanced 6th order open heaven realm cultivators were left with Feng to bring back to Great Evolution Pass to settle in. Generally speaking, newly advanced open heaven realm cultivators couldn't be relied on because a lot of time had to be spent for one to stabilize their cultivation. One had to familiarize themselves with the new surge of power, otherwise, they would not be able to perform at their full potential when facing off against an enemy. This could take several years, or even decades. Fortunately, now that a sort of peace had settled over the Great Evolution Theater, these 10 newcomers had plenty of time to get used to their situation. This was also the reason why Yang Kai kept holding them in and not letting them out of the small universe until now. During the bloody war with the Black Ink clan previously, letting them out would only have brought trouble to all parties. On the way back, the 10 newcomers gathered around Miao Fei Ping, bombarding him with all sorts of questions. The main reason for that was because Miao Fei Ping shared their roots. They had all come from the void world, so there was not much of a gap between them. Instead, they had a natural sense of camaraderie with each other. This was different for Feng Ying and the other 7th order masters. No matter how amiable and easy to approach Feng Ying and the others presented themselves, these juniors would still have some reservations. Miao Fei Ping was also happy to pass on his experiences to the younger generation. Back when they were at Blue Sky Pass, he was often the one who mentored the open heaven realm masters that emerged from Yang Kai's small universe. All the open heaven realm masters who came out of the void world had received Miao Fei Ping's kindness. Faced with everyone's questions, Miao Fei Ping was naturally eager to answer anything he could and spoke without hesitation. The sudden change in environment and the sudden acquisition of far greater power meant that the newcomers had a lot of questions they needed answered. 9 of the 10 were exactly that way, while only one of them was silent, but they were still listening intently. The quiet one was the female Emperor Realm cultivator who Miao Fei Ping was in charge of previously. After listening quietly for a long time, the young woman seemed to have made some sort of decision and suddenly sped up, coming to the side of Feng Ying who was leading the trip back towards Great Evolution Pass. Noticing her approach, Feng Ying turned around and smiled. "What happened? Are you struggling with something?" The young woman shook her head and transmitted her voice silently to her. "Martial Aunt Feng, I heard from Senior Brother Mao earlier that we are all fighting against the Black Ink clansmen in units called squads?" Feng Ying nodded. "That's right. Squads are the most basic grouping in our human army." The young woman asked hesitantly, Then, can I join your squad?" Feng Ying was a little surprised. Nobody had ever asked her for such a request before. In fact, many open heaven realm masters had emerged from Yang Kai's small universe over the years, each one of them starting from the 6th order open heaven realm at least, with a small minority of them even directly reaching the 7th order. However, Yang Kai was only responsible for bringing them out, while the rest was not his concern. It was not that it was too much trouble, he was just trying to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, more and more people would come out of Yang Kai's small universe in the future, so as time went on, Yang Kai's lineage was bound to grow immensely. If these people were to all gather together, an isolated atmosphere might form around them, which could not be permitted on the black ink battlefield. In this brutal war, origin and status meant nothing, all were brothers and sisters in arms who lived and died together. Yang Kai was well aware of this, so the cultivators who he brought out back then at Blue Sky Pass were basically all handed to the army commanders to be taken care of while he did not need to interfere much. Right now, there was plenty to do in Great Evolution Pass and everyone was busy, otherwise, Yang Kai would not be leading Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters personally to act as protectors. It was easy to see the results of this from Dawn's current configuration. Out of all the cultivators that came out of the Void World, Miao Fei Ping was the only one who joined Dawn. The rest were all scattered throughout the squads of different divisions. This was also because Yang Kai had known and interacted with Miao Fei Ping for a long time. If Yang Kai really intended to gather his own forces, then the entirety of Dawn would be in the 6th Order and 7th Order. Moreover, he would be highly revered by his subordinates who would not dare to disobey his orders. When she first heard this young woman's request, Feng Ying's first thought was that Yang Kai might not agree. After all, Dawn already had the maximum 50 members, so there was no need or ability for them to take on newcomers. However, Feng Ying was as intelligent as she was beautiful, so when she saw the young woman blushing while putting forth such a request, combined with the scenes she saw by chance before, she had a faint guess. As such, instead of outright rejecting her, she asked, "Why do you want to join our squad?" The young woman replied as if expecting this answer, "The Tao Lord has given us everything we have. Now that this disciple has gained some success in cultivation, this disciple wishes to stay by the Tao Lord's side and offer her strength." This young woman was clearly a bad liar as her eyes were constantly darting left and right while speaking, not at all daring to look straight at Feng Ying. Feng Ying laughed lightly and questioned, "Truly?" The young girl nodded incessantly, "Truly." "Then swear on it." Just kidding," Feng Ying laughed and explained, "Every squad has an upper limit for members, and even as a special operations squad, Dawn's upper limit is 50. We currently have exactly 50 members, so if you wish to join Dawn, then the only chance you'll get is if there is a battle and Dawn's numbers are cut down." The young woman quickly waved her hand when she heard what she said, "In that case, this disciple will not join Dawn." Martial Ant, just take what this disciple said earlier as nonsense and don't take it too seriously. However, Feng Ying's heart softened when she saw the genuine expression on her junior's face. If the squad leader himself asks the army commander personally, then perhaps an exception can be made. The young woman lowered her gaze timidly and shook her head. There's no need to bother the Tao Lord. She had never wanted to cause trouble for anyone ever since she was a child, so she wasn't about to start now. Feng Ying stared at her for a moment before asking, "What is your name?" The young woman answered, "Disciple is called Xiao Kai." Feng Ying nodded, taking note of her answer. "If there are any questions you have about cultivation, feel free to approach me with them." Xiao Kai thanked her respectfully. At the same time, on the universe fragment where Great Evolution North-South Army's forward base was once located, as space warped, Yang Kai stepped out of the distortion. Several Open Heaven Realm Masters stationed nearby were surprised when they saw him and could not help but stare for a moment, but they all came over to greet him once they realized who he was. After handing over the 10 newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters to Feng Ying, Yang Kai came straight here. It was for no other reason than that the Black Ink Nest was here. When the Black Ink clan withdrew from Great Evolution Pass, a mid-rank Black Ink Nest was left behind. Yang Kai was not sure about the details, but he heard that it was a request from Army Commander Mi Jing Luan to the Territory Lords. Though reluctant, the Black Ink clan had no choice but to agree. It had to be said that keeping the Black Ink Nest behind was simply a stroke of genius for the humans. Yang Kai had no idea what Mi Jing Luan was thinking back then, but once he learned that a mid-rank Black Ink Nest had been left behind, he had to praise Mi Jing Luan. If there was anything that the humans were starkly inferior at in comparison to the Black Ink clan, then would be their numbers and growth cycle. The next most critical disadvantage they had though was the ability to transmit information. Transferring information was simply too convenient for the Black Ink clan, as through the power of the Black Ink nests, information could be exchanged between Black Ink clansmen from different theaters instantaneously, much less within the same theater. In this respect, the humans were far inferior to the Black Ink clan. Right now, it was quite easy for humans to send messages from Great Pass to Great Pass through the use of space arrays, but when the Great Evolution Army was out on their campaign, someone had to make the trip in person to deliver messages between the different fronts. Yang Kai had also received orders to search for the location of the North-South Army near Great Evolution Pass before, and Adjutant Li Xing was also ordered to deliver news to the North-South Army about the final battle at the Royal City. For an ordinary 7th Order Master, it was a month's journey from the Royal City to the Great Pass, and fortunately, he did not have to report back, otherwise, it would be another month on the road. That was a huge gap in time. If there were urgent army matters that had to be passed on, then even a delay of a few hours could cause a major incident, let alone a journey lasting several days to a month. Mi Jingluan must have thought about this, which was why he would demand the Black Ink clan to leave the mid-rank Black Ink nest behind. He intended to use it to build up the intelligence network on the human side. However, such a thing would be extremely difficult to put into practice. It was true that the Black Ink nest was now in human hands, and it was also a mid-rank Black Ink nest that was of sufficient quality. However, it had been half a year since they retook Great Evolution Pass, and Mi Jingluan was still unable to implement the intelligence network plan that he had in mind. Yang Kai had been working constantly with the array masters at Great Evolution Pass to repair the space array, so he was not too sure about what the situation was at this time. The only reason he came here was to create a low-rank subnest to put into his small universe so that he could incubate Black Ink serfs to allow the Void Dao Temple's disciples a chance to get some real combat experience against the Black Ink clan before advancing to the Open Heaven realm and joining the war. He had this idea in mind when he was still stationed at Blue Sky Pass, only, it was unfortunate that even though he had moved a subnest into his own small universe back then, once the higher-rank Black Ink nest outside was destroyed, the subnest was also destroyed, which left him with nothing. In the Blue Sky Theater, they couldn't allow any Black Ink nests to remain outside, otherwise, the Black Ink clan might be able to reclaim them sooner or later. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5278, There's nothing we can do about it. The situation was different now. The Black Ink clan's foundation in the Great Evolution Theater had been severely damaged and even the Royal Lord himself had sustained heavy injuries. Moreover, old ancestor Xiao Xiao would go and visit him every now and then, leaving him no opportunity to recover. Under such circumstances, the humans could make use of this mid-rank Black Ink nest that fell into their hands. The entire Black Ink nest was moved over here after the reoccupation of Great Evolution Pass, where array masters set up barriers to isolate and contain the Black Ink strength which was regularly released from it. The current situation on the universe fragment was clear. The huge Black Ink nest was located at the center and isolated by spirit arrays so that no Black Ink strength was spreading out into the periphery, allowing the human soldiers to move around it freely. The one currently standing guard here was the Great Evolution Southern Army Commander, Ouyang Lai. Even though there was little worry that the Black Ink clan would try to come and snatch this Black Ink nest, one could never be too careful. A strong master was needed on standby, and an army commander was undoubtedly the strongest available. The reason why Ouyang Lai was here was because he had taken the initiative to volunteer for the post. Since he was still recovering from his wounds, it made no difference whether he stayed inside of Great Evolution Pass or here since the two were now just half a day's travel apart. The Southern Army's temporary army headquarters was also located here, so after arriving, Yang Kai received permission to enter and as soon as he did, he saw a slightly pale-faced Ouyang Lai reprimanding his disciple. "You lazy brat! Even dragging your feet when I asked you to go to Great Evolution Pass to pick up some wine. I don't know what those legs of yours are even for. Gong Lian stood in front of Ouyang Lai with downcast eyes, allowing his honored master to spit all over him without moving. He was clearly no stranger to this situation. After Ouyang Lai finished reprimanding him, Gong Lian answered lazily, "Honored master, Martial Uncle Me said that your body is still injured, so you should not drink excessively. He asked me to watch over you so that you can recuperate well." Ouyang Lai glared at him and almost raised his nostrils into the air as he said stubbornly, Martial Uncle Me, am I your honored master or is Big Head Me your honored master?" He jabbed Gong Lian's head with his finger. "I taught you since young to listen to your honored master, and now look at you. Not listening to anything I say anymore, but you're happy to listen to anything Big Head Me says. Tomorrow, I'm going to expel you from my sect, then you can go and look for Big Head Me and ask him to be your master." Poor Gong Liang was still a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so watching him being reprimanded like a small child made Yang Kai widen his eyes in surprise. Moreover, Big Head Me? Mi Jingluan's head was not particularly big. This scene of a master scolding his disciple was so intense that Yang Kai felt that it was better for him not to watch it at all. Just as he was about to withdraw, Ouyang Lai suddenly turned his head over as if he just saw him and called out, "Young boy, you've come?" Yang Kai had no choice but to grit his teeth and cup his fist. "Greetings, Senior Ouyang." Then, he turned to Gong Lian, "Senior brother Gong." Gong Lian returned his greeting. Ouyang Lai walked over with a laugh and wrapped his arms affectionately around Yang Kai's shoulders. "You've come just in time. The Inner Sanctum has just sent word that they want you to set up a space array here. The materials have already been prepared. Have a look and see where it's more suitable to set this thing up." Yang Kai came to this universe fragment for his own reasons regarding the black ink nest, but he did also have proper business. Xiang Shan wanted him to help them set up a space array here so that those from the Inner Sanctum could come and go with ease. Naturally, Ouyang Lai had been informed beforehand. "Anywhere is fine, I can arrange the space array wherever Senior Ouyang finds suitable." Yang Kai smiled back. Ouyang Lai sighed, "If only my disciple was as obedient as you are, constantly talking back to me. It's just aggravating, wouldn't you say?" What could Yang Kai say? He just turned a deaf ear to it. Ouyang Lai lowered his voice, "Have you got any wine?" Before Yang Kai could answer, Ouyang Lai glanced over with a stern gaze, "Don't tell me you don't. I know you're raising living beings in your small universe, so you should have anything and everything." The killing intent in those eyes seemed to suggest that he would slaughter him without a burial if Yang Kai dared to let the word "no" slip from his mouth. Yang Kai sighed, "Senior Ouyang, you haven't fully healed yet. You shouldn't drink." Ouyang Lai bristled, "Don't lecture me like Big Head Me. We've campaigned against the Black Ink clan for 150 years, and I've been enduring all that time. Now, I can't even celebrate with alcohol after we've won the war? What kind of reasoning was that? Enough with the nagging, bring me some wine." Saying so, the arm around Yang Kai's shoulder grew increasingly heavy, which made Yang Kai feel at once that his bones were about to dislocate. A short time later, in an open space, Yang Kai was busy setting up a space array. On the side, Ouyang Lai was sitting in the middle of a pile of wine bottles, drinking happily, cheering in glee after finishing each one in a wonderful mood. Not far from him, Gong Lian was eyeing Yang Kai with a grimace, which made Yang Kai feel embarrassed to meet his gaze. Something like setting up a space array could not be easier for Yang Kai. With all the materials in place, it took him less than an hour to finish everything. An array had already been set up at Great Evolution Pass that synced with this one. Yang Kai personally stepped onto the array to check and made sure that there were no problems before handing it over to their use. By now, Ouyang Lai had already drunk his fill and was sitting slumped on the ground, tapping his knees and singing his heart out. Even though Ouyang Lai had a gruff appearance, his voice was actually pretty good. Even though Yang Kai had no idea what he was singing, his song had a boldness to it that was quite interesting. After walking over to Yang Lai's side, Yang Kai cupped his fist. Senior Yang, the space array is completed. Good work. Yang Lai spoke in a good mood, wine bottle still in hand. Furthermore, this junior has a presumptuous request. Speak. Yang Lai spoke with narrowed eyes that showed an indescribable sense of carefreeness. This junior wishes to obtain a subnest to place inside of his small universe to aid in the cultivation of the disciples in my small universe. Senior should know that many 6th and 7th order open heaven realm masters have walked out of this junior's small universe. Unfortunately, before stepping into the Black Ink battlefield, none of them have ever encountered the Black Ink clan before. If they were able to face some Black Ink clansmen during their growth period, it will be beneficial to them when they truly enter the battlefield in the future. Yang Lai nodded at his words. Fair enough, but it is useless to speak to me about this. I'm just the doorman here. You'll have to ask the old ancestor for permission. Yang Kai answered. The old ancestor has already agreed. She told me to come see you. Yang Lai suddenly grinned meaningfully. It's useless even if the old ancestor agrees. Yang Kai was confused. This junior does not understand. Yang Lai reached out and pointed at the Black Ink nest enveloped by the spirit array behind him, because there's nothing we can do about it right now either. What do you mean? Yang Kai was even more confused. Yang Lai guzzled another mouthful of wine before directing Gong Lian, take him in and show him. After accepting his order, Gong Lian turned to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, come with me. Many thanks. Halfway through following Gong Lian into the Black Ink nest, Yang Kai laughed bitterly. Brother Gong, please don't blame me. I had no other choice. Naturally, he was talking about Yang Lai's request for wine. Gong Lian waved his hand. Honored master insisted, so Brother Yang was in no position to resist. I understand. In fact, honored master's injuries have already stabilized, so a little wine won't hurt him. Martial Uncle Me is only worried that he might drink excessively, which is why he told me to keep an eye on him. Yang Kai sighed. It's tough for you too, Brother Gong. Gong Lian chuckled. I owe honored master for raising and teaching me. Now that this Gong has made some achievements in cultivation and can take care of himself, it is naturally necessary to repay those favors to honored master. This much is nothing. As they were speaking, they arrived at the interior of the Black Ink nest. Yang Kai was naturally incomparably familiar with things like this Black Ink nest. He had been in and out of many Black Ink nests, including low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests. He was also the one who first found out that the Black Ink nests could communicate with each other. Before that, the humans had an inkling but had no proof on the matter. It could be said that there was nobody more familiar with the Black Ink nests than him in the entire human race. Martial Uncle Me asked the Black Ink clan to leave this Black Ink nest behind because he hoped to create an intelligence network for the humans using it. If we can use the Black Ink nest the way the Black Ink clan uses them, then in the future, passing information around will be much easier for our race. Brother Yang should also know how far away each Great Pass is, and once a war breaks out, it becomes very difficult for armies to contact each other. If this network could be established, it would be very useful for our future crusade. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Currently, there are no problems with feeding it resources. The Black Ink nest is able to absorb materials instinctually, however, after absorbing the materials, all of the energy will automatically be put towards the birth of new Black Ink clansmen. We've not been able to create subnests. Why is that? Yang Kai frowned. He had seen how higher rank Black Ink nests created subnests before, so he knew it should not be anything difficult. Because we humans have no way of controlling the Black Ink nests currently, Gong Lian explained, Brother Yang may know that to control the Black Ink nest, One needs to connect one's divine sense with it. Black ink nest's consciousness and become one with it to control it. Indeed. And that is where the problem lies. Connecting to the consciousness of the black ink nest was not a problem. The problem is that the Black Ink clan has already set up an ambush inside the existing network, so as soon as any human makes a connection, they are instantly attacked by the force of more than a dozen territory lords in an instant. In a contest of spiritual energy alone, our 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are naturally unafraid of any single territory lord. However, our people can only fight alone, while the Black Ink clan can borrow the strength of several Black Ink nests in order to attack in a group, meaning no 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master can withstand it. The few 8th Order Division commanders who tried before have all suffered varying degrees of injuries to their soul. Yang Kai finally understood. He had experienced something similar before. Previously, he had also connected to the Black Ink nest's consciousness to locate other Black Ink nests, and it was then that he was attacked by the consciousnesses of many feudal lords in the strange space. Fortunately, he had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, so even though he was facing off against many foes alone, he still managed to defeat the Black Ink clan. What the humans were encountering now was exactly the same issue Yang Kai encountered back then. The Black Ink clan must have known that the humans would try to connect to the Black Ink nest to make use of it, so they had prepared over a dozen territory lords to wait in ambush inside of that strange space. As soon as they sensed the intrusion of a human's consciousness, they would immediately attack. Under such circumstances, would any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master be able to resist? Furthermore, if the few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had not withdrawn in time, then they might have incurred irreparable damage to their souls and perished. Gong Lian continued, the old ancestor has tried it once, but the territory lords must have sensed the old ancestor's strength and took the initiative to withdraw when they sensed her. As such, even the old ancestor is helpless in this matter. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5279, This thing might be of some use to you. It was an awkward situation that the Great Evolution Army was facing. Despite having the Black Ink nest in their hands, they had no way of using it effectively, yet it was too much of a waste to just destroy it. Naturally, the old ancestor was not afraid of the territory lords. However, after they sensed the old ancestor's strength, the territory lords lying in ambush would immediately escape, leaving the old ancestor helpless. Also, it was not as if they could just have the old ancestor wait on standby inside of the Black Ink nest forever. Yang Kai did not anticipate this situation. He thought that the humans would long have begun preparing the information network after having obtained the Black Ink nest for so long, but now it seemed that more consideration was required for this matter. It was true that he severely injured and even destroyed many feudal lord consciousness back then in the strange space of the Black Ink nest. With the soul-warming lotus's protection, he left the feudal lords in a miserable state despite fighting one against dozens, but he was only facing feudal lords and one territory lord back then. Now, it was numerous territory lords who had set up an ambush in that strange space, and they had a clearly defined plan this time. Whether it be the scale or the situation, it was very different from before. Yang Kai was confident that his soul was by no means inferior to any territory lord, so in a one-on-one, he didn't fear defeat. Moreover, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he was fearless against any attack on his soul. However, if the number of territory lords was too great, then there was not much he could do about it either. That was unless he could borrow some kind of powerful external force. After a short pondering, Yang Kai said, "Many thanks, Brother Gong. I will return and see if I can come up with a solution to the situation here." Gong Lian didn't give him a hard time and just smiled, "Take your time with it, Brother Yang, it's not an urgent matter. What's more, the higher-ups are also thinking up ideas. Surely it will be solved sooner or later." Yang Kai nodded and parted with Gong Lian. Without disturbing Yang Lai, who was still enjoying his drinks, he teleported back to Great Evolution, passed through the space array that was just completed. While they were in Blue Sky Pass, Dawn Squad's members all lived in their own scattered residences. However, now that they had arrived at Great Evolution Pass, the higher-ups took account of the fact that many squads had been reorganized recently and the members needed to get to know each other better, so basically all the members of each squad were housed in one place or area. Dawn was assigned to a large courtyard near the outskirts of Great Evolution Pass with a few dozen houses, enough for all the members to share. After returning to the courtyard, it was quiet. Save for Ning Qizhi, who was still recovering, the rest were nowhere to be seen. Currently, the entire Great Evolution Pass was in a state of disarray and practically all of the Great Evolution Army's soldiers were busy reorganizing everything, building or repairing various facilities around Great Evolution Pass, so there was no time for them to idle. Yang Kai went to see how Ning Qizhi's injuries were doing first and was relieved to see that he had improved a little. It was Ning Qizhi's small universe that was damaged in the previous war, an extremely troublesome injury to have for an open heaven realm master, so the recovery process was also extremely slow. However, the fact that there were improvements meant that there was nothing to worry about. This allowed Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. During the bloody battle at the royal city, losing Chi Tai Chu was already a great heartache for him, so Ning Qizhi could not encounter any accidents. After telling Ning Qizhi to take care of himself, Yang Kai left to see the old ancestor. He needed the old ancestor's help to deal with the matter concerning the Black Ink Nest. After all, they had to face off against many territory lords who were lying in ambush. Since the old ancestor was not able to handle it alone, he could only borrow her strength. After interacting with old ancestor Xiao Xiao for so many years, the two of them had already grown incredibly close with each other, so after arriving at the old ancestor's chambers, Yang Kai entered straight away without having to announce himself or inform anyone. In a stone pavilion located in a small garden, the old ancestor was joyfully chewing on candied fruit, leaving crumbs all over her mouth. Yang Kai sat down on a chair in front of her and casually poured himself a cup of water, drinking it all, and then sighing deeply, looking preoccupied. The old ancestor didn't even spare a glance at him. After finishing one stick of candied fruit, she took out another and continued eating. If one had to say what kind of thing old ancestor Xiao Zhao's space ring carried the most of, then it had to be snacks. During the days she spent recovering in Yang Kai's small universe, he often took her to the most bustling cities, and even he did not know how much food she had bought and hoarded up during those years. Something you need? The old ancestor finally spoke after finishing another stick of candied fruit. Nope. Yang Kai chuckled, just thought I'd pay a visit. And the old ancestor responded casually and did not pay him any more attention. Yang Kai was wondering how he should bring this up to the old ancestor in a less abrupt way. He was mainly here to borrow something from her, and despite how well they knew each other, he would inevitably find it embarrassing to just outright ask for it. The old ancestor had seen through that, but since Yang Kai did not speak, she just left him to stew in his thoughts. Soon, a small handful of bamboo skewers had already piled up in front of the old ancestor. Candied fruits were very sweet, but too much of them were bad for the teeth. Clearly, the old ancestor had quite the craving, but after a satisfied sigh, she looked around before her eyes finally stopped on Yang Kai, and she beckoned him with her finger. Yang Kai quickly straightened his back and put his ear forward, ready to listen to the old ancestor's instructions. However, the old ancestor simply wiped her sugary hands on his sleeve. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. If you wanted to wipe your hands, wouldn't it have been better if I fetched you some water instead? I prefer it this way. The old ancestor snapped back. What are you going to do about it? Yang Kai held his forehead. After a moment, with her hands cleaned, the old ancestor took out a cup from somewhere and pushed it in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai diligently filled it up for her. After taking a sip of water, the old ancestor spoke leisurely. Tell me, what have you sought me for? Yang Kai told her frankly, I would like to borrow something from you. Like what? A soul-type artifact. The old ancestor was surprised. What do you need a soul-type artifact for? Yang Kai explained, to deal with the territory lords who are lying in ambush inside of the black ink nests. They have no way of dealing with the black ink nest over there, right? If I had a strong enough soul-type artifact, then I might be able to solve the problem. The old ancestor frowned. Don't be reckless. Currently, you are no more than a 7th order open heaven realm master. Each one of the territory lords lying in wait is as strong as an 8th order master. Moreover, as soon as they sense that a soul is connecting from here, they will immediately launch an attack. Even with a soul-type artifact protecting your soul, you might not make it out safely. Yang Kai laughed. Many thanks, old ancestor, for your concern, but since I've said so, I'm confident in my ability to succeed. Old ancestor may not know this, but I came into possession of certain treasure during the early days of my cultivation, and with the protection of that treasure, the territory lords, and even the royal lords cannot do anything to my soul. The old ancestor was a little surprised at his words, but she soon asked thoughtfully, the treasure you speak of, it couldn't be the soul-warming lotus, could it? There was a pair of lotuses that were supreme treasures of the universe, the soul-warming lotus that nourished and protected one's soul, and the flawless purifying golden lotus that kept the body of the one in possession of it in an immaculate state. Who had not heard of these two supreme treasures before? However, such treasures had always been considered unique existences, and those who were able to possess either of them were those who held great destinies. Not just anyone strong could obtain such a treasure. If there was any treasure in the world that could allow a 7th order open heaven realm master to resist the spiritual energy attack of a royal lord, then it had to be the soul-warming lotus, so the old ancestor was able to guess it almost immediately. Yang Kai nodded. It is indeed the soul-warming lotus. The old ancestor almost did not dare to believe him, but since Yang Kai had told her so, he was clearly not joking around with her. After a moment of silence, she sighed. Your luck is really enviable, to be able to obtain the soul-warming lotus. Moreover, to obtain it early on in your cultivation. It is no wonder why I have always felt that your soul did not match your cultivation, it was thanks to the soul-warming lotus. Since Yang Kai had obtained the soul-warming lotus early on in life, after nurturing it for so many years, his soul would naturally be much tougher and stronger than ordinary. It was just by chance. Yang Kai said modestly. Reflecting on the experiences he went through on his martial Tao, obtaining the soul-warming lotus could be considered his most fortuitous encounter of all. Only a few people whom he was very close with knew about his possession of the soul-warming lotus. After all, it was too precious a thing to be revealing it casually. As for the flawless purifying golden lotus in Wuquang's possession, there was perhaps no one else but him and Wuquang himself who knew about it. Even though the old ancestor had been healing in Yang Kai's small universe for many years, she had no idea about the soul-warming lotus. With the soul-warming lotus's protection, you do not need to worry about the soul attacks of those territory lords. However, even if your soul can fight against the territory lords, you still may not be able to defeat them in a one-against-many fight. That is why I came to see you. Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and looked excitedly at her, so that I can borrow a powerful soul-type artifact. The old ancestor finally realized, so, that's the idea you came up with. With the soul-warming lotus to protect yourself, you want to boost your offensive strength with an artifact, and if you were able to severely injure a few of them, then the Black Ink clan probably will not dare to use the Black Ink nest to lay an ambush for us again. Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. If we can solve this problem, then our people can begin building our own intelligence network. A good plan. The old ancestor nodded. Unfortunately, I don't have any soul-type artifacts to lend you. Yang Kai had a speechless look on his face. Of all the possible scenarios he had thought up, he never expected this one. Old ancestor Xiao said, when I advanced to the 9th order, I gave up on all external aids other than a single favored artifact. You should know that when one's cultivation reaches my realm, the greatest thing one can rely on is oneself. Not only are most auxiliary weapons and devices useless, they can even impede the purity of one's Tao. The old ancestor's words sounded as if she were trying to explain the state of a venerable Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to him, but was it still not a kind of teaching? Yang Kai listened thoughtfully. The old ancestor soon changed the topic though. Even though I do not have a soul-type artifact to lend you, I do have something that should suit your needs. In fact, other than you, there is probably nobody else who can properly make use of this thing. Yang Kai was intrigued. What is it? The old ancestor flicked her hand and a jade slip appeared. Then, she casually tossed it over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. Then he immersed his divine sense and began investigating the jade slip's contents. Soon, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Soul-rending thorn? Who came up with such a crazy thing? Old ancestor Xiao explained, in the early days of the Shattered Heaven, there existed an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who lived in seclusion and did not appear in public. He was likely defending against the possibility that the cave heavens and paradises might try to capture him. After painstakingly researching for many years, he thought up such a terrible and unorthodox artifact, mainly to use against the venerable Ninth Order Masters of the cave heavens and paradises, not knowing that there was not a single Ninth Order Master present in the 3,000 worlds. At that time, I was also merely in the Eighth Order. Since he was involved in the murder of one of my Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's disciples, I visited him and obtained this. Martial Peak, Chapter 5280, Refining the Soul-Rending Thorn. The old ancestor did not mention what became of that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in seclusion, but since this soul-rending thorn was now in the hands of this old ancestor, then that Eighth Order Master's fate could be easily guessed. Even if both were in the Eighth Order, two cultivators could have vastly different strengths, especially when comparing those who came from great forces with deep heritages such as those cave heavens and paradises and rogues without any foundation to depend on. Yang Kai had once been chased down by Bright Sun Divine Monarch Cheng Yang in the Shattered Heaven when he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, but he was still able to get away from him in the end somehow. However, if it had been an Eighth Order Master from any of the cave heavens or paradises back then, he wouldn't have been so lucky. That was the difference. Even though old ancestor Xiao had also been in the Eighth Order back then, she had the foundation to advance to the Ninth Order, so how could a vagabond Eighth Order Master with below-average strength compare to her? With her taking action personally, the previous owner of this soul-rending thorn probably did not fare well. Still, it had to be said that the man did have some talent to be able to develop this soul-rending thorn. If this thing was used well, it could help one defeat a far stronger foe. The developer of this soul-rending thorn mainly came up with it to defend himself against Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but if the gap in strength was too wide, it was still impossible for it to have any effect. The soul-rending thorn was both a profound secret technique and also a type of artifact, and neither was of any use without the other. With only the secret technique but without the artifact, one would be unable to perform the technique, but with only the artifact and without the secret technique, it would still also be impossible to use. The secret technique and the artifact were both indispensable. And, just as the old ancestor said, there was nobody that could truly use this thing to its fullest potential but Yang Kai. To Yang Kai, this was a huge boon. After bidding farewell to the old ancestor, Yang Kai sent out a message and quickly received a reply, after which he went straight towards one of Great Evolution Pass walls. In just a few moments, he arrived and saw a figure working restlessly on a certain part of the wall. Yang Kai went up to him and greeted, "Grandmaster." Grandmaster Ma Fan was busy at work. The world force in his body was surging and he was sweating as hard as rain. Without even lifting his head, he answered, "You've come just in time. Help me with this." Currently, the busiest group of people in the entire Great Evolution Pass were the Artifact Refiners and Array Masters. Great Evolution Pass had only been recovered half a year ago, so many things needed these professionals' help fixing and setting up. All of the array masters and the artifact refiners were too busy to even pay attention to anything else. As one of the only few artifact refining great grandmasters in Great Evolution past today, Grandmaster Ma Fan naturally had even less free time than others. Moreover, he was more motivated to work than anyone else because this was Great Evolution Pass, the place the ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise had guarded. Although it had been lost for 30,000 years, the human race was finally able to snatch it back from the hands of the Black Ink clan. Ma Fan would put everything that he learned in his life to good use so that Great Evolution Pass could become an impregnable fortress where the mistakes of their ancestors from 30,000 years ago would never be repeated. He also knew that Yang Kai had the skills of an artifact refining grandmaster, and this was enough to act as an assistant, which was why Ma Fan even accepted a call from Yang Kai earlier. If it had been anyone else, Grandmaster Ma Fan wouldn't have bothered speaking to him in the first place, much less ask for his help so carelessly. Yang Kai naturally did not refuse. He went up and asked how he could help, and soon began immersing himself in work alongside Grandmaster Ma Fan. From the moment Yang Kai arrived until the job was done, almost half a month passed. It was not until Grandmaster Ma Fan had completed the superstructure of a large artifact that they finally stopped. Both of them were exhausted and left the remaining matters to others to finish up as they found a secluded place to adjust their breathing. It was only half a day later that Grandmaster Ma Fan finally opened his eyes and took out a wine bottle to wet his lips. After smacking his lips in satisfaction, he sighed, "I'm getting old. I would never be this tired in my youth. I'd be in good spirits even after working non-stop on artifact refining for a few years." Yang Kai laughed, "You're still in your prime, you're not old at all." Grandmaster Ma Fan glanced at him, "So, what have you sought me for?" Yang Kai quickly answered, "I came to ask Grandmaster to refine some artifacts for me." Saying so, he handed over the jade slip that he had prepared earlier. Grandmaster Ma Fan accepted it and poured his divine sense inside to check it, soon frowning as he asked, "Where did you get this from? It's quite a sinister thing." The jade slip that old ancestor Xiao gave to Yang Kai was comprehensive, containing both the secret technique and the refinement method of the soul-rending thorn. Even though it was not a confidential, or even a particularly important matter, it was still given to him by an old ancestor after all, so Yang Kai could not casually pass it around without her permission. So, what he handed to Grandmaster Ma Fan was merely the refinement method, which he had transcribed into a new jade slip. Even though it was merely the refinement method and was lacking the corresponding secret technique, someone of Grandmaster Ma Fan's capability could tell at a glance what the usage of this thing was. If it were created, there was no telling what kind of treachery and chaos it could facilitate, and that was why he commented on it being sinister. "The old ancestor was the one who gave it to me," Yang Kai explained, as there wasn't a need to hide it. Grandmaster Ma Fan was slightly taken aback, but then he took a closer look at the jade slip and said in wonder, "Is there an accompanying secret technique for this artifact?" Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up at once. "Great Master's vision is truly sharp." Grandmaster Ma Fan looked up at him, "Since it was given by the old ancestor, I won't ask any questions. Still, I must remind you that using this thing will surely cause grave injury to yourself, so you'd best only use it when absolutely necessary." Yang Kai replied seriously, "Rest assured, Grandmaster. I know what I'm doing." Grandmaster Ma Fan rose without commenting further, "Come with me." Yang Kai followed behind him. Great Evolution Pass had its own refining hall now. In fact, since Great Evolution Pass's reoccupation by the human army, the higher-ups had given top priority to establishing a functioning refining hall and pill hall, two key places that Great Evolution Pass Foundation would be built on. However, most of the artifact refiners were busy outside, so when the two of them stepped into the refining hall, not many people were inside. Hundreds of warships were moored at the large square outside of the hall, both big and small, making for quite a spectacular sight. These warships were all in need of repair. When the East-West Army departed from the Royal City to Great Evolution Pass, the artifact refiners and array masters had already fixed up many of the warships, but that was only a patch-up job as time was limited. After arriving at Great Evolution Pass, the priority was to restore Great Evolution Pass, so most of the warships had yet to be fixed and were thus all moored here. They had to wait until the artifact refiners and array masters were finally free before they could be worked on. After arriving at an open furnace, Grandmaster Ma Fan asked, "Are all the materials ready?" Yang Kai nodded. In fact, the material requirements for the soul-rending thorn weren't high. Apart from one or two rare items, it was mostly comprised of ordinary materials. On second thought, it was not surprising since it was created by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was hiding in seclusion in the Shattered Heaven. He naturally had to consider his access to materials, and if the materials needed were too rare, then he would not be able to get them. After taking out all of the materials, Grandmaster Ma Fan's divine sense surged for a while, and then he tossed the jade slip back to Yang Kai. "I made a few modifications that may enhance their power, but considering that there is still an accompanying secret technique, I dare not guarantee that the modifications will be compatible. Have a look at it yourself. If it's fine, then we will refine the artifacts based on this." Yang Kai received the jade slip and looked over it. After a moment, a delighted look appeared on his face. Sure enough, Grandmaster has discerning eyes. These changes are subtle, but enough to increase the power of these things by about 10%. As for the secret technique, it is relatively flexible so it won't be affected. It could be said that the secret technique would not be troublesome to perform for anyone as long as they were a cultivator. Only, not everyone could afford the cost of casting it. So, Grandmaster Ma Fan's changes had no negative effects. Since it was confirmed that everything was fine, Grandmaster Ma Fan began refining without dallying. In fact, Yang Kai himself could have refined them. After all, he was also a Grandmaster artifact refiner. However, he was going to be using them against territory lords, so having Grandmaster Ma Fan work on them would naturally help to guarantee the soul-rending thorn's might. Moreover, if he were to refine them himself, it would take far longer. Day after day, Grandmaster Ma Fan refined soul-rending thorns while Yang Kai provided some help from the side. Various subtle artifact refining techniques were performed by Grandmaster Ma Fan's hands, and he did not try to avoid being seen either, oftentimes working with the intent for Yang Kai to observe more closely. Under these circumstances, Yang Kai was able to make a considerable improvement in the Tao of artifact refining, which he had to admit was a surprise. The first soul-rending thorn took Grandmaster Ma Fan a month to complete. The completed soul-rending thorn was just like a long needle the length of a finger. It was dark all over, as if it had been coated with a strong poison. But in fact, this thing was not poisonous at all. Yang Kai picked it up and studied it, using his spiritual energy to refine it a little and found that nothing unusual happened, which meant that the refinement was a success. He thought that Grandmaster Ma Fan would be able to refine the soul-rending thorn faster and faster as time went on, but every single soul-rending thorn took him an entire month to finish. This proved one thing, that though it was Grandmaster Ma Fan's first time refining this artifact, he had still achieved his limit from the very start, which was why the time consumed in its creation did not decrease with subsequent attempts. A year later, 12 soul-rending thorns were successfully refined and the materials Yang Kai prepared were all used up. Only then did Grandmaster Ma Fan's hand stop. "Is this enough?" Yang Kai grinned. "It's enough." He trusted that the territory lords also would not be foolish enough that he would be able to use the soul-rending thorns 12 times. It would be best if he only had to kill off a few territory lords before they all retreated. 12 of them had been created just in case the unfortunate happened. Now that the soul-rending thorns were ready, Yang Kai bid farewell to Grandmaster Ma Fan and returned to Dawn's courtyard so he could begin refining them. The courtyard was still quiet with all of Dawn's members busy with work outside. However, he did happen to bump into Feng Ying, who had returned to check on Ning Qiji's injuries. After a brief exchange with Feng Ying and making sure that Ning Qiji's injuries showed no signs of deterioration, Yang Kai did not find the need to visit him again either. It was hard enough for a badly injured member to be left to recuperate quietly by himself while everyone was out busy, so it was not good to visit him constantly either. Just as he was about to walk away, Feng Ying pulled him to a quiet place and whispered, "Squad leader, can our squad take on any more people?" Yang Kai had no idea why she suddenly brought this up and replied, "Blood Crow and 2 others are joining Dawn, so we just happen to have 50. We're already full, you know that." Feng Ying said, "I know, but can't you go and have a talk with the army commander and ask if we can add 1 more person?" Yang Kai did not understand. "Who is it that you are so concerned about?" Martial Peak, Chapter 5281, Sacrificing Life for Power. Feng Ying sighed, "It's not that I'm concerned, just some things that have been bothering me to see." And so, she told him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at what he heard. "Truly? How come I never noticed it?" Feng Ying could not help but roll her eyes. "That's why I say that you men are all blind. That Miao Fei Ping is like this, and so are you. That day, her eyes were practically melting when she came out of your small universe, but you didn't even notice." Yang Kai scratched his head in confusion. Based on the time frame, shouldn't they be in retreat to consolidate their cultivation right now? Why did she come out to ask you to let her join our squad? Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying answered, No, she didn't do that. She just brought it up back then when we were on the way back after they just broke through. I told her that we can only accept members when a battle happens, and the number of our Dawn squad members went down, so she said she didn't want to join Dawn anymore. This girl has a good foundation. While the others are still stabilizing their cultivation, she has already come out of retreat several days ago and specifically came over to offer her help. Yang Kai was surprised. Her cultivation has stabilized after just over a year? Have you checked to make sure? Feng Ying snorted, How could I be sloppy about such things? Yang Kai nodded. Thinking back to what she told Feng Ying earlier, he praised, She's quite a sensible girl. Yes, and it's her sensible nature that makes it so hard to reject her. Feng Ying sighed. Unfortunately, Miao Boy did not even notice it in the slightest. I don't even know if he's really a fool or just acting. Yang Kai shook his head, but Dawn is still full. It's unfair for us to break the rules for just one person. If I were to bring this matter up, then it would make things difficult for the army commanders in the future, too. Feng Ying nodded, Fair enough. Never mind, we'll see how things go. These are youthful problems either way. I don't have the time or energy to worry about them. That's exactly the attitude to have. Yang Kai nodded. Then, he suddenly changed the subject, but then again, Senior Sister, it's time for you to advance to the 8th Order. It's not a good idea to stay in the 7th Order forever. Feng Ying squinted at him. Such matters are dependent on opportunity. If the opportunity is yet to come, then what is struggling through cultivating going to help? Yang Kai laughed. Then, where is Senior Sister's opportunity? Who knows? Maybe it'll come tomorrow. Feng Ying also laughed before turning around and heading out. I'm going. As he watched her leave, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Feng Ying had been in the 7th Order of the Open Heaven Realm for long enough, and she had already accumulated enough to break through to the 8th Order. Only, she never sensed an opportunity to do so all this while. Still, it was true what Feng Ying said, nobody can say when something like an opportunity would arrive. Maybe one day she will suddenly have the urge to forge ahead and advance to the 8th Order. All this while, Feng Ying had been making preparations for that moment. So, no matter when she advanced, she could still ensure that she had the highest chance of succeeding. After returning to his own small courtyard, Yang Kai opened the spirit array barrier to isolate himself from the outside before he sat down cross-legged. With a flick of his palm, he took out a soul-rending thorn. Now that the artifacts were ready, the only thing he had to do was to refine them. The refinement process was also easy, the same as any ordinary soul-type artifact. One had to pour their spiritual energy sense into it until they formed a solid connection to the artifact itself. The process of refinement was also a process of familiarization. Only when the artifact was fully refined could it be used against an enemy with ease. Compared to creating this artifact, refining it was simpler, so it took only a few days for Yang Kai to fully refine one soul-rending thorn. The hard part was the final step that came after the refinement process was complete. The refiner had to split a portion of their soul from themselves and integrate it into the soul-rending thorn to render the process complete. This was akin to sacrificing one's life for power. The separation of a portion of one's soul and the consumption of spiritual energy were two completely different things. Simply expending energy was a type of consumption that could be replenished once it was exhausted and was of no harm to a cultivator. However, to separate even a thread of one's soul was considered a sacrifice. In short, for every soul-rending thorn that he refined, he had to give up a portion of his soul. That was where the soul-rending thorn got its name from. To rend naturally meant to tear off. This was why the old ancestor said that Yang Kai was the only one in the world who could properly make use of this artifact. It was also why Grandmaster Ma Fan commented on the artifact being sinister when it received its manufacturing method. That was because this thing was a weapon that inflicted serious harm to oneself to deal even more devastating damage to the enemy, to a ridiculous degree at that. Right now, Yang Kai was merely refining it and hadn't used it against an enemy, yet he already had to give up a thread of his soul. Once it truly came time for him to face off against an enemy with this thing, then the price he had to pay would be even bigger. When that time came, the more of one's soul that one sacrificed, the more powerful the artifact would be as the secret technique was performed. If that were not the case, then the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was hiding in the Shattered Heaven, would have been able to defend against old ancestor Xiao with this thing at that time. Even if an ordinary cultivator was to refine a soul-rending thorn and cultivate the necessary secret technique, it was still difficult to use because giving up a thread of one's soul was akin to self-mutilation, likely leading to irreparable damage. However, it was different for Yang Kai. With the soul-warming lotus protection and nourishment, even if he did have to give up a part of his soul, he could eventually heal from the wound, which was the greatest capability that the soul-warming lotus had. It can be said that the soul-rending thorn was simply tailored to Yang Kai. This, combined with his already powerful soul, if he did get attacked by all the territory lords in the strange space inside of the black ink nest, he would still be able to fight back. Yang Kai was no stranger to separating parts of his soul. Back then, that was also how embodiment was born. However, even with preparation, the pain that came from one's soul being torn apart was still hard to bear. It felt as if one's body was being cut in half by a blunt knife, and one had to remain conscious throughout the entire process and not be distracted by the pain, otherwise, the entire process would fail while still leaving a wound on the soul. Yang Kai's body trembled violently and he was instantly drenched in sweat. Even though the process lasted but a short moment, for Yang Kai, it felt like a million years had passed. Once he had finally sacrificed a thread of his soul and merged it with the soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the thought that he still had 11 more soul-rending thorns to refine, Yang Kai's face turned a little dark, inwardly scolding himself for being so foolish as to have asked Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine so many. However, when he thought of the number of territory lords he would have to face, Yang Kai felt like he had to fully refine all of the soul-rending thorns even if the price was high. Any other cultivator would find it difficult to move their fingers after such a grueling experience. The damage and pain that this process caused were not something that ordinary people could bear. However, with the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai instantly felt a cooling sensation pour into his knowledge sea, as if a small invisible hand was brushing over him and smoothing out the pain in his body and filling his heart with comfort. To feel this kind of relief immediately after excruciating pain was especially indulgent. After calming himself slightly, Yang Kai took out a second soul-rending thorn and repeated the process. Even with the soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul though, Yang Kai still had to stop for a while and adjust himself after refining 3 soul-rending thorns in a row so that his soul could recuperate. Martial Peak, Chapter 5282, Cries of Agony. Normally, it took an extremely long time for an injury on a cultivator's soul to heal, and even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it took Yang Kai almost a month to recover from refining the first 3 soul-rending thorns. And so, only after 4 months was Yang Kai able to fully refine all 12. Without further delay, he went to the universe fragment that housed the black ink nest. As usual, he first went to see Ouyang Lai who was watching over this place, and only after receiving permission did he step into the black ink nest under his accompaniment. The reason why Ouyang Lai was accompanying Yang Kai was because he was curious to see what plan the latter had thought up to solve this problem that had been plaguing them, and secondly, it was to stand guard for Yang Kai in case something were to happen to him while he was dealing with the territory lords. During this time, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had not tried to enter the strange space again. The few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who tried and failed previously showed the humans that any attempt would only be a great risk to them without a proper solution to the problem. Ouyang Lai was not sure what Yang Kai was going to do exactly, but he had received some vague information previously from the inner sanctum that if anyone was going to solve the problem of the black ink nest, then it had to be Yang Kai. The source of this information was somewhat obscure, but it did not take much to guess that it was probably related to the old ancestor. Since the old ancestor trusted Yang Kai so much, then what was there for him to worry about? However, it was still necessary for someone to stand guard for him. Soon, the two of them arrived at the center of the black ink nest. Ouyang Lai said, "Kid, you must be cautious. If the situation turns awry, then retreat immediately. Those territory lords must be lying in ambush inside. Several have already suffered considerable losses from them previously. Even though the humans had not made any moves for more than a year, how could the territory lords become complacent?" Under Hongdi's lead, the Black Ink clan stationed at Great Evolution Pass were forced to agree to Mi Jing Luan's condition of allowing them to keep the black ink nest when they retreated. However, now that the humans had a mid-rank black ink nest, the Black Ink clan could only use this method to force the humans to give it up. Only by forcing them to give up on the black ink nest would the Black Ink clan be able to ensure that the humans would not be able to spy on them when they were exchanging information in the future. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, "I understand." With that, he opened the portal of his small universe, and as world force surged, the black ink nest devoured it like mad. Yang Kai immersed his mind into the stream, forming a connection with the black ink nest's consciousness. Soon, a familiar yet strange sensation engulfed him, as if his entire being was merging with the black ink nest. This was a clear sign that his connection was successful. Connecting to the black ink nest's consciousness was not difficult, and any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could do it with ease. That was because even though the black ink nest itself had a consciousness, it was not sentient. The black ink nest's consciousness was more like a platform that could carry one's soul and become one with it without distinction. However, the black ink nest's consciousness could only ever carry one soul at any one time. In other words, if Yang Kai connected with this black ink nest's consciousness, then nobody else could join him from the same black ink nest. This meant that once an 8th Order Master connected with the black ink nest's consciousness and entered that strange space, they would forever be forced to fight alone. However, it was different for the Black Ink clan. Even though the Great Evolution East-West Army destroyed many black ink nests during the war, there were still many owned by territory lords remaining on the Black Ink clan side. Each of these mid-rank Black Ink nests was representative of one territory lord, so they would always have the advantage in numbers. As Yang Kai's consciousness connected to the Black Ink nest's consciousness, he entered the strange space that he was familiar with in an instant. It was a space completely different from the outside world. It seemed vast, but also small at the same time. Not a hint of vitality could be felt, and the entire world was dead silent. With a slight thought, Yang Kai brought out his soul avatar. The reason he had to bring out his soul avatar was naturally so that he could prepare for the big fight to come. The moment his soul avatar emerged, Yang Kai immediately put up his guard against his surroundings, but to his surprise, the attack that he expected did not immediately come. No territory lords were lying in ambush inside of the strange space, only the rapid movement of a feudal lord's consciousness coming from a certain direction. By the time Yang Kai's body moved in order to chase after it, the feudal lord's consciousness had already disappeared. What's going on? Where is the Black Ink clan? Even though Yang Kai thought of many possible scenarios he would face, what he encountered still left him confused. However, in the blink of an eye, one by one territory lord consciousnesses suddenly appeared from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, the originally empty space now contained 6 territory lord consciousnesses. After these territory lords entered the strange space, some who did not transform into their soul avatars were just irregular blobs of spiritual energy, which were ever-changing. Only 2 territory lords made the same choice as Yang Kai and manifested their soul avatars. One looked like an ape, while the other looked like a giant. Yang Kai instantly understood. It must have been that the old ancestor's appearance previously surprised the territory lords, and that was why they did not dare to appear here before verifying who it was in case they ended up running into the old ancestor again. Even though they did not wait in this space, they had clearly left behind some subordinates to keep an eye on the situation, which explained the feudal lord that Yang Kai encountered when he first entered. The territory lords had to verify that it was not an old ancestor who entered before they could feel assured. The territory lords were no fools, so how could they allow the old ancestor to give them trouble? This was also the reason why the old ancestor was unable to resolve the matter. She was strong, but the decision to fight or not was in the hands of the Black Ink clan. On the other hand, the 8th Order Division commanders were helpless against the enemy and would only be putting themselves in danger to face them when they were so seriously outnumbered. Yang Kai was the best person for the job. With the soul-warming lotus protection, he was not worried about being injured, and with the soul-rending thorns, it was not a loss to take out an enemy. If he could take down 2, that would be a good deal. If he could get rid of a few of them, then he was certain that the Black Ink clan would not dare to act presumptuously in this strange space again. The territory lords clearly had no intention of greeting Yang Kai. They did not even care which 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master it was who entered this place. Since they had already confirmed that it was not the old ancestor, what else was there for them to hesitate about? Naturally, they grouped up and sent out a barrage of attacks, like they were trying to wash away the disgrace that the Black Ink clan had suffered in the war over the past 150 years. So, when the territory lords entered this strange space, 3 of them charged at Yang Kai without even a single word, while the other 3 assumed a triangle formation as they bombarded him with secret techniques. In an instant, a storm spun up by spiritual energy swept over Yang Kai. The Black Ink clan had no particular talents when it came to artifact refining, arranging arrays, or alchemy. Most of them relied on the Black Ink disciples under their command for such things. However, when it came to cultivating secret techniques, they had a special talent for it. Perhaps that was the Heavenly Way's compensation. Who could say for sure? They were able to freely perform many of the human race's secret techniques, and it was all thanks to the teachings of the Black Ink disciples that were corrupted by their Black Ink strength. They had even been able to develop new secret techniques based off of the foundations of the secret techniques they learned, evolving them to better suit the Black Ink clan. And, what the territory lords were using now were exactly those powerful soul secret techniques. Yang Kai could feel the power behind those 3 soul secret techniques. Even though he was not physically here, his scalp could not help but tingle. It was no wonder why the 8th Order Division commanders all suffered such heavy losses here. Which 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to withstand such a barrage? They would probably be beaten into a cowering ball after just 1 round of attacks. Even though the enemy was strong, Yang Kai had no intention of summoning the soul-warming lotus. He could easily block these attacks with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, but that would just be exposing his trump card from the start. Taking things slow was preferable in a fight with these territory lords. He had to beat these territory lords half to death and make them suffer. Only then would the humans be able to take full control of their black ink nest. The territory lords had ruthless techniques, but Yang Kai was even more ruthless. As the soul secret techniques blasted his way one by one, he rushed straight towards the territory lords that resembled a blob of flowing liquid. Yang Kai's actions had clearly startled the territory lords. Many times in the past, they faced off with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but every one of them would try and flee when faced with their united attacks, since nothing good would befall them if they dodged too late. However, this human was quite interesting. Not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to charge at them. Was he perhaps tired of living, and that was why he was eager to have a taste of death? If that were the case, then these territory lords did not mind granting him his wish. However, a moment later, something even more shocking for the territory lords happened. A flash of spiritual energy suddenly burst out of this Open Heaven Realm Master's soul, and a piercing scream rang out deep within the minds of all of the territory lords. Gah! This was a scream filled with agony that pierced directly into their consciousnesses. Though there was no sound in this space, the territory lords could still feel like they could hear it. The territory lords had never heard such a miserable cry before. It was as if that human was suffering an extremely vicious form of torture, and it made their hearts clench with anxiety. What they could be sure of was the fact that this cry of agony was no illusion. It was truly miserable and also resulted from a grievous injury. And indeed it was, for at the same time that Open Heaven Realm Master screamed, his spiritual energy noticeably weakened, as if he had become severely wounded all of a sudden. However, something confused the territory lords. Their attacks had not even landed yet, so how could he be severely injured already? Only in the next instant did the soul secret techniques released by the 3 territory lords finally envelope the human master. The dead silent space was sent into turmoil at once. When the dust settled, only the 6 territory lords' consciousness were left in that space. The human soul avatar had long since disappeared from sight. The 3 territory lords who had unleashed their secret techniques stood still, confused. The other 3 territory lords, who charged straight at Yang Kai, had no choice but to stop as they had lost their target. The one territory lord with the long arms and an ape-like appearance asked, "Did he die?" At that moment, the energy fluctuations were so messy that they were unable to even notice what end came to that Open Heaven Realm Master. The other territory lord's soul avatar, who had transformed into the shape of an eyeball, laughed coldly, "Even if he isn't dead, he won't be alive for long." The territory lords had no idea whether that human was dead or not. All they knew was the fact that that human soul was heavily injured. Martial Peak, Chapter 5283, Awe. No human could come out of the combined attacks of 3 territory lords' soul secret techniques unscathed. Moreover, something strange had happened to the human all of a sudden. His soul suddenly became extremely weak. In such a state, even one of the human's old ancestors could not hope to be able to withstand their combined attacks. Those foolish humans really don't learn their lessons. The territory lord whose soul avatar had morphed into the form of an eyeball coldly snorted. After saying that, he suddenly turned to look at one of his companions in realization, wondering, "What happened to you?" The companion next to him was the one whose soul avatar was in the form of a blob of flowing water. At the moment, a very unusual aura could be felt from the Territory Lord's soul avatar. It was as if he was desperately trying to hold his form but was being met with great resistance. His shape was constantly changing and his aura was fluctuating wildly. This anomaly soon attracted the attention of the other Territory Lords who turned their attention to him. It was then the fluid-like Territory Lord finally seemed to be able to gather a shred of his strength and spread out his voice, "Save! Save me!" As soon as he said that, a violent wave of energy exploded inside of his fluid-like body, causing him to howl miserably in pain, and his shape, which had been unstable to begin with, wavered even more. The other 5 Territory Lords were shocked and they all gathered together quickly. They were surprised to find that a needle-like object had suddenly appeared inside the fluid Territory Lord's soul avatar. It appeared to be some kind of artifact with something like a soul inside of it, and it was constantly piercing deeper and deeper into the Territory Lord's soul avatar, shredding everything in its path. The Territory Lords could see the viciousness of this artifact at a glance. If the needle-like artifact was truly allowed to destroy their companion's soul avatar, then even if his body survived, he would lose his soul and become a walking corpse. Not to mention the fact that the long needle was still tearing apart his soul avatar, causing him to suffer from unimaginable pain. If he could not stop the encroachment of this artifact, then it would be difficult to say whether he could survive or not. A soul-type artifact. The Ape Territory Lord shouted in a deep voice. He also had some Black Ink disciple subordinates, so he was naturally no stranger to soul-type artifacts. Most of the open heaven realm humans who came to stir up trouble previously had their own soul-type artifacts which were indeed powerful when activated, but they were still unable to stop their combined attacks. However, the soul-type artifact that they were seeing now seemed different. It was far more malevolent than anything they had ever seen before. Could this be that human's trump card? They had not even noticed when the human activated this artifact, but obviously, it must have been when things turned chaotic earlier. And, adding to the artifact's stealthiness, nobody noticed it. "Resist it. I'll help you." The Ape Territory Lord shouted and his spiritual energy surged. Not only him, but the other Territory Lords also did the same so that they could help their companion withstand the encroachment of the long needle. It was then that a familiar aura appeared in the strange space. It was that human who was screaming so miserably earlier. He wasn't dead. Not only was he not dead, he actually came back at them. However, he was in the same condition, as the Territory Lords had guessed. He was heavily injured, and his soul avatar was also much dimmer compared to before. Even his aura seemed very unstable, strong at times, but weak at others. "This reckless fool, I'll deal with him." The Eyeball Territory Lord bellowed, turned around, and charged at Yang Kai. At the same time, Yang Kai also charged towards him. Halfway there, spiritual energy flashed again and another miserable cry rang out. Ah! If one regarded death as their ultimate home, they would not fear charging ahead even when facing 10,000 enemies. The Eyeball Territory Lord was stunned. This scene was familiar. Just now, this human had also rushed at them while screaming, and now he was doing it again? When he thought about what his companion experienced, he immediately raised his guard. One by one, rays of light condensed within the eyeball, each containing a powerful soul attack, which turned into a large net that was thrown over Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not dodge it as his soul avatar's aura weakened rapidly. Opening his mouth, he simply spat out a stream of light. Even though the Eyeball Territory Lord was extremely wary, he was still unable to defend against this bolt of light. As soon as the ray of light appeared, it broke through his net and shot straight into his soul avatar. In the next instant, the net also enveloped Yang Kai and contracted abruptly. Yang Kai's body turned into glowing wisps of light that disappeared into thin air. The eyeball territory lord did not feel any joy at having won, however. It just hovered in mid-air as if it had been caught under a binding technique, unable to move. The other territory lords who were helping their companion defend against the needle artifact suddenly felt a wave of unease. As they watched on, the eyeball swiveled to the side and divine sense surged. A voice was transmitted to all directions, "Hell! Help!" The four unharmed territory lords wanted to curse. At the same time, Yang Lai was looking at Yang Kai in disbelief inside the black ink nest. Soon after Yang Kai connected to the black ink nest, he discovered that Yang Kai's soul had suddenly weakened, which was apparently due to sustaining injuries. Yang Lai couldn't help but click his tongue as he had already warned this brat to be careful. He told him early on that there were territory lords lying in ambush inside of the strange space, but it seemed now that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Now things were bad. Even though he had no idea what had happened, Yang Lai was still sure that Yang Kai had been beaten up by the territory lords after rushing into that space from the changes in his soul. Yang Lai silently prepared some spirit pills for Yang Kai to heal his wounds once he withdrew. However, despite receiving such injuries to his soul, Yang Kai showed no intention of retreating. Immediately after, his soul, which had already weakened considerably, withered dramatically again. Yang Lai jumped in shock. Things were really bad now. Yang Kai's soul had already shown signs of weakness from suffering severe injuries, but now that he weakened again, he was likely not far from death. If it were possible, Yang Lai would have wanted to forcibly pull Yang Kai from that strange space, but even he was powerless to do anything in this situation. He could only hope that Yang Kai escaped sooner rather than later, only then would he be able to ensure his survival. Yang Lai even had doubts as to whether Yang Kai would be able to return alive or not this time. It would also be difficult for him to suffer no consequences in the future. Even if he did not become completely brain-dead, his cultivation might still regress from the seventh order. Just as he was on edge, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses with a jolt. Yang Lai asked anxiously, "How was it?" When he heard his voice, Yang Kai turned to look at him out of instinct with a dazed look in his eyes. Yang Lai knew right away that there was trouble. Yang Kai's hollow gaze was a clear sign of his soul falling unstable. He was done for. However, before he could speak, Yang Kai suddenly crouched down and held his head, screaming, "Aw!" The scream was so miserable that it broke the hearts of those who heard it and made them shed tears. Yang Lai felt goosebumps rising on his skin, not for any other reason than for the fact that Yang Kai's screams reminded him of his own experiences of when his soul was injured back when he was young. It was because he had a similar experience that he knew just how much it hurt. It was not something that anyone could just endure, regardless of how strong they were. It could be said that there was nobody that could withstand such pain. For a moment, Yang Lai was at a loss as to what to do. Yang Kai had already begun rolling on the ground. Yang Lai stepped forward and tried to restrict Yang Kai's movements with his world force. Then he stuffed all the spirit pills he prepared into Yang Kai's mouth and helped him swallow them before refining them. The entire process was a mess. Yang Lai had no idea how he was supposed to report this to the old ancestor once they returned. It was fine if it were just an ordinary seventh order open heaven realm master, but this was Yang Kai. Even though purifying light was no longer the only means that the humans had to resist black ink strength, Yang Kai was still needed to arrange universe arrays. If anything were to happen to him, that would be a terrible loss for the human race. However, some results did seem to have been spawned from his efforts. Yang Kai's screams gradually calmed down, but his body was still curled up and twitching from time to time. His entire body was covered in sweat. Yang Lai stood up with a grave expression. There was currently nothing that he could do in this situation but report to the higher-ups and see whether the old ancestor had any method of bringing Yang Kai back at the brink of death. After transmitting a message to the outside, it wasn't long before Gong Lian entered. When he saw the injured Yang Kai, he asked in surprise, "What happened to Brother Yang?" Yang Lai quickly said, "He connected to the black ink nest and was ambushed by the territory lords, injuring his soul. Look after him, I'm going to report to the old ancestor." This was a serious matter, so even Yang Lai did not dare to handle it carelessly. Passing through the space array at once, he returned to Great Evolution Pass. Yang Lai arrived at the old ancestor's residence, but there was no sign of her there. When he finally gave his report, the old ancestor only gave him one answer. "Just wait and see." Yang Kai was already in this state, yet they were just going to wait and see? If anyone else had said this, Yang Lai would have definitely spat on their face, but these words came from the old ancestor, so he did not dare to disrespect her. He could only speculate that perhaps things truly were not as bad as he expected. After returning to the universe fragment where the black ink nest was located and heading into the black ink nest, what he saw was mystifying. Yang Kai was now seated cross-legged, meditating. Under Yang Lai's perception, even though Yang Kai's soul was incredibly weak, it seemed to have stabilized. "What's going on?" Yang Lai asked his disciple. Gong Lian was also flabbergasted and shook his head, "I have no idea." Not long after honored master left, Brother Yang suddenly crawled up, and it has been like this since. Yang Lai was scratching his head in puzzlement. How could Yang Kai still meditate and recover on his own after his soul was so injured? It seemed like things were not as bad as they thought they were. The old ancestor must have known something, but since she did not explain, he did not dare to ask. For now, he would just wait and see, just as the old ancestor said. Immediately, Yang Lai had the black ink nest sealed off to prevent anyone from entering. Then, every few days, he would personally come over to check on Yang Kai's condition. As time passed, Yang Lai's astonishment deepened. That was because Yang Kai's condition would actually improve upon each visit. Even though the recovery speed was not fast, he was indeed getting better. It was simply unbelievable. Ordinarily, soul injuries like those sustained by Yang Kai were irreversible. No matter how one tried to fix them, it was still impossible for one to return to their peak after being wounded so grievously. Being able to keep one's life was already incredible. However, from the situation now, it seemed like Yang Kai was well on the road to a full recovery. After a year had passed, when Yang Lai came to check on him again, Yang Kai's recovery speed increased noticeably. It was because of his visits every few days that he knew better than anyone what the situation of Yang Kai's recovery was. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5284, It's Him, It's Him. 2 years later, the condition of Yang Kai's soul had already completely stabilized. By the 3-year mark, he had already been restored to his original condition. Yang Lai, who witnessed the entire process from beginning to end, was completely speechless. Despite how serious the injuries to his soul were, it surprisingly only took Yang Kai 3 years to return to his peak. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he simply would not have believed it. Yang Lai had a vague suspicion that Yang Kai must have some kind of astonishing treasure which protected and sustained his soul, otherwise, there was no way he could have recovered from such injuries. As for what that treasure was, only a few legendary things could have such a miraculous effect. This brat is truly a man of great fortune. One day, 3 years after returning from the black ink nest strange space, Yang Kai exhaled deeply. Even though he had now fully recovered, thinking back to that day's experiences still made him shudder. This soul-rending thorn was truly too sinister. Yang Kai had already sacrificed a thread of his soul when refining each of those artifacts, but even so, he did not have to sacrifice much back then and would be fine after resting for some time. However, while facing the territory lords, the portion of his soul that he had to sacrifice was simply incomparable to when he was merely refining the soul-rending thorn. The best way to describe the experience of using the soul-rending thorn was to wound oneself, to wound one's enemy. That was why his soul suddenly turned so feeble when he attacked those territory lords, and why he could not hold himself back from screaming. Based on Yang Kai's estimation, even in peak condition, he could only use 3 soul-rending thorns within a short period at any moment. After 3 uses, he would have exhausted so much of his spiritual energy and soul that he simply couldn't do it again. If he were to try to make a 4th attack, even with the soul-warming lotus's protection, his soul would still be extinguished. That was why he made a firm decision to withdraw from the black ink nest space after 2 consecutive attacks. There was no other choice, for if he stayed behind, he would truly meet his end along with the territory lords. The memories of the days after he withdrew his soul from the strange space were blurry for him because of the damage he sustained to his soul. With an incomplete soul, one's memory would naturally be affected. Now that he had recovered, Yang Kai's face would still darken at the thought of going through the same pain again. Gong Lian had been watching over Yang Kai all this while, and when he saw the latter wake up, he immediately sent word outside. It was not long before Yang Lai arrived. After looking him up and down, Yang Lai beamed, "I've never seen someone like you before who can recover after sustaining such injuries to their soul. How are you feeling now?" Yang Kai laughed bitterly, "I'm fine now." Yang Lai nodded, "After paying such a huge price, how were the results of your battle?" Yang Kai grinned and lifted 2 fingers, 2 territory lords. "Even if they aren't dead, they should be critically injured." Yang Lai was almost eyeing Yang Kai as if he were a ghost. "Truly? This junior dares not lie." Then, the 2 territory lords suffered severe wounds to their souls? Indeed. Good. Yang Lai was overjoyed. Ordinary wounds were nothing, but things were different when it came to wounds on one's soul. Yang Lai had no idea what sort of treasure this brat had protecting him to be able to recover in just 3 years after having his soul reduced to the state it was in back then, but those territory lords could not possibly do the same. Now that Yang Kai told him that 2 territory lords were either dead or heavily injured, it meant that those 2 territory lords had completely lost the ability to fight. Yang Lai was actually very curious how Yang Kai was able to achieve such a feat when he was only in the 7th order. After all, many 8th order open heaven realm masters had entered that strange space previously by relying on the strength of their own souls, but all of them returned in failure. Still, Yang Lai decided not to ask since it was beneficial for the humans regardless. As he spoke, Yang Kai got up, "Since this junior is just about done recovering, I will immediately get to work to take down another 2 territory lords." "You can still fight?" Yang Lai was astonished. Even though he was just thinking that even though 2 territory lords were killed, it still couldn't change the overall situation. After all, there were still many more territory lords. However, he was surprised to see that Yang Kai still had another fight in him. Yang Kai nodded, "We need to strike while the iron is hot. Now is the time for us to pursue the enemy while we have them cornered." Yang Lai nodded, "In that case, you should be careful. Don't get carried away by momentary success. Yang Kai gave him a scare last time, so much so that he had to run over to seek out the old ancestor for advice, so he had no idea what it would turn out like this time." After reassuring Yang Lai, Yang Kai went to the center of the black ink nest and opened up his small universe, connecting his consciousness to it. Inside the black ink nest space, 6 territory lords were lurking in different corners just like before. The reason why there were still 6 was because 2 of them were new. Even though it had been peaceful and quiet in this space for 3 years, the territory lords did not dare to let down their guard and remained vigilant at all times. 3 years ago, a reckless human who did not fear death burst in and used a needle-like soul-type artifact, heavily injuring 2 territory lords. Even though things did not end well for the human, the 2 heavily injured territory lords did not fare any better. Despite the best efforts of the other 4 territory lords trying to save them, one of the territory lords unfortunately had his soul destroyed and died. The other territory lord managed to keep his life, but the long needle artifact was still deeply rooted in his soul, constantly damaging it. Currently, that territory lord was struggling to resist the encroachment of the artifact, and it was not even clear yet whether or not he would succeed in the end. However, even if he did succeed, his foundation would still be severely damaged, causing a drastic drop in his strength. The loss of 2 territory lords was heartbreaking for the Black Ink clan, whose strength had already taken a sharp dive in the Great Evolution Theater. After that encounter, the surviving territory lords reflected on the situation, and when they combined it with what their Black Ink disciple subordinates told them, they concluded that the soul-type artifact that the human used must have been some kind of sacrificial weapon, one that damaged the user to deal greater damage to the enemy. Unfortunately, the Black Ink disciples had no idea what artifact it was either, as none of them had ever heard of anything like it. If they had, then they might be able to figure out a defense. However, that did not matter too much, as such an artifact would surely be difficult to create, and if used, would be equally devastating for the human who used it. That human from before must have already been reduced to flying ashes and smoldering smoke. Because Yang Kai's soul was so powerful, despite only being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, in soul avatar form he was indistinguishable from an 8th Order master. Thus, the territory lords all thought that Yang Kai was in the 8th Order. Territory lords were valuable existences in the Black Ink clan, but so were the 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters for the humans. There was no way that the humans would be crazy enough to sacrifice multiple 8th Order masters to kill a few territory lords. So, what happened before should not happen again. Probably. After 3 years of waiting in ambush, sure enough, there had been no movements from the human side. This made the territory lords who were waiting here both angry and helpless. They were angry that they were unable to return the favor after having suffered such a huge loss, but helpless as well that even if the humans did not come, they could only sit and wait here. Unless the humans voluntarily gave up the mid-rank Black Ink nest, any information that the Black Ink clan passed between themselves in the future could not be hidden from the enemy's eyes and ears. One day, as the 6 territory lords were feeling bored, a ripple suddenly broke out in the calm space. A figure appeared out of nowhere, which caused all 6 territory lords to sit up and focus. After ascertaining that it was not an old ancestor, they all rose from their ambush spots, ready for an attack. 6 powerful spiritual energies transformed into a barrage that blasted in Yang Kai's direction. The soul avatar that Yang Kai brought out was not his own image, but rather the image of a tall, lanky man. Since soul avatars were formed out of spiritual energy, they had no definite shape. Just like before, there was a territory lord who took on the shape of an eyeball, and another who was like a blob of fluid. It all depended on their personal preferences. Even if one did not cultivate any sort of transforming secret technique, it was still easy to do this. However, although one soul avatar could change its appearance freely, the aura of one's spiritual energy could never be changed. Every cultivator's spiritual energy rippled differently, so even if some people had secret techniques that allowed them to disguise themselves as others, there would still be flaws. So, if one wanted to identify someone through their soul avatar, the best and only way to find out who they were was to check the aura of their spiritual energy. Yang Kai had purposefully reined in his power as much as he could this time, out of worry that the territory lords would recognize him at a glance. He had even taken on a different image. As expected, the territory lords felt assured when this different human showed up and boldly emerged to launch their attacks against him. 6 powers that were completely silent in the outside world transformed into a variety of visible attacks inside of this strange space, all hitting Yang Kai without fail. Since Yang Kai did not summon the soul-warming lotus's protection, he was truly strong in will but weak in strength even if he wanted to defend against these attacks. However, he did not even bother trying to defend himself. He was going to be on the verge of death by the time he was done here anyway, so defending himself or not made no difference. The 6 attacks sent out by the territory lords were no joke, and Yang Kai's soul immediately felt shaken. The pain was hard to suppress as it felt as if his soul was going to shatter right then and there. In fact, if it was any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in his place, they also would not be in good shape after taking these 6 attacks. It was all thanks to the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai had the courage to engage in such a reckless fight. Even though he did not urge the soul-warming lotus to protect himself, it still made his soul far sturdier than normal. A long, miserable scream rang out next, ah! At Yang Kai screamed, he charged straight at the territory lord that was nearest to him. Of the 6 territory lords, other than the 2 newcomers, the other 4 were all stunned. This scene could not be any more familiar to them. 3 years ago, they encountered the same thing twice, and the result of it was that 2 territory lords had been severely injured by that bizarre artifact. The wail of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was simply a death knell for the territory lords. Then, an even more familiar scene emerged. Following the anguished wails of the human, his soul sharply weakened. At the same time, a familiar burst of energy rippled out. The face of the ape territory lord who had experienced this scene before immediately changed and he exclaimed, "It's him, it's him." Another territory lord, who had experienced the same thing, shouted, "Run, quickly." Despite Yang Kai's disguise, he could no longer hide his identity once his spiritual energy burst forth. The 4 territory lords who had fought him before recognized him instantly, but what shocked them even more was how this human could still be alive. Even though the eyeball territory lord had clearly seen this human on the brink of death during the last moment, he actually reappeared here after just 3 years, running and jumping like nothing was wrong. Just like last time, he screamed and became weak, but at the same time, rushed in for the kill. What's wrong with this human? Martial Peak, Chapter 5285, My Destined End Has Come. Despite the timely warning of the ape territory lord, he still could not save his fellow territory lord from his fate. This strange space was created from the consciousness of the royal lord's black ink nest. It was a platform that connected the consciousnesses of all the mid-rank black ink nests linked to it. It seemed very large, but at the same time very small without any definite shape. For someone proficient in the Tao of space, this was the perfect battlefield. After sacrificing his own soul ruthlessly, Yang Kai opened his mouth at an unfamiliar soul avatar, and a soul-rending thorn turned into a golden light that broke through the confines of space as soon as it appeared, nailing straight into the soul avatar's body. The territory lord was not unprepared. Since the enemy he was facing was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, how could he have lowered his guard down? At the same time as when Yang Kai charged towards him, he had already condensed his power to protect himself. However, it was all in vain. The spiritual energy that he used to protect his avatar was no different than paper in front of the soul-rending thorn, easily tearing. The territory lord's soul avatar was instantly frozen in place, as if he were struck by lightning. The next instant, his figure began to shake. Yang Kai did not even look at him as his soul avatar weakened once more. Then, he turned his head to look towards the ape territory lord and opened his mouth again, spitting out another flash of golden light. The ape territory lord feared for his life. He couldn't understand how he could be targeted by the enemy despite being so far away from him. However, he was the one who was too loud earlier, so if not him, who else would Yang Kai target? Space principles began to surge as a golden light flashed. Almost at the same time, a bright green barrier appeared in front of the ape territory lord that looked as if it were made of vines. This was clearly a soul-type artifact, and a defensive soul-type artifact at that. It was not known where the ape territory lord got his hands on this thing, but it must have been made for him by a black ink disciple proficient in artifact refining. This soul-type artifact was of decent grade. Whoever created it must have been at least a great master in the Tao of artifact refining. However, even with the soul-type artifact protecting him, it was only able to block the golden light for only a moment before the green barrier shattered into wisps of light and the soul-rending thorn pierced into the Ape Territory Lord's body. The Ape Territory Lord instantly felt an unbearable pain. At the same time, a frenzy of attacks once again covered Yang Kai from all directions as wild waves of spiritual energy rippled through the strange space. How could any of the territory lords go easy on him after discovering that this was the same human as last time? While Yang Kai made his move, they also sent out their own ruthless attacks. Using the soul-rending thorns twice had caused Yang Kai's soul to become incredibly weak. He would not be able to hold on if he were hit by these attacks again, and so he wailed, "My destined end has come." With those words, his avatar dissipated, disappearing from sight. The chaos subsided after just a couple of breaths, but all of the territory lords present felt as if they had just walked the border between life and death. Even thinking back to what they just encountered was enough to cause them to shudder. One tall territory lord with bull horns on his head looked left and right nervously. Was that the same 8th Order human from last time? The tall bullhorn territory lord was the very same territory lord Hong Di who led the retreat of the army from Great Evolution Pass and gave away the mid-rank black ink nest to the humans. Hong Di was both very lucky and very unlucky. Several years ago, he led peace talks with the human Mi Jing Luan that led to the safe evacuation of the Black Ink clan army from Great Evolution Pass. However, the price that he paid was a great number of resources, the many fortifications throughout the entire Great Evolution Pass, all of the 7th Order Black Ink disciples, as well as his own Black Ink nest. No territory lord had ever voluntarily given up their own Black Ink nest before. In all of history, Hong Di could be said to be the very first. However, it had been worth it since he was able to ensure the safe evacuation of their army. To avoid running into the old ancestor or the other human army along the way, Hong Di had specifically made a long detour after leading his army out of Great Evolution Pass, and they had to march for an entire month before they finally saw the royal city again from afar. However, the human old ancestor literally appeared out of nowhere at that moment. That was undoubtedly one of Hong Di's misfortunes. In that battle, several territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples perished at the old ancestor's hands. There was no need to mention the Black Ink clan soldiers, as their casualties exceeded 100,000. Fortunately, Hong Di was unharmed in that battle, not because he fled due to fear of death, but because he was lucky. The old ancestor had killed her way in and out of his army without even sparing a glance at him. Now that the humans were trying to stir up a storm using his Black Ink nest, he naturally could not sit out of this matter. The reason why he did not wait in ambush here before was mainly because he was still recovering from his injuries. When he encountered the old ancestor several years ago, the old ancestor may not have spared him a glance, but the fallout from her rampage still wounded him a little. Now, after recuperating for a few years, he finally managed to recover. Of the 2 previous territory lords posted here, one was dead, and the other was in critical condition. Now that 2 were being added to replace the fallen members, Hong Di was naturally obligated to join. He heard about what happened last time from the Ape Territory Lord, and that was why he asked such a question. The other humanoid territory lord who participated in the last fight nodded at his words. That's right, it has to be the same 8th Order human. Hong Di wondered, didn't you say that he died back then? The humanoid territory lord shook his head, I have no idea about that. Maybe he did not die and we all just thought he was dead, just like this time. Hong Di frowned, you're saying that he isn't dead this time either? But we clearly saw him being beaten to within an inch of his life just now. The humanoid territory lord looked deeply at him, that's what we thought last time. Hong Di did not ask any further questions and frowned silently. If that human had some method that could bring him back from the brink of death, then it was very possible that he would come to stir trouble for them again. But how did that human achieve such a thing? How could damage to the soul be healed so quickly and easily? Unless it was not the real soul of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that entered, but rather something similar to a soul clone? However, that did not make sense either. Even if it were just a soul clone, his true body would still be affected if it were destroyed. While Hong Di was communicating with the humanoid territory lord, the other two territory lords had already gone to examine the injuries of their peers. The territory lord who was first targeted by Yang Kai was a newcomer, just like Hong Di. Not knowing the severity of the situation, he charged in the quickest, and so he was also the most severely injured. When Hong Di went over to investigate, he saw the long needle artifact that was constantly digging deeper into his peer's soul avatar, seemingly trying to tear it apart. It was just like the other territory lord who was lingering on a last breath of life after facing the same attack. With just a glance, Hong Di knew that his peers were fated for a tragic end. Even if they did manage to survive, their foundations would still be severely damaged. When he turned to look at the ape territory lord, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the ape territory lord was well prepared, and he also had the artifact to protect him, his injuries were not too serious. The long needle-like artifact had only drilled halfway into his soul avatar, and though it was still trying to work its way in deeper, the ape territory lord was able to force it into a standstill by resisting it with great effort. The other territory lords did not dare to dally. With one of them watching over the less fortunate territory lord, the other three gathered around the ape territory lord and poured out their spiritual energies to lend him a hand. And so, 10 days passed by. It was not until a certain moment that the long needle-like artifact was forced out by the ape territory lord from his soul avatar. Even then, the ape territory lord appeared extremely weak and his soul avatar was clearly unstable. The other territory lord was in a much worse situation. The long needle artifact had sunken completely into his avatar, so who knows when he would be able to force it out of his body, or if he could even live long enough to do so. That human must not be dead yet. He will come again. That man is strange, he's no longer someone that we can deal with. We must report this to the royal lord and ask him to make a decision. The ape territory lord declared weakly. Even though he had seen the soul of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master being beaten to the brink of death with his own eyes, that was also the case last time. They all thought he was dead, but then he appeared before them again just 3 years later. The reappearance of a similar situation could only mean that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could live even if his soul was shattered. Perhaps he would come to stir up another storm in another 3 years. All the territory lords present knew that the ape territory lord was right. Even though they were powerful territory lords, there was nothing more that they could do in this situation. The only way to resolve this matter now was to report it to the royal lord. Hong Di's voice was a little weak. "Sir Royal Lord, has not been in a good mood lately." Despite being heavily injured, the royal lord was unable to enter his black ink nest to sleep and heal from his wounds, so it would be strange if he were in a good mood. This was all the fault of that dastardly old ancestor, who would run over to the royal city from time to time and show her aura, causing fear and trepidation among the Black Ink clansmen while also driving the royal lord to exhaustion. She would not attack the royal city, just sit outside of it and taunt them. The power of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was released in an unbridled manner, like a beacon of light in the darkness, making the Black Ink clan feel miserable. Nobody knew what sort of technique it was she used to be able to mysteriously appear near the royal city. After she left, the Black Ink clan organized a large number of soldiers to search the area, but to no avail. Worse yet, the old ancestor would suddenly wheel around from time to time, and none of the Black Ink clansmen who were sent out would fare well when that happened. So, for a while now, no territory lord dared to draw the royal lord's ire. They had also hidden the death and injury of the previous 2 territory lords because they were worried that the royal lord's fury would explode and he would take his rage out on them. However, the matter had already reached a point that they had no choice but to report it. They thought that they could stop the humans from using the Black Ink nest with their own power, but now it seemed that the methods of the humans were beyond even their imaginations. After hearing what Hongdi said, the Ape Territory Lord answered weakly, "There's no need for Sir Royal Lord to act personally. He just needs to agree to allow us to utilize the power of his black ink nest. The next time that 8th Order human returns, we won't give him the chance to escape." Hearing this, Hongdi understood, if that's the case, it would not be a problem. The Ape Territory Lord did not speak too clearly, but how could Hongdi not know what he meant? The most troublesome thing about the situation they were currently facing was the fact that they were unable to kill off that human completely. During both of their brief encounters, it seemed as if they had already brought their opponent to the brink of death, but in reality, a glimmer of vitality still remained, and he had escaped. However, with the help of the Royal Lord's black ink nest's power, they could seal off this space completely so that the human had no way to run. Then, after paying a certain price, the Territory Lords would be able to take him down slowly. There was no such thing as an opponent that was impossible for them to kill, only a lack of power and opportunity. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5286, What was he trying to say? While the Territory Lords were discussing their countermeasures in that strange space, Yang Lai and his disciple were both staring in amazement at Yang Kai. Just like last time, Yang Kai had become slightly dazed after withdrawing from the strange space with a dull expression. Not only was his expression stiff, even his eyes seemed unfocused. The last time he saw Yang Kai like this, Yang Lai jumped in shock. However, he was more at ease now that he had some experience. And, under some careful inspection, he realized that just as he thought, Yang Kai was in a soul-fragmented state. When his soul became fragmented, it was natural for him to appear like a fool. This made Yang Lai sigh a little, as this young boy truly did pay a heavy price to secure this black ink nest. Even though he had a special treasure that could repair his soul, having to bear this kind of pain over and over again was not something that an ordinary person could do. If they could really take control of this mid-rank black ink nest and allow the humans to build their own intelligence network, then Yang Kai would be the first to take credit. Just like last time, Yang Kai collapsed to the ground while hugging his head after a few moments, rolling around on the floor while screaming miserably. Yang Lai and Gong Lian could not bear to watch, but they had no choice but to stay here and stand guard in case anything happened. Another few days went by and even Yang Kai's voice had become hoarse. His entire body was extremely weak and the clothes on his body were drenched over and over again in sweat. It was only at a certain point that his pitiful screams finally stopped, not that it was no longer painful, but because his soul had recovered slightly under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, allowing him to regain some control of himself. As Yang Kai forced himself into a cross-legged position, Yang Lai hurriedly handed over the spirit pills that he had prepared earlier, which Yang Kai took with a pale face and swallowed down. Even though he had the soul-warming lotus to repair his soul, having spirit pills on hand would still allow him to recover a little faster. As time passed, the injuries to his soul gradually mended, and Yang Kai's aura also stabilized. The last time he ended up in this state, it took Yang Kai nearly 3 years of recovery to return to his peak. The amount of time it took him to recover was not much different this time, shorter only by a single month. The reason why such a difference occurred was because Yang Kai's soul had become a little stronger than before. He had noticed after his last recovery that recovering from these self-inflicted injuries made his soul a bit stronger than before. This was an unexpected surprise for him. The situation now was the same as last time. After the injury to his soul recovered, it once again became slightly stronger. Yang Kai felt as if he had unexpectedly chanced upon a method for him to cultivate his soul. However, even if this method was quite effective at strengthening his soul, Yang Kai was quite unwilling to do it. Unless someone was forced to, who would willingly endure such pain? It was not strange that such a method was able to strengthen his soul, as it was quite similar to how one would temper their body. Constantly battering one's physique, then healing would slowly improve their physical quality over time. It was a method that only those with great perseverance and determination could use. When Yang Kai opened his eyes, he saw Ouyang Lai and his disciple watching him with concern. Yang Kai first reassured them, "I'm fine now." Ouyang Lai could not help but smack his lips, "Are you going in again?" Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. Since he had already started, then he naturally had to see the black ink nest matter through to the end. How could he even have the thought of giving up halfway? However, he still had to ask, "What's the situation inside the black ink nest currently?" Ouyang Lai told him, "I personally went inside to check last time. There aren't any changes, so I did not dare to stay long either. I withdrew immediately." Yang Kai chuckled, "Seems like the Black Ink clan hasn't suffered enough yet." After going in twice, he used a total of 4 soul-rending thorns which injured 4 territory lords in succession. Even under such circumstances, the Black Ink clan had not diverted from their initial plan. It was clear that they were waiting for his return so that they could take revenge. As some say, one must not attempt the same trick thrice and expect to get away with it. If Yang Kai went in again, he would probably not be as successful as he was the last 2 times. The Black Ink clan wasn't made up of fools. Since they had already figured out his trick, there was no way they would just offer themselves up on a platter for nothing. So, he was almost certain that the Black Ink clan had prepared some sort of nasty trick and was waiting for him to fall into their trap. However, he had the soul-warming lotus to protect him, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Without needing to make any sort of preparations, Yang Kai said, "Senior Ouyang, things may change this time around, but as for what those changes are going to be, this junior won't know until he enters. If all goes well, then this junior will return soon. In the meantime, I will have to ask for senior to stand guard for me." Ouyang Lai nodded, "Naturally, that is not a problem. You must be careful." Without saying anything more, Yang Kai opened up his small universe and allowed the Black Ink nest to devour his world force. With a surge of his divine sense, he connected with the consciousness of the Black Ink nest. Yang Kai's figure appeared inside of the familiar space. This time, he had also taken on an unfamiliar appearance. Even though his identity would be exposed as soon as he made his move, it did not hinder him to put on a disguise. As soon as he appeared, he noticed several auras locking onto him. The Black Ink clan had obviously been waiting here for him. One of the soul avatars had even taken the initiative to approach him, but Yang Kai was surprised to find that the soul avatar did not hold much malice. From afar, he transmitted his thoughts over via divine sense. "One moment, Dao brother. I am Si De Kuai, by order." Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Kai wailed in agony and spat out a golden light in his direction. The golden light traveled as quickly as lightning, shooting straight into the soul avatar. The person who called himself Si De Kuai immediately broke out into a cry of anguish as his soul avatar writhed violently. Yang Kai forcibly endured the tearing pain and took a few steps forward. His spiritual energy was surging madly, turning into beam-like attacks that shot towards Si De Kuai furiously. The storm of attacks enveloped Si De Kuai, and in just a short 3 breaths, the soul avatar, which had already been severely damaged by the soul-rending thorn, shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Yang Kai's face was twisting in pain, but he still looked dumbfounded at the soul avatars around him and muttered, what was he trying to say? Honestly, Yang Kai recognized at first glance that this Si De Kuai was not a territory lord, but an 8th-order Black Ink disciple. And, in terms of spiritual energy, he was on par with Yang Kai. If they were to compete with their respective secret techniques, then it was not known who would win. However, this guy should have received an order from the territory lords to try to communicate with him. Who knew that Yang Kai would not have that intention at all, immediately releasing a soul-rending thorn as soon as he stepped up and attacking him until his soul avatar shattered. He was truly dead, unlike Yang Kai, who had the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Si De Kuai's soul was damaged to the point of shattering, so there was no chance for him to survive. All the territory lords were dumbfounded at what they saw. This human had already killed the man, and now he asks what he was trying to say. The Black Ink clan lacked high-end combat strength to begin with, and that 8th Order Black Ink disciple was a part of the strength that they were heavily reliant on, yet he had just died here, which was heartbreaking news for them. The fallout of a soul avatar's death gradually spread out to the territory lords who had already surrounded Yang Kai in a closed circle. Just as Yang Kai expected, things were different this time. During the previous 2 times, 6 territory lords were lying in ambush inside the strange space. This time, the number of territory lords did not increase, but there was the addition of 4 8th Order Black Ink disciples' soul avatars. Yang Kai cut down one of them earlier, so only 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples remained. At this moment, the 6 territory lords surrounded him in an outer circle whilst the 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples formed an inner triangle. The intentions of the territory lords were obvious. Since Yang Kai had the means to severely damage their souls in one attack, they would use these 8th Order Black Ink disciples to exhaust Yang Kai's power first. In this way, even if Yang Kai were to use his needle-like artifacts, the only ones who would be injured would be the Black Ink disciples. Judging from the situation during the first 2 times, this human could only use the long needle artifact twice at most, then his soul probably wouldn't be able to withstand more. So, that meant that this human in front of them only had 1 attack left. The Black Ink disciple that Yang Kai cut down before did not actually intend to try and negotiate with Yang Kai, he was just trying to get close so he could try to launch a sneak attack on him. However, Yang Kai acted even more decisively, immediately going for the kill without even giving the enemy the chance to speak any nonsense. The territory lords realized from this that no amount of clever strategy would help in front of this human. The best way to face him was through overwhelming force. Attack! Hongdi gave the order. The 3 Black Ink disciples in the inner circle had fierce looks on their faces as they all charged at Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai only had 1 attack left in him, then he would not be able to stop them all. The Black Ink clan would only lose 1 more Black Ink disciple, which would be much better than a territory lord dying. As soon as Hongdi's voice came out, Yang Kai did not hesitate to spit out another soul-rending thorn and hit the nearest 8th Order Black Ink disciple. He had no specific target in mind. To Yang Kai, the effects of killing an 8th Order Black Ink disciple or a territory lord was the same. Both could help in weakening the Black Ink clan's strength so as to reduce the pressure for the humans in their future crusade. The lethality of the soul-rending thorn was truly terrifying. After all, the user had to sacrifice a big piece of their soul each time it was used, and the larger the sacrifice, the greater the strength. So, despite the fact that the 3 Black Ink disciples left no openings for him to attack, the soul-rending thorn still quickly and accurately pierced into its target's body. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple screamed at once as his soul avatar began to writhe. The remaining 2 Black Ink disciples calmed themselves and each blasted a secret technique in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai was so mentally and physically exhausted at the moment that he no longer had the strength to defend himself. His soul avatar was torn to pieces at once as if it were a mere rag. On the previous 2 occasions, he used the tearing of his soul as a cover to evacuate from the strange space, but this time, something unexpected happened. The entire strange space seemed to be sealed off by an invisible force, completely isolating him from the outside world so that Yang Kai had no way of leaving and connecting back to his own body. It seemed that when the lead territory lord called for an attack, an unusual change occurred within this space. The pain in his soul at that time was so hard to bear that Yang Kai was unable to sense it clearly. Now, it seemed like the unusual change must have been a technique used by the Black Ink clan to seal off the strange space and isolate it from the outside world. So, it's this again? This was not the first time that Yang Kai had encountered such a situation, as it had been the same back in the Yinyang Theater when he was ambushed by a large number of feudal lords and He Yuan territory lord. Given the situation, Yang Kai quickly understood what sort of plan the Black Ink clan had come up with. Undoubtedly, they were trying to trap him here and deny him the chance to escape, allowing them to finally kill him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5287, Living Corpses. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan did make the right decision this time. Since this human that barged into the Black Ink nest again, and again could not be killed quickly, they had to cut off any chance of him escaping. No soul could not be killed, it was just that they failed to grasp their opportunities when they had them. As long as they were able to trap the human soul avatar in the Black Ink nest space, then they could do whatever they wanted to him, especially now that the human had used his needle artifacts twice in a row and could not use them a third time. And, to seal off the Black Ink nest space, the territory lords had no choice but to have Che Kong and Hong Di, two territory lords, take the lead in meeting with the royal lord to request the latter's help during the critical moment. The entire Black Ink nest space was a platform that evolved from the consciousness of the royal lord's Black Ink nest, to begin with. Naturally, the right to enter and leave that space was in the hands of the royal lord. If they were to seal off this space completely, then they had to have the royal lord's cooperation. Without the royal lord's explicit permission, the territory lords had no ability to control this. However, with the royal lord's permission, they could use a simple secret technique to seal up the Black Ink nest space. When he was informed about this situation, the royal lord let loose a barrage of curses and insults at his disappointing territory lord subordinates, but he also had no choice but to cooperate. The days had been harsh on the royal lord. His injuries were piling up with no chance to rest and recover, and now he was facing such a rotten problem, which naturally put him in a foul mood. Fortunately, he did not take out his rage on his subordinate territory lords too much, which allowed Che Kong and Hong Di to breathe sighs of relief. After confirming that Yang Kai had entered the space, the territory lord sent word to the outside so that the territory lord waiting on standby inside of the royal lord's Black Ink nest could activate its power to seal off the space and isolate it from the outside. If they did not do this, then Yang Kai would have escaped long ago. As the strange space was completely sealed off, at the center of the Black Ink nest possessed by the humans, Yang Lai and his disciple, who were both waiting for Yang Kai's return, paled instantly. Gong Lian gasped, "Honored master, brother Yang He." Yang Lai also had a grave look on his face and stepped forward to try to get a better grasp of the situation, the look on his face changing constantly. Just now, the reverberations of Yang Kai's soul that they should have been able to feel disappeared completely. In plain terms, it meant that his soul was gone. Even though his body was still here, it was now just a living corpse. This was a clear sign that something had happened to Yang Kai inside of the Black Ink nest space. When Yang Lai thought back to what Yang Kai said earlier, it seemed that he had anticipated that something different would happen this time around. However, this development was far beyond what they had expected, with Yang Kai's soul essentially vanishing. What were they going to do now? After a long time, Yang Lai finally showed an anxious expression. From what he could sense, Yang Kai's soul had indeed completely disappeared. He could not sense where it was located at all. Twice previously, even though Yang Kai's soul became somewhat vague and indistinct after entering the Black Ink nest space, Yang Lai could still feel an invisible connection between it and his body. As long as that connection existed, Yang Kai was fine. However, that connection had now been severed. But if his soul was truly destroyed, then there was no way that the aura of Yang Kai's body could remain stable. The most likely scenario would be instantaneous death or complete dementia. Strangely enough, the aura of Yang Kai's body remained perfectly steady. This made Yang Lai confused as to what was going on. After pondering for a moment, he had Gong Lian watch Yang Kai's body carefully while he left in a flash so that he could find several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters proficient in soul cultivation to see what was going on. While Ouyang Lai was busy, Yang Kai was fleeing like mad while forcibly enduring the tearing pain in his soul. He had no choice but to run, as only an old ancestor would be able to withstand the combined attacks of 6 territory lords and 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples, not to mention that his soul already suffered critical damage from using the soul-rending thorns. That was the troublesome part about this strange space that was created by the Black Ink Nest's consciousness. It seemed both large and small, being of no definite shape, which made Yang Kai's escape particularly difficult. That was because no matter how he tried to run, his enemy's attacks would still be able to catch him at any moment. In just a short few breaths of time, Yang Kai felt like he could run no more. His entire soul avatar was in tatters, which severely affected his ability to think and was causing him to make mistakes in his judgment, which worsened his injuries. If this went on, then he would surely be doomed. Desperately holding on to the last bit of consciousness in the depths of his soul, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate anymore when he saw the attacks coming at him from all directions. He finally summoned the soul-warming lotus that he had been hiding all this while. A 7-colored light blossomed, and in an instant, a 7-colored lotus appeared in the strange space. The lotus appeared in the form of a bud about to blossom, enveloping Yang Kai's tattered soul. The fierce spiritual energy attacks hit the 7-colored lotus, but caused no damage to it in any way, forming only light ripples on the surface of its petals. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, unique in the universe. It may not be able to display much strength under normal circumstances, but in the Black Ink Nest space, where spiritual energy ruled everything, there was no strongest defense in existence. None of the attacks of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples or the territory lords could break through its protection. The Black Ink clan quickly realized this unusual change. After all, none of them was blind. Who would not be able to see the dazzling 7-colored lotus that suddenly appeared? To their shock and incomprehension, while looking delicate and fragile, this thing was incomparably solid, remaining completely unaffected as it hovered silently in the void no matter how fierce their attacks were. After a while, the bombardment ceased. 6 territory lords and 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples surrounded the soul-warming lotus, observing it warily. "What is this?" Hongdi asked. He watched as this lotus flower suddenly appeared to protect the human that they were about to kill, and the fact that they could not break it even with 8 top masters of the Black Ink clan joining forces naturally left him annoyed. However, he did not recognize what this lotus flower was. If even he could not recognize it, then there was no need to mention the other territory lords. The question now would have to go to the 2 surviving Black Ink disciples to answer. One of them, who took on the form of an old man, was frowning slightly. As he observed the soul-warming lotus carefully, a vague guess came into his mind. However, he had never seen this treasure before, so he dared not be certain. He could only ask his companion, "It's that, isn't it?" This old master should be correct. The other 8th Order Black Ink disciple nodded. "It is as the rumors say. If it truly is that, then it explains why this man has no fear of sustaining damage to his soul." Not counting this time, Yang Kai had already invaded this Black Ink Nest space twice and used the soul-rending thorn 4 times, killing or severely wounding 4 territory lords. Such aggressiveness was alarming, but what puzzled them even more was his ability to recover from his injuries. This man's soul had been fatally wounded, yet he returned running and jumping after just 3 years of recovery. No spirit pill or precious treasure could possibly have such an effect, no matter how good they were, save for one legendary object. "Speak clearly, what is this thing exactly?" Hongdi asked in a stern voice. This was what annoyed him most about humans. They always seemed to talk in a roundabout manner, which was very unpleasant to listen to. The old man bowed, reporting to Sir, "If this servant is not wrong, then it should be the rumored soul-warming lotus." Soul-warming lotus? The territory lord frowned. Even though he had been dealing with the human race for countless years and learned many of their habits, he was still not very clear about some of the human race's more obscure rumors, not to mention something like the soul-warming lotus, which was basically a mythical existence. Even the masters of the human race themselves would only see such a thing recorded in the ancient books and never in real life. It is said that there exist two supreme treasures in the form of twin lotuses that grow side by side, the old man explained. One is the flawless purifying golden lotus that grants the holder a flawless body, impervious to all impurities, allowing them to gain twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. The second is the soul-warming lotus that, while useless for one's physical body, can protect and sustain their soul. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, its holder's soul constantly grows stronger, and no matter how severe the damage sustained to their soul, as long as it is not completely destroyed, the soul-warming lotus can allow its holder to rapidly recover to their peak. These two supreme treasures are unique, with only one of each in existence. Once the first is found, another would never appear again. Not to mention, most had never seen them before, many have never even heard of their existence. What sirs see before you now must be the soul-warming lotus of legend. It's that precious? A territory lord asked. The old man nodded solemnly. A supreme treasure of heaven and earth is priceless, beyond value entirely. Unless one has great opportunity and great destiny, they can never possess it. Hongdi rubbed his chin in thought. If that is the case, the reason why this man has been able to escape death repeatedly and return unscathed was all thanks to the nourishment and protection of this soul-warming lotus? Indeed. The old man nodded. It is said that the soul-warming lotus first blossoms with 3 colors, then 5, and then finally 7. What sirs see before you is already the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, which is considered its apex. This man must have come into possession of this treasure many years ago, otherwise, it is simply impossible for him to have nurtured it to its 7-colored form. With the nourishment of such a supreme treasure, he will naturally not fear any sort of injury to his soul. The territory lords all had ugly looks on their faces now. With such a treasure, it was laughable they even thought they had killed Yang Kai the first time. It now made perfect sense that after just 3 years he was back to full strength and could come back to butcher 2 more territory lords. If they had not sealed the black ink nest space this time and forced him to summon the soul-warming lotus to preserve his life, they would probably still be oblivious to the situation they faced. Hongdi frowned. This man is not making any further moves. I think his soul is too badly damaged, so he must be resting inside of the lotus flower. Based on our previous experiences, it would only take him 3 years to recover completely. Then, he will definitely use those evil artifacts against us again. We have to find a way to deal with him before then. Does anyone have any ideas? All the territory lords were silent, and the 2 black ink disciples also kept mum. They had all seen what happened. The attacks of 6 territory lords and 2 8th-order black ink disciples couldn't even disturb the soul-warming lotus, so trying to break through its defenses was clearly a waste of time and energy. One territory lord suggested, why don't we try attacking again? He can only take our attacks now without being able to retaliate, so no matter how powerful this soul-warming lotus is, there should be a limit to how much it can take. We might be able to break it. The old man's face twitched as he shook his head. This is a unique supreme treasure, it would be a waste to break it. It would be best if we could recover and refine it. Hongdi was impressed by his suggestion. That is a reasonable thought. If this treasure is so useful to a person's soul, then our Black Ink clan can also make use of it. If we can refine it, then we will no longer have to fear the soul secret techniques of those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future. Martial Peak, Chapter 5288, Endurance Contest. The humans did not have the innately strong physical bodies of the Black Ink clan, and their growth cycle was also much longer, but the humans also had their own racial advantages, and that was the variety of strange artifacts and techniques that they possessed. especially their secret techniques, which practically every territory lord had eaten a loss from. Of them, some soul secret techniques were difficult to guard against and were the most troublesome. If they could really refine this soul-warming lotus, then what soul-type attack would they have to fear in the future? If the humans dared to perform those soul secret techniques again, then it would only be lifting a stone and dropping it on their own feet. That was why Hongdi was so impressed with the old man's proposal. And, as the most senior territory lord here, Hongdi would naturally not step down from this opportunity. I will try and refine it. Saying so, he took a step forward and his spiritual energy surged, enveloping the soul-warming lotus. Even though the other territory lords were displeased, there was nothing they could say. The two black ink disciples exchanged glances and stepped back, looking for their companion that was injured by Yang Kai before and helping him to resist the soul-rending thorn that was shot into his body earlier. Upon entering the black ink nest space, Yang Kai first killed a black ink disciple before injuring another. The black ink disciple who was injured earlier had been fending off the power of the soul-rending thorn this whole time, but he was only a black ink disciple after all, not a true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was a difficult struggle for him. His two companions came at just the right time. If they had been any later, then he may not have been able to hold on. Even with two companions helping, it took a lot of effort for the black ink disciple to stabilize his condition, but if he wished to force out the soul-rending thorn, it would be a long and grueling task. Moreover, the entire process was bound to be fraught with ups and downs. The slightest misstep could result in a fatal end for him. The black ink nest space was quiet for a while, with only the constant fluctuations of Hongdi's spiritual energy breaking up the monotony. After half a month, Hongdi finally lost patience and withdrew his spiritual energy. Not a single drop is going through this thing. It's impossible to refine. If any of you are interested, you're free to try. He spent half a month and wasted a lot of spiritual energy, yet he came out completely empty-handed, which was extremely vexing for Hongdi. However, he needed to let the other territory lords have a try. After all, just because he could not refine it did not mean that others could not. Anyone would want to give it a try. After he stepped down, another territory lord took his place eagerly. However, half a month later, he stepped back in disappointment just like Hongdi. The other 4 territory lords tried one after another, but they all failed. This showed the territory lord that this soul-warming lotus probably wasn't so easily refinable, especially when its owner was still alive. If they wished to refine this supreme treasure, there was no choice other than to kill its owner first. However, that human had been hiding inside of the lotus bud ever since the soul-warming lotus appeared, and the territory lords had no idea what his condition was currently. How were they going to kill this guy off if they could not break through the soul-warming lotus's protection? This was simply a problem with no solution. Just then, the old man came over with bad news. Sirs, Brother Wan is on the verge of death. Could sirs please open the space and allow him to return to his body so that he may recover? The Brother Wan that he spoke of was the black ink disciple that Yang Kai injured previously. Hearing his words, Hongdi turned around and saw that, sure enough, the soul of the black ink disciple surnamed Wan was unstable and weakening continuously. Hongdi frowned. Wasn't he fine before? Why did this suddenly happen? The old man smiled bitterly. Sir may not know, but for the 3 of us to remain in a mid-rank black ink nests with our consciousness connected to the black ink nest's consciousness, we must use our world force as a bridge. In other words, as long as the 3 of us are in here, the black ink nest will constantly be devouring the world force inside of our small universes. Counting the time, it has been 2 months since we entered this place. We may be in the 8th Order with deep heritages, but Brother Wan's soul was severely injured, and with the world force inside his body gradually running out, he can no longer hold on. Not to mention Brother Wan, even he and the other unharmed black ink disciple could not remain inside of the black ink nest space forever. Otherwise, once all the world force inside their small universes were devoured by the black ink nest, there was a risk of it collapsing, which was the same as them dying. Their situation was unlike the Black Ink clan. The territory lords may not be significantly stronger than them, but the power within the Black Ink clan was Black Ink strength that could connect with the Black Ink nest at will without the same risks that they had to take on. The territory lords could stay in their Black Ink nests for as long as they wanted, but the same could not be said for the Black Ink disciples. Before the power in their small universes dried up, they had to return their souls to their bodies and seal off their small universe. Otherwise, they would be sucked dry and turned into withered corpses by the Black Ink nest. However, as these two were unharmed, they were able to last longer than Brother Wan. After hearing what the old man said, Hongdi realized that he had overlooked the predicament of these Black Ink disciples. However, he was still hesitant to open up this space. That was because the human hiding inside of the soul-warming lotus would be allowed to escape once the space was opened. Only the heavens knew what condition he was in right now, so who could say if he was capable of escaping when given a chance? The territory lords had already paid a very heavy price and even asked the royal lord for help just so they could trap this human here, so how could they be willing to let him escape? However, the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were currently a force that the Black Ink clan relied on, so Hongdi was also reluctant to have that Black Ink disciple surnamed Wan just die in vain here. It was a difficult choice. Hongdi was indecisive when faced with this predicament. However, the eyes of another territory lord suddenly lit up. If you Black Ink disciples are facing this problem, then it must be the same for that human. Since he could enter this place, it means that he must have connected his consciousness with the Black Ink nest just as you have, using the world force of his small universe as a bridge. So, there's simply no need for us to try so hard to refine the soul-warming lotus or even attack him. We only need to wait until the power inside of his small universe is exhausted, then sooner or later, he will die. Hongdi thought it was very logical when he heard it and nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's exactly it. The old man's heart went cold upon hearing this. It seemed like the territory lords were saying that they would rather sacrifice the Black Ink disciple surnamed Wan than open this space. However, it must be said that what the territory lord said was indeed the best solution at hand. The old man was merely a Black Ink disciple after all, so despite how unbearable it was, the territory lords had already made their decision and he was in no position to try and convince them otherwise. He could only turn around and glance at the Black Ink disciple surnamed Wan, sighing. However, Hongdi said, "You do not need to worry either. I've just thought of something." The old man bowed. "Please, sir. You said before that this soul-warming lotus grows from 3 colors, 5 colors, and 7 colors, correct? Now that this soul-warming lotus has already reached 7 colors, it means that this man has possessed it for a long time, correct?" "Exactly so. Based on your speculation, how many years do you suppose this human has possessed the soul-warming lotus?" "At least 1,000 years, if not several thousand," the old man reported. "That's right," Hongdi's eyes shone brightly. "If my guess is not wrong, then there is a great possibility that this human is not in the 8th Order." "Not in the 8th Order?" The territory lords and the old man were stunned. They had no idea why Hongdi would make such a guess. "I had a strange feeling when I fought him before, however, I couldn't tell exactly what that feeling was. He just seemed different from the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters I've faced in the past. Knowing what I know now though, it is obvious that the reason his soul has reached the intensity of the 8th Order is because he had the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. As such, it's likely he is only in the 7th Order. If he was truly in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, then his soul should have been far more powerful than an ordinary 8th Order human." Hongdi's speculation was also logical, and the territory lords who heard him all nodded repeatedly. And this indeed made sense, for if this human was truly in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, then after his soul was nurtured by the soul-warming lotus for several thousand years, there was no way his spiritual energy would remain at the same level as an ordinary 8th Order human. It would definitely far surpass that. Now, the spiritual energy of this human was merely on par with an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was clear to see that his true strength was not in the 8th Order. The old man was even more delighted than the territory lords at that and exclaimed, "In that case, this man's strength lies entirely in his soul, while his true strength should be far inferior to ours." Hong Di smiled, "And so, he will not be able to hold out longer than you can." "Sir is absolutely correct." The old man bowed. If that were the case, then the black-ink disciple surnamed Wan might still have a thin hope. As long as he could outlast the man inside of the soul-warming lotus, then once their opponent's small universe dried up, their predicament would be solved and there would be no need for them to seal the black-ink nest space any longer. At the same time, at the outpost with the black-ink nest in its center, Yang Lai and his disciple were standing by, next to Yang Kai. Several months had gone by with Yang Kai remaining in this living corpse state without any trace of a ripple from his soul, yet also with no physical abnormalities showing in his body. Yang Lai had also invited several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were proficient in soul cultivation to come and take a look at him previously, but they all came to the conclusion that the connection between Yang Kai's soul had been cut from his body, and it should be suppressed and sealed inside of the black ink nest space. Since only a single person could connect to a black ink nest at any one time, there was nothing they could do to help on the human side even if they wanted to. In this situation, Yang Kai could only protect himself. While being idle and having nothing to do, Gong Lian suddenly said, "Honored Master, this disciple heard that Brother Yang's small universe is raising countless living beings. Even if he doesn't cultivate, the heritage of his small universe is constantly increasing. Is that true?" Yang Lai smacked his lips, "I've heard that too, so it is most likely not false. That means that this boy is a lucky one. Not even an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would dare to raise living beings in their small universe, yet he, as a 7th Order brat, had done so. Only the heavens know how many years of cultivation that will save him in the future." Gong Lian looked impressed. "If I were to raise living beings in my small universe too, then would I not have to cultivate in the future?" For him, this was a perfect solution as he always felt cultivation was a huge hassle. If he could increase his cultivation even while lying down and sleeping, nothing would make him happier. Yang Lai glanced at him. "He has the capital to do so, but do you? The 4 universe pillars aren't cabbages you pick up in the market. Without one of the 4 universe pillars to fortify your small universe, once you fought against a powerful foe, your small universe would certainly be shaken. When the time came, it would be a disaster for all the living beings inside. Such a sin would not be beneficial to your future cultivation." Gong Lian felt a little dejected upon hearing that. Looking at Yang Kai, he really had to sigh with envy. Yang Lai smacked his lips again. "However, we should be thankful to those living in this boy's small universe. If not for them, he might have been sucked dry by the black ink nest after not returning for such a long time." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5289, "I'm tired, I'm going to sleep." Yang Lai had been observing the condition in Yang Kai's small universe this whole time, which he naturally could not normally check on. However, since Yang Kai had to connect to the consciousness of the black ink nest, his small universe remained open the whole time, allowing the black ink nest to devour his world force. At least, Yang Lai was still able to see some clues. After a few months had passed, any ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have been drained dry. However, the world force inside of Yang Kai's small universe remained plentiful without visibly decreasing in the slightest. It was clear that the living beings that he raised inside of his small universe were working in this case. Now, there was no need to worry that Yang Kai's small universe would be sucked dry by the black ink nest, and he also had the soul-warming lotus to protect his soul. Even a royal lord would not be able to do anything to him inside the black ink nest space, so there was little to worry about when it came to his safety. The only thing the Black Ink clan could do was trap him inside the Black Ink nest space, and he had no idea when Yang Kai would be able to escape. Yang Lai believed that the situation would not change much in the near future, and there was nothing that he could do about it either, so he just waited here and monitored Yang Kai's status. As soon as anything happened he would immediately report it. Time passed inside the Black Ink nest, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 months went by. It had almost been half a year since the Black Ink nest space was sealed off, an amount of time that would barely count as anything for both the Territory Lords and the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples. At their realm, one would ordinarily spend upwards of several dozen to 100 years in retreat during their cultivation, so a trivial half a year was just like a snap of one's fingers. However, for the Black Ink disciple surnamed Wan, this half a year was torturous. The soul-rending thorn was constantly wearing down his soul, and even with the help of the 2 Black Ink disciples, it was difficult for him to turn the tides on his condition. If his soul avatar could return and unite with his body, then it would provide some help to his current situation. However, the Territory Lords were too worried about opening the Black Ink nest space simply for fear that the human would escape. Under such circumstances, how could the Black Ink disciple's soul return and remerge with his body? In addition, the Black Ink nest was constantly devouring the power inside of his small universe, further adding frost to snow and worsening his condition. He had no idea what the condition of his small universe was at the moment, but if too much of its world force was consumed, it would also kill him. With the help of 2 companions, he was able to last for half a year, but the Black Ink disciple surnamed Wan was starting to slip away. At the same time, as when his spiritual energy began fluctuating violently, the 6 Territory Lords who were watching for any movements from the soul-warming lotus turned around just in time to see the soul avatar of the Black Ink disciple surnamed Wan exploding, turning into dots of light and dissipating from the Black Ink nest space. "Brother Wan!" The old man cried out in grief, feeling sad for his fellow peer. The other Black Ink disciple also had a mournful expression. They had done everything they could, but they were unable to save the life of their companion. Before entering the Black Ink nest on this mission, nobody could have expected that the situation would turn out this way. They had a lineup of 6 Territory Lords and 4 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples. Even if an old ancestor were to enter, they could still somehow put up a fight. But now, 2 Black Ink disciples were dead, and the human was still hiding inside of the soul-warming lotus, without showing any signs of moving. There was simply nothing the Black Ink clan could do. Hongdi's eyes were practically spitting fire. "We lost another one." After counting the 2 prior times, the battles inside the Black Ink nest space had already cost the Black Ink clan 2 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 1 Territory Lord, and there were 3 other Territory Lords left with severe injuries to their souls. It was not known whether they were even dead or alive at this point. Such losses could not be considered small for the Black Ink clan. After the last war in Great Evolution Theater, the Black Ink clan's forces were nowhere near as strong as they had been before. Whether it be the Territory Lords or the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, their numbers had essentially been halved from what they were just a few hundred years ago. Suddenly, doubt emerged in Hongdi's heart. Was it worth paying such a high price just to force the humans to give up the Black Ink nest? If their plan worked, then of course it would be worth it. However, they had now experienced several serious setbacks with the humans only having to mobilize a single person to make them lose so much ground. In the words of the humans, the Black Ink clan was now riding a tiger. The cost was too great, but if they gave up now, how were they supposed to explain themselves to the Royal Lord? So, no matter what, they had to deal with this human and seize the soul-warming lotus so that they could show their faces to the Royal Lord. On the other hand, the 2 Black Ink disciples could only watch as the soul avatar of their companion surnamed Wan faded away. Losing a friend, they were both sad and also worried about their own situations. Even though they were currently unharmed, it would still be a problem for them if they did not return to their physical bodies for a long time due to the Black Ink nest continuing to eat up the world force inside of their small universes. They were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but how long would they be able to last? A year? 2? Maybe 3? Nobody could say for sure. In fact, they were already feeling a bit of fatigue. Even though it was not very obvious, it was definitely a result of the depletion of their physical strength being reflected in their souls' avatars. This bit of exhaustion was nothing at the moment, but if they allowed this to continue, things would only get worse. However, they were nothing more than Black Ink disciples, servants of the Black Ink clan, so how could they advise the Territory Lords to abandon this plan at this time? The Territory Lords couldn't give up easily. The 2 Black Ink disciples could vaguely foresee the miserable state that awaited them, but now they could only hope that that human was not in the 8th, but in the 7th or even 6th order. Only then would they be able to outlast him. Time passed in silence. 1 year, 2 years. The Territory Lords remained unchanged, but the soul avatars of the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples had clearly dimmed. The fluctuations of their spiritual energy had also clearly grown extremely weak, as if they were ailing and sick. Souls naturally could not get sick, so there was only a single explanation for this occurrence: their bodies in the outside could not hold out any longer. For 2 long years, the Black Ink nests were constantly devouring the world force from their small universes, so even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not be able to hold on. The weakness of their bodies was being reflected in their soul avatars, and that was naturally how things came to appear as they were. After enduring for so long, the old man could not bear it any longer and came trembling to Hongdi's side, bowing, "Sir, could you please open the Black Ink nest space and allow us to withdraw first? I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer." There was a look of struggle on Hongdi's face. Frankly, he did not wish to lose 2 more 8th Order Black Ink disciples here for nothing. After all, they had already lost 2 before. He was also happy to have the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples live. The reason he did not open the Black Ink nest space previously was because he was worried that Yang Kai would take this opportunity to escape. However, there was no choice but to open the space now. If he didn't, then the 2 Black Ink disciples would surely die here. He couldn't understand just how this human could last even longer than the 8th Order Black Ink disciples. His guess should have been correct. If this human truly was in the 8th Order and had the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for several thousand years, then his soul would definitely be a great deal stronger than an ordinary 8th Order human's. The fact that he only exhibited strength on par with an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master proved that his true cultivation was not in the 8th Order. It was highly possible that he was only in the 7th Order. The heritage of a 7th Order small universe naturally could not compare to an 8th Order Black Ink disciples, yet even though these 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples could not last much longer, the human still showed no signs of weakening. Now that things had come to this, Hongdi had no choice but to let the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples retire first while they, the Territory Lords, stayed behind and continued waiting things out. He had just made up his mind and was about to open up the Black Ink nest space, when a weak voice suddenly came from the soul-warming lotus, which had been silent all this while. "Yes, yes, quickly open this space. I also can't hold on much longer, so let's call it a draw. We'll talk again when we get the chance to meet again next time." "There is going to be a next time?" Hongdi glared and shouted, "Impudence! No matter how amazing your skills are, this time, you will definitely die here." The old man's soul avatar trembled as he turned his head towards the heavens. If he were here in the flesh, then he would surely have burst into tears. The only ray of hope he had left had just been destroyed by that human. He silently stood down and found a secluded corner with his other companion, calming the fluctuations of his spiritual energy and trying to minimize the loss of power as much as possible. His only hope now was that they could last a moment longer than this human. Inside the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was now chattering non-stop, "You Territory Lords, why are you doing this? Those 2 obviously can't hold on much longer. If you don't open up this place, they are going to die here. I don't care since I've killed so many of you already, and now I even got to take 2 more of you along with me to the grave. It's a win for me no matter what. The Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on your side are not many now, right? I guess it makes sense. After the war, we humans suffered huge casualties, so I can only imagine what it was like for the Black Ink clan. If 2 more of you die, then the loss would be immense. By the way, how are the Royal Lord's injuries? Is our old ancestor still visiting him often? We're all neighbors, so we should check in on each other frequently, but your race is always so distant and unwelcoming. How boring it is that you don't even come to visit. Don't pretend to be mute, I'm dying here. Will it kill you to say a few words to me? Ha! I've been cultivating all my life and shook the wind and clouds. Even though I only reached the 7th Order, I've managed to kill quite a few Territory Lords. Unfortunately, the heavens must be jealous, as it seems I'm going to die here after all. Since I'm going to die soon, let me ask you something. Answer me if you can, or don't if you can't. The Black Ink nests are divided into different ranks, and each rank is the subnest of the rank above it. In that case, whose subnest is the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest? What gave birth to it? This question has bothered me for a long time, so can you please enlighten me? If you can tell me, then I will also be able to die in peace. The Territory Lords were silent, but as they listened to the human ramble on by himself, they could finally ascertain that just as they suspected, he was not in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, only the 7th Order. Even though it was possible that he was lying, what was the point of doing so now that things have come to this? What's more, this situation was exactly the same as they had previously deduced. So, this noisy human had to be in the 7th Order, no doubt about it. How humiliating. If they had been driven into such a miserable state by an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master, then so be it, but now, they were actually being made fools of by a human brat who was only in the 7th Order. All the Territory Lords felt great shame, and if possible, they wanted to drag Yang Kai out of the soul-warming lotus and make him suffer all kinds of torture to relieve their hatred. Yang Kai's voice grew weaker and weaker. All right, fine. Since you are unwilling to speak, then pretend I never asked. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5290, This Disciple Will Set Off Now. Mu Nanfei, one of Great Evolution Paradise's 1653rd generation disciples, showed a special talent in cultivating since entering the sect and was highly valued by them, supplemented by the careful education and the training of famous mentors. He was also hard-working and diligent, cultivating seriously and never disappointing his elders, and just 800 years after stepping onto the martial Tao, had advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. The day he broke through was a day when the sky opened up for him to fly high like a bird, but before his lofty plans could finally be realized, something suddenly happened to the sect. News came from the Black Ink battlefield that Great Evolution Pass was being attacked by the Black Ink clan army and was in a precarious situation. So, Great Evolution Paradise quickly mobilized all its available troops to provide support. Mu Nanfei vividly remembered the day when all of the Open Heaven realm masters in the sect, regardless of their order, their gender, their age, or whether they were in the high rank or the low rank Open Heaven realm, gathered together. Led by many 8th Order divine monarchs, tens of thousands of Great Evolution Paradise's Open Heaven realm masters marched out from the sect and went towards the no-return pass before stepping into the Black Ink battlefield. Once they arrived at Great Evolution Pass, the situation was even worse than any one of them could have expected. Far off in the distance came violent energy fluctuations. Naturally, it was the fallout of the old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass fighting with the Royal Lords. However, the old ancestor was facing 2 enemies, and having already been severely injured from a sneak attack, his aura had become extremely weak. Outside of Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan army poured in like a tide that resulted in many of the humans either dead or injured. There was simply no time for them to recover. All of the disciples who came from Great Evolution Paradise to provide support were thrown onto the battlefield as soon as they arrived. For these newcomers who had never fought the Black Ink clan before, this war was extremely brutal and many perished the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. Mu Nanfei's Dao partner, a gentle woman who had been accompanying him for 500 years, was killed in that battle. He was seeing red and had completely lost his mind as he fought madly until he exhausted all the strength in his body. He had forgotten how that battle ended. He just knew that by the time he was conscious, Great Evolution Pass was gone. The entire army that had been defending the Great Pass together with the old ancestor was completely wiped out. All except for those of them who were corrupted by Black Ink strength and transformed into Black Ink disciples. It had been 30,000 years since that happened. The newly advanced 6th orders of then were now already in the 8th order, and among them, he was different from the rest. That was because he had advanced directly to the 6th order open heaven realm, and so his limit was the 8th order, so he did not need Black Ink strength to break through his shackles. He could be described as a true 8th order open heaven realm master that was no worse even when compared to the human race's 8th order division commanders. In a one-on-one fight, most territory lords may not even be a match for them. His 30,000-year-long life as a Black Ink disciple could almost be said to be extremely boring until the human armies came to retake Great Evolution Pass. A bloody battlefield just like the one 30,000 years ago appeared, but this time, it was the Black Ink clan who were on the losing end. The humans reoccupied Great Evolution Pass while the Black Ink clan incurred severe casualties and was forced to retreat to the royal city, even having to willingly hand over one of their mid-rank Black Ink nests. The royal lord was furious while the territory lords were all extremely ashamed, vowing that they must force the humans to give up that Black Ink nest of their own accord. They were quite successful when it came to hindering the humans from using the Black Ink nest at first, because the humans had to connect their consciousness to the Black Ink nest's consciousness in order to use it. Inside of the Black Ink nest space, the Black Ink clan occupied an absolute advantage. They had beaten several 8th order open heaven realm masters and forced them to flee, and even the old ancestor had to return empty-handed after her visit. The territory lords thought that they had cornered the humans. That was until a strange fellow appeared. 2 successive attacks from this human left 4 territory lords either dead or severely injured, and when all the territory lords thought that he was dead with certainty, he appeared for a 3rd time. Another 2 8th order Black Ink disciples died because of him. The territory lords had been locked in a stalemate with this human for 3 years now. That man was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so even the territory lords could do nothing about him. They could only hope that his small universe would be sucked dry by the Black Ink nest, which would in turn cause his small universe to collapse and kill him. However, after waiting for 3 years, Mu Nanfei and the other 8th order Black Ink disciple could finally hold on no longer. In the final moments of their lives, the 2 Black Ink disciples opened their eyes in unison, seemingly as if something had awoken and resonated between them. As their gazes met, they could both see the confusion in each other's eyes. What had they been doing all these years? Why would they willingly become the minions of the Black Ink clan? Why would they willingly turn their blades against the human race? How could the sins of this life be washed away by their mere deaths? Without need for words or deliberation, the 2 8th order Black Ink disciples emitted a brilliant light in the final throes of their life. Their extremely weak spiritual energy burst into flames all of a sudden, and as they supported each other, they shot across the strange empty space and charged straight into one of the territory lords. The territory lords were completely unguarded, with all of their attention focused on the soul-warming lotus, or rather, the 7th order human hiding inside of it. These days, the 7th order open heaven realm master would open his mouth and make a bunch of noise from time to time, annoying them to no end. Though it was annoying, the one thing that was giving hope to the territory lords was the fact that this guy's voice seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, as if he was on the verge of death. And yet he simply refused to die, clinging stubbornly to life from beginning to end. The territory lords were all sick of him. He wouldn't live either way, so couldn't he just make it quick? Burning the last bit of energy in their souls, the two Eighth Order Black Ink disciples charged over, but the territory lords didn't notice them at all. It wasn't until they rammed into Hong Di that he suddenly turned around with a livid expression and roared, "What are you doing?" If it were any ordinary Eighth Order Black Ink disciples joining hands like this, then even Hong Di would not be able to withstand it if he was caught completely off guard. However, these two were too weak now. Even burning the last of their spiritual energy, ramming into Hong Di felt like they were doing no more than scratching an itch. Hong Di didn't even feel much impact from it. The flash of light dimmed, and the two figures relying on each other reappeared. However, at this moment, both Mu Nanfei and the other Eighth Order Black Ink disciples' soul avatar were dull to the point of transparency, and they were fading quickly. It was clear that they were about to fade away. However, Mu Nanfei laughed, "A fitting death for us. Ancestors of great evolution paradise, this disciple will set off now." The other Black Ink disciple nodded, "Together, we shall go together." With those words, the two soul avatars faded completely, dissipating as if they had never existed before. The territory lords watched this scene in silence, deep frowns drawn between their brows. Though they lamented the loss of two Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, they were more curious about the reaction these two showed before death. It was quite strange. However, they were not given much time to ponder the issue as a powerful burst of spiritual energy was released at that moment, followed by the emergence of an extremely dangerous aura. The territory lords were all shocked and hurriedly turned back, only to see that the soul-warming lotus had opened up at some point, and the human who had caused them so much pain was standing in the middle of the blooming flower. Divine sense locking onto a territory lord, a golden light shot out. None of them had expected this human to rise up and make trouble for them at such a time, but what puzzled them more was the fact that this human did not seem weak in the slightest. His soul avatar was dense and solid, pervading with an imposing might, just short of glistening to show off his power. How could this be? The eyes of the territory lords almost popped out of their sockets. Even if he had the soul-warming lotus to nourish his soul, what could he do if his physical body failed to hold on? The two Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were the perfect example of that. However, looking at this human now, the past 3 years did not seem to have made a dent in his strength. This is impossible. Unlike his attacks from before, Yang Kai did not scream miserably this time, yet violent pain still shot through his soul avatar, as if his very being was being torn apart. He forced himself to bear with it only so that he could make this sudden attack, and the effects were remarkable. The attention of the territory lords were drawn to the strange actions of the two Black Ink disciples. And, further dulled by the preconceived notion that Yang Kai had no more power to fight, none of them kept their guard up. The first soul-rending thorn hit one of the soul avatars of the territory lord squarely, sinking in viciously, sending him flying back as he screamed, drawing distance between himself and Yang Kai. But could Yang Kai still have the energy to bother with him? A second soul-rending thorn was already targeting a different territory lord. He originally wished to attack Hong Di, as from their previous exchanges, it seemed that this territory lord was of a higher status than the others, so it would naturally be more meaningful to kill him off or at least severely injure him. Unfortunately, whether intentionally or not, Hong Di was now the furthest away from him. Yang Kai had no choice but to choose a closer, more certain target. As the second soul-rending thorn came out, the territory lords had also aimed a flurry of attacks at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai did not pay them the slightest mind. He had already summoned the soul-warming lotus to protect himself and was not as helpless as he was before, so why would he still have to fear the attacks of these territory lords? Violent spiritual energy collided with the soul-warming lotus, but only a 7-colored ripple appeared on its light halo before the attacks were completely dissipated. On the other hand, Yang Kai's second soul-rending thorn broke through the soul defenses of the territory lord in an instant, nailing straight into his body. However, he fared a little better than the first territory lord, for he had at least taken some precautions. The soul-rending thorn did not dig into his body completely, a small portion of it remaining outside, making it look as if he had been struck by an arrow. A similar howl of pain left the second territory lord's mouth though as he stumbled backwards, his soul stirring violently. Whether it be in its refinement or use, the soul-rending thorn had cost Yang Kai a great deal of energy to activate, so it was naturally very powerful. Its limitations were such that anyone who obtained it would only be able to use it as a one-time trump card, impossible to bring out again after one use. However, Yang Kai could use it over and over again thanks to the soul-warming lotus which would always repair his damaged soul. So what did it matter? Once they saw that Yang Kai had already released 2 soul-rending thorns, the remaining 4 unharmed territory lords finally breathed sighs of relief. Based on their past experiences, this human could at most use that strange artifact twice before becoming incapacitated. It was impossible for him to shoot out a third needle within a short period of time. Before they could even finish that thought though, a terrifying scene emerged. As Yang Kai opened his mouth, a third soul-rending thorn shot out like a golden light just as the territory lords began to relax. The timing was perfect. This strike was even more effective than the first and second ones as the soul-rending thorn shot straight into the soul avatar of a third territory lord, disappearing from sight. Another wail of horror broke out. Throughout the black ink nest space, soul auras fluctuated madly, from the 3 injured territory lords to the 3 unharmed territory lords, as well as Yang Kai's. It was pure chaos. Martial Peak, Chapter 5291, Each Side Retreats. After 3 years of silence, chaos suddenly broke out inside of the black ink nest space with the final blaze of the lives of 2 8th-order black ink disciples as the starting signal. As their souls were damaged, the painful wails of 3 injured territory lords and Yang Kai's echoed in unison. The other 3 uninjured territory lords were all on high alert, none of them daring to lower their guards. Who knew if the human could launch a 4th attack? They had no idea what that artifact was, but it was something that even the territory lords could not defend against, to the point where it could almost be described as a sure hit. A long time passed before the territory lords gradually relaxed, because it seemed like the human really lacked the strength to attack again. Just from looking at his state, they could tell, for his soul avatar seemed to be warping constantly, as if it had sustained great damage. The glow of his soul avatar had also dimmed, like it was on the verge of collapsing. If not for the soul-warming lotus's protection, then such damage would have been enough to extinguish his soul entirely. Only then did the 3 territory lords dare to check on the injuries of their 3 companions. After a short while, all of them were frowning. Just like the conditions of the few territory lords who were hit in the past, the artifact was able to dig into and shred one's soul avatar. Moreover, it was extremely stubborn and difficult to expel in short order. Things suddenly became extremely tricky for them. Hongdi's face was so dark that the abyss would blush in shame. 6 territory lords and 4 8th-order black ink disciples, they had a whole 10 top masters equivalent to 10 8th-order human masters lying in ambush inside the black ink nest space, but the result? The 7th-order human was able to last until now, leaving them with 3 alive and 3 injured. The 4 black ink disciples had truly perished, without any chance of survival. Counting the 4 territory lords from the previous battles, there were now a total of 11 powerful masters who had either been killed or seriously injured by this one 7th-order human. Hongdi could not understand how things had come to this state, however, there was no point in getting entangled with this human any longer. Even 10 masters could not kill him, so what could they do now that only 3 territory lords remained unharmed? Were they going to wait until that human fully recovered and then wiped all of them out? That would be the epitome of foolishness. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the thought of withdrawing rose in Hongdi's heart. Among other things, he had to first get the 3 injured territory lords back so they could heal their souls. Indeed, the dead Black Ink disciples were a painful loss for the Black Ink clan, but to lose another 3 territory lords would really damage their foundation. However, the humans seemed to be able to read his mind, and as soon as the thought came to Hongdi, the human who was wailing incessantly said through clenched teeth, "Want to run? If you dare to open this place, I'll immediately escape." Those words left Hongdi in a horrible mood, not knowing whether to go forward or retreat. There was no need to mention how aggravating that feeling was. Another territory lord howled in anger, "A petty human dares to act so impudently. You're just a trivial 7th-order brat. It's pure luck that you've lasted this long. How much longer do you think you can last?" Yang Kai snickered, "I'm afraid I won't last for long, but at the very least, I can hold longer than those 3. Why don't you place your bets?" The territory lord coldly snorted and said nothing more. There were only 2 choices for the territory lords at this point in the confrontation. First, they could ignore the life or death of their injured companions and continue fighting it out with Yang Kai. 3 years have passed, so even if this 7th-order human's body could hold out this long, he must be near his limit. It would be best if his world energy was depleted before the condition of their 3 peers deteriorated. However, the territory lords were concerned that this 7th-order human had some method to replenish his world force. If that wasn't the case, it did not make sense for him to be able to last 3 years. If that truly was the case, then wasting any more time with him would be pointless. The second choice was naturally to open up the Black Ink nest space so that both sides could retreat. However, that would mean that the Black Ink clan had put in all that effort and capital for nothing, and the 4 8th-order Black Ink disciples would also have died in vain. How could the territory lords bear to accept that? The 3 uninjured territory lords conversed through their divine senses for a moment, none of them knowing which choice to make. Inside of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was barely able to maintain a trace of mental clarity. Using the soul-rending thorn thrice in succession was no different than an insane test of his ability to cheat death, but it was a chance that he could not miss as he might never get it again. Currently, with his 7th-order open heaven realm cultivation, it would be amazing enough to be able to escape if he truly faced off against a single territory lord. If he wished to injure or even kill such a master, then favorable conditions and an advantageous position were required, along with a good deal of luck. However, in this Black Ink nest space, the number of territory lords and 8th-order Black Ink disciples that he had either cut down or crippled already reached 11. Of course, that also meant he only had a single soul-rending thorn left of his original 12. This was the best chance he had to reduce the number of territory lords without taking too much of a risk. Whether it be for him or the human race, this was an extremely rare opportunity. Thus, Yang Kai was unwilling to leave before finding a way to use his final soul-rending thorn. Otherwise, how could he be in any mood to provoke the territory lords? Currently, the best way for him to describe his condition would be a life worse than death. Even the soul-warming lotus power was barely able to dampen the extreme pain he felt in his soul. In spite of his immense suffering, Yang Kai had no choice but to divert some of his attention to the territory lords' movements. Who knew whether they would open the Black Ink nest space or not? If, on the off chance, it did happen and he missed the timing, then he might truly be trapped here forever. Something else seemed to confuse him, but with his soul in such turmoil, he didn't have much energy to be thinking about anything else. As Yang Kai was in the middle of suffering, the 3 uninjured territory lords were also discussing their options. After only a short debate, the 3 territory lords decided to open the Black Ink nest space. As things stood, the human's physical body showed no signs of withering, otherwise, how could his soul avatar have been so full of energy just now? 3 years passed and there were still no obvious changes to his physical body. This seventh-order human must have some special trick that allowed him to maintain the world force of his small universe. If this went on, once he had a chance to restore himself, the three of them would be the unfortunate ones. Furthermore, the other three territory lords who were injured could not stay here any longer, as this situation was only exacerbating their condition. Hongdi had an ugly look on his face, as he could almost imagine the royal lord's fury when he found out about this debacle. The withdrawal of his army from Great Evolution Pass, and his abandonment of his own black ink nest could be said to have been forced, and the royal lord was also responsible since it was his order, so the blame could not be put on him. However, this failure was likely going to affect Hongdi's position in the Black Ink clan, but what else could they do now that things had come to this? Since they finished their discussion, there was no need to delay things. The Black Ink nest space was sealed off by a special technique, and unsealing it was not a difficult task. The territory lords just had to use the same technique to open it again. However, while they were opening the Black Ink nest space, the territory lords took precautions and opened it for just a brief moment. The three uninjured territory lords escaped with their injured compatriots at the same time, then they quickly sealed off the Black Ink nest space again. They hoped that the human would not be able to react in time and then be trapped inside. However, the results were bound to disappoint them. Hongdi had clearly seen the seventh-order human make a quick escape as they were leaving. The entire Black Ink nest space became empty in an instant without any signs of life left behind. At the universe fragment where the Black Ink nest was located, Yang Kai woke with a stifled grunt. Gong Lian, who had been watching over him from the side, came over immediately and helped Yang Kai steady himself while shouting, "Honored Master, Brother Yang is awake." Oh, Yang Lai breathed a deep sigh. "Brat, you're finally back. You really scared me this time." Saying so, he stuffed a large handful of spirit pills into Yang Kai's mouth as if they were common candies. Yang Kai did not even have the energy to thank him and quickly refined and absorbed the pills. Only after watching his condition stabilize slowly did Yang Lai let out a sigh of relief. He gave his disciple a look with his eyes, signaling for him to come out of the Black Ink nest with him. "What are your orders, honored master?" Gong Lian asked curiously. Yang Lai said, "Go back to the pass and report to the old ancestor. Tell her that Yang Kai has made a safe return." After receiving the order, Gong Lian left quickly. As he watched his disciples back, Yang Lai's tense heart finally relaxed, not because Yang Kai was able to return safely, but because of the old ancestor. Since Yang Kai's soul entered the Black Ink nest space, he had not returned for 3 years, a fact that could not be hidden from the old ancestor. Everyone knew that something must have happened to Yang Kai in the Black Ink nest, otherwise, he couldn't have been trapped inside for so long, but nobody knew what happened exactly. They could only guess that the Black Ink clan must have used some sort of trick to seal off the Black Ink nest space, preventing Yang Kai from returning. It was not known how the news had reached the old ancestor's ears, but when it did, she immediately declared she would visit the royal city to ask about the situation. A panicked Mi Jingluan hurriedly tried to stop her. He knew that the old ancestor would not just show her aura from afar to taunt the royal lord like she had done before. If she really did go there now, then she would definitely attack the royal city to put pressure on the Black Ink clan to see if she could help Yang Kai out of his predicament. Even if she was an old ancestor, to attack the royal city alone still bore serious risk. How could Mi Jingluan allow that to happen? He immediately negotiated with the old ancestor, and they finally agreed to wait 3 years to see whether or not things would change. If Yang Kai still did not return after 3 years, then the Great Evolution Army would join the old ancestor to attack the royal city. The reason why they decided on 3 years was because Mi Jingluan had received news from Yang Lai that it would take around 3 years of time for Yang Kai's soul to recover after each attack. According to Mi Jingluan's estimation, the stalemate would definitely break once Yang Kai's soul was able to recover. And now, that did seem to be the case. As soon as the 3-year limit hit, Yang Kai's soul returned. Yang Lai was naturally in a hurry to send Gong Lian to Great Evolution Pass to report the matter. In case the army really was mobilized and the soldiers followed the old ancestor to attack the royal city, it would be difficult for them to revert that decision. Sometimes, Yang Lai wanted to cut Mi Jing Luan's head open to see what was inside. How could he be so far-sighted and always know what others did not? However, he did not feel discouraged since to him, everyone had their own strengths. At the very least, charging through enemy lines was his strength, something that Mi Jing Luan could not replicate. Moreover, he was manlier than Mi Jing Luan. News of Yang Kai's soul returning quickly reached Great Evolution Pass, and the old ancestor, who was ready to mobilize her troops and spur her horse, asserted that she wished to make a trip to the royal city to visit the royal lord and thank him for taking care of her subordinate for the past 3 years. Mi Jing Luan was unable to stop her this time, nor did he even try to. Since Yang Kai was fine, then the old ancestor would surely act more prudently. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.